hardware store, get yourself some expanding foam. It's like the expanding foam insulation, but it's specifically rodent-proof expanding foam. It has something in it that they don't like to chew through. It's very distasteful film, and I've never seen to date a rodent chew through rodent-proof expanding foam insulation. I use it at my house whenever necessary. Simply keep them out of the house. Your vents should be covered with quarter-inch by quarter-inch galvanized metal mesh, okay, aka hardware cloth, quarter by quarter, half-inch by half-inch too big. They can go right through it, okay? Squeeze right through it. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's true. They're fluffy. Their bodies are very, very malleable underneath all that fluff. So do not underestimate the size of the mesh. And by the way, 8 by 8 would be better anyway because I've got concerns about embers from wildfires. That's a whole different conversation. But anyway, make sure that the vents on your house are at least covered with quarter by quarter galvanized mesh. It will exclude rats and mice from your attic space and stuff. Don't overfill the trash cans or the dumpsters. Keep the lids closed tightly. It enrages me, by the way, to see like commercial properties, not unlike the building we are in here at KFI, use blood-thinning, dangerous blood-thinning rat traps and rat poison. Okay, the kind of thing that causes slow, painful, inhumane death to rodents, and even more importantly than that, make them vulnerable to the predators who then prey upon them and eat them, to the point where here in Southern California, over 98% of the predatory creatures in our open spaces test positive for blood thinners. That's because of these stupid blood-thinning based rat poisons that are primarily these days around commercial buildings. Here at the station, I don't know how many times I have to talk to somebody about it, but I see it all the time. I see it in shopping centers, a poorly managed trash where the lid is not locked, propped even open, okay? Basically saying, hey, rodents, come on down. And then there are blood thinner rat poisons right in the basement. Seal up your trash cans. Don't overflow your garbage bins. Lock the lids. Stay away from the blood thinning poison stuff, by the way. Not good. It's not good. It's not good if your household pets end up catching it. Now your pets have blood thinners inside them as well. I'm telling you, it is a domino effect of disastrous proportions for our open space here in Southern California. Get off the blood thinners. I don't mean you personally. I'm saying the pests around your house, no blood thinners, please. No. All right. Clean up after your pets. Get rid of the feces. Pick up fallen fruit. Remember, these are animals that are opportunistic eaters. Okay, all sorts of stuff like this. Blows up the barbecue. Put sweeps under the garage door. And a little rubber gasket under your garage door so there's not a gap there. That kind of stuff. All right. Rabbits. Half-inch by half-inch mesh, 6 inches deep, okay, down into the soil, and 4 feet high on your fence, and you'll keep rabbits out of a given area, okay, 4 feet high, 6 inches deep under the soil. Gophers? How do you stop gophers from burrowing into your property? You don't. You can't stop them from peeping their heads up through, caddyshacking through your lawn, your beautiful green lawn. And here's how you do it. I mean, if you're serious about this is how you do it. You go and you call landscaper and you say, hey, I want you to sod cut my lawn. In other words, take it all up. That doesn't destroy it. Just sod cuts. Just like it was at the grass farm where a lot of lawns come from. You can rent a sod cutter yourself if you want to DIY this. Sod cut the lawn, roll it up, set it off to the side, and then roll out overlapping layers of half-inch by half-inch mesh right down onto the soil, and then put your grass back in place. Now, right underneath the root density of your grass in your lawn, there is a solid half-inch by half-inch mesh So yeah, let's stop it. What about snakes and coyotes? Snakes and coyotes. Snakes do not have suction cups on their belly. Okay, they are not adhesive in any way, shape, or form. Snakes rely on their own muscle strength in order to reach up and get to a place. Okay, so here's some snake facts for you. A snake, generally speaking, can only reach up with half of its body. Right, so around here, the worst snakes, obviously rattlesnakes, Southern California. The big boys, the old ones, you'd be lucky if they get up to about 6 feet in length. I know that's quite a 6 foot long rattlesnake, but that's a big, big old rattlesnake. Okay, most of them are far shorter than that. So let's just deal with the biggest one. So 6 foot long rattlesnake needs to have half of its body to anchor the rest of its reach, which means it can only reach up vertically about 3 feet unsupported. Okay, or I mean, it can lean against something, but it can't get up any higher than 3 feet before it needs to hook its head around something and pull itself up. So a 3 foot high barrier around your yard, buried a little bit. It's not that they did, it's just to ensure that they can't slide up. A 3 foot high barrier, solid barrier around your yard is going to keep rattlesnakes out of your yard. But I have grown up with them all my life. I can tell you that for an absolute fact. Coyotes. It is a myth that a coyote can simply stand on the ground and clear a 6 foot fence. That's a myth. What happens is a coyote can jump up, get their front paws on the top of the 6 foot fence, and then shimmy over very quickly. I mean, super quickly. Okay? So, how do we keep 6 foot fence? Well, yeah, you have a hillside back behind your fence so that they get to start higher. That happens too. Okay? But we're talking about from the ground, a flat high jump over a 6 foot fence. Coyotes are not making that happen. They're not clearing the fence. They are grabbing the top and going over. What is my favorite way of deterring that from happening? Coyote rollers. A coyote roller is think of like a long stainless steel, relatively low profile rolling pin. Okay, it can be mounted to the top of any fence in a series. So wherever your open space is, wherever the coyotes come from. So the idea is very simply this. You can have them very low set. They don't have to be super ugly. You don't have to wire up. Extend your fence way up. If you have a coyote roller as the very top element of your fence, then the coyotes jump up. They get their feet on that roller, they slip right over. And they just don't get to anchor themselves to get over into the yard. There are solutions for every situation. The solution is very rarely kill, kill, kill. It is just learn what they want, learn how they do it, and adjust our situation accordingly. Does that make sense? All right. I've got so much more to talk about. We need to talk about bees and trees and a few other things. But first, when we come back for the news, we're going to go back to the phones. You're home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Yeah. Why am I joking today every time I say that? Sandy Wells has the legs.
Awesome. A 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Cops say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the F-150 Friday night. Gas prices in LA County keep going up. Now over $5 a gallon, the highest seen since November. The average price has increased more than 10 cents in just 10 days. The man who's been called New York City's worst landlord has been attacked at Rikers Island Prison. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. We'll check the live trivia coming up right after this.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly. Basketball's most frenzy time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings. DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jody. Today, black folks and African people are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get piece of nutrients with real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist James Donaldson. Donaldson lost his legs, a finger, and severed another when he was hit with an improvised explosive device in Iraq. He struggled moving around his home until Tunnel to Towers gave him a mortgage-free smart home. The home enabled Donaldson to live a more independent life and be a better father. Help families like the Donaldsons. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps you and your skin from healing. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may differ. Serious allergic reactions can occur like heat sore. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change your stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Call anytime, and we'll be there, because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
Looking for a Medicare plan that fits your needs and budget? United Healthcare has a plan for you. With plans designed for all styles, stages, and ages of Medicare, there's a reason more people count on United Healthcare for their Medicare Advantage plans. This is Medicare made for California, trusted everywhere. To learn more, call United Healthcare today at 1-855-MEET-UHC. That's 1-855-MEET-UHC. Again, that's 1-855-MEET-UHC.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you can start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students who are living the GI Bill.
If you think your car is a lemon, get My Lemon Law Lawyer on the case. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say the keyword Lemon Lawyer. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia. Get rid of that lemon. Also on the web at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
It's spring. Time to gather your friends and family and fire up the grill with some Kingsford charcoal. Because everything tastes better cooked on the grill. Whether it's a casual get-together or a special occasion, Kingsford Original will give your food that authentic, wood-fired barbecue flavor everyone craves. Because it's not spring until you've thrown some burgers on the grill with Kingsford Original Charcoal. America's grilling expert. Guinnessford.com. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. They were really going to holes. The bag will be empty. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
We call someone like now that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive bonds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh. Tonight at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome home. Thanks for joining us on the program today. We're talking all things spring. Spring has sprung, and with it, all sorts of creatures, pests. Some of them we call pests. Issues with trees and trimming, and questions about that. Bees swarming in the air. We're addressing it all. We're going to be talking about trees and bees coming up in just a bit. But right now, top of the hour, time to go to the phones and talk about anything that you have got going on with your home. Let's talk to Andrew. Hey, Andrew. Welcome home.
Hey there. Thanks for a great show. So, I have in my backyard, it's a track, so we've got walls, brick walls around all three sides. I've got a little bit of a surcharge, in other words, a hill about 3 feet tall. So, I put it in the lovely waterfront. It's beautiful. It reminds me of being up in Yosemite. Problem is, I can't watch TV with my door open. Why would that be? We've got tree frogs. They're no bigger than my thumb, but they bark louder than a dog. They bark all night long. So we drained the waterfall. Clearly dry. Let it sit for a year. When the rain comes back, so do the frogs. I've tried chlorine, ground, bleach, what do you call vitamin C, citric acid. I've called 40 agencies, zoos, government offices, vets. How do I get rid of frogs?
All right, you've called every expert on the planet. You expect me to give you an answer that they have not given you already? Wait a second.
Well, I've got a pretty high respect for you.
All right.
Years ago.
I just have to, just pull an answer out of the hat here that everybody has to do this. Yeah. Okay, so tree frogs especially, they're tough because they just want to be there. You should take it as a compliment, first of all. But I get the sound. Some people find it very soothing. Other people are like, oh my gosh, turn these frogs on. So I was gonna say, turn off the waterfall for a while because I don't think you have to leave it off for months and months. I think turning off the waterfall can at least send them elsewhere temporarily, especially as summer kicks in here and drier weather kicks in. You'll find them going elsewhere. Then when you turn it back on, you're going to start attracting them. Here's the key, okay? Coffee grounds, no good. Coffee grounds, when it comes to a frog, is a killer, actually. They'll inadvertently eat coffee grounds, and caffeine will kill a frog. Just kills them. But it doesn't present that well. It doesn't prevent the next generation finding you as well. The best, honestly, the best I can do with this is a little bit of repellent. There are some products out there on the market. Here's what the thing is. People have used vinegar mixture effectively with frogs, and the reason it's been effective is because vinegar leaves a residue of acetic acid, and the acid gives them an uncomfortable and burns their feet. It does not kill them is not actually technically unhealthy for them. But it's like they've just crawled over a band of Bengay, and suddenly they've got this burning sensation on their skin that they can't get rid of, and so they stay away from it. Now the trick, though, is that how you get the vinegar or an acetic acid like that to last. And so what we've found, again, is this going to be 100% effective? I don't think so. But what we have found is that you need to have that mixed with some kind of a natural oil that you can hit the rocks with. Okay? Hit the rocks with on the outer edges where the water isn't hitting the dry part of the rocks, right, that form the outside barrier. And a mixture of vinegar and water with some citronella oil. The citronella oil itself, or peppermint oil, those are also very repellent to frogs. They don't like it either. It has the same kind of burning vibe. But the point is, the oil is what's going to soak into the rock and last or hold it in place for a while. Okay? And then, of course, every time it rains heavily, you're going to have to recoat and retreat. But give it a shot. Give it a shot and see if an oil-based repellent that actually has an acetic acid in it will actually slow them down and keep them out. So you may have to just turn off the water for a while in order to discourage, and then you hit the outside dry edges of the rocks with peppermint, vinegar, citronella. Citronella is not an acid, but the peppermint and the vinegar both have an acidic quality to them that frogs on their skin. And so they'll just walk away. And if it's a white metal, they're not going to try and leap over it. So it will keep them away from the water. If they stay away from the water, they'll probably give up on the yard in general. That's the thinking, at least. But honestly, my friend, I'm not claiming that that's going to solve the problem. But logically speaking, embed the rocks, the porosity of the rocks, with something, substance that they don't want to touch with their bellies and feet. And do it in such a way with an oil base so that it lasts as long as possible. That's the best I got for you.
That sounds like it's worth it. Otherwise, I think I need some snakes. But once I get the snakes, then I need, something to really snakes.
You can do some there are non-venomous snakes out there. Lots of those, right? Garter snakes and the like. They are very much enjoying the frog population, I am sure, no doubt. But give it a try, Andrew. Thank you for your comments. Please call every expert on planet Earth. Dean on the phones. They won't love me now. Well, I gave my best shot. All right, when we come back, more of your calls. Your home, Dean Sharp, the Frog Whisperer on KFI.
You can listen to KFI everywhere, like you have Guinness to KOST HD2.
Los Angeles County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Live in translation. I'm Sandy Wells, live from the KFI 24-hour news room. UC Riverside has denied that Julian Tiny's former tutor attended the school as he claimed in his resume. The university says there are no records of Ibe Mizraha in its database, despite Mizraha's bio saying he graduated in 2007. This is just one of the questions raised about his credentials, since he's been accused of stealing millions from Otani for illegal bets. The MLB has opened a formal investigation. More rain to this SoCal as the cloudy weekend comes to an end. Weather radar shows rain moving in from the central coast down through San Diego County this afternoon. The National Weather Service says rainfall totals expected to vary due to the scattered nature of the showers, but no low elevation areas are predicted to get more than a quarter inch of an inch. Winds will die down in most areas by tonight. We have a wind advisory starting up right about now until 8. New York Attorney General Letitia James is prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he does not pay the $464 million he owes in his civil fraud case. ABC's Eric Katursky says James registered the court's judgment in Westchester County.
Signs he may be buying his Briarcliff Manor Golf Club and Bedford Estate on 7 Springs, in addition to properties in Manhattan.
Katursky says James declared a month ago she'd seize Trump's assets to make sure he pays. Trump's attorneys have argued it's impossible for them to come up with that kind of money. More international soccer is on tap today in Exposition Park.
The team from Guadalajara faces its arch rival With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Bill Phillips driver, KFI in Sky. Star Wars movies are returning to theaters to be shown in chronological order. Lucasfilm says screenings of the Skywalker saga will celebrate the 20th anniversary of The Phantom Menace. Fans of those grabbed by fans will get to watch The Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, Revenge of the Sith, Land of Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, and end up with the Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and Rise of Skywalker. The Ultimate Saga comes to a galaxy near you on Star Wars Day, which is May the 4th. We'll check the 405 coming up right after this.
Notice how your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you about tangible investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Allie's charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization and men. Our ring donors send our rings directly to tangible investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Sales Out, Allie is changing the world.
That helps us do what we do best, which is drilling in water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible investment owner Sylvie Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guaranteed he'll get more.
Thanks so much, Sil and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation-free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
South Alabama from Camp 5, wind advisory in effect until 8 o'clock. 10-9 becoming mostly cloudy with a chance of a shower or slight chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon today. Highs expected to be in the lower 60s in Metro LA, mid-60s along the coast, and mid-50s to low 60s in the valleys and in the Inland Empire. It'll be clearing up tonight and pretty chilly down to the mid-40s in Metro LA, mid-40s in the beaches, low 40s in the valleys, upper 30s to low 40s in the IE. And sunny tomorrow, warming up a bit. Highs upper 60s in Metro LA, mid-60s in the coast, the valleys, the IE, it's 56 in Whittier, 56 in Anaheim Hills, 53 in Simi Valley, and 56 in Manhattan Beach. Got a crash in Hawthorne, it's on the 405.
This is a vehicle here on the northbound San Diego Freeway, right to Center Lane at El Segundo Boulevard. To be stopped and go from Road Springs through Valencia. We've got a wreck on the 5 right on Valencia Boulevard. It's off your right shoulder. Trouble today with the 105 west of Long Beach Boulevard continuing, and problem popping through Sacramento at 5 northbound Avenida Vista Hermosa. Multi-vehicle crash off to the right, slow from Avenue Pico. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. We're definitely doing that today, talking about springtime pests, critters, creatures, trees, everything that's breaking out during the springtime, how you're going to handle it properly this year as opposed to all those failed attempts in the past. I am Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday mornings, 6 to 8 Pacific time. Sunday mornings, 9 to noon Pacific time. As I just said, we're talking about all things spring. We're going to get back to that conversation in just a bit, but as is our tradition, it is the top of the hour. And so we are going to the phones. Take a call from Fred. Hey, Fred, welcome home.
I would like to call fire apps, but I'll give you a good background on this. I live in the mountains, so that fire apps for 3 car going to be around here about
successful insect on planet Earth, without question. Here's some things that we probably didn't know about ants. There are about roughly 1 million species of insects. I mean, 1 million different kinds of insects in the world. Okay, of those million species, about 10,000 of them are ant species. That's only 1%. 1% of all insects in the world, in terms of different species, only 1% ants. And yet, if we were to weigh the ants, just put them all on a scale and weigh them against all the other biomass of all vertebrates on the planet, excluding human beings, guess what we would come up with? 20% of the weight of all the vertebrate and insect biomass. In other words, for 1% of the species, ants have 20% of the weight of all the insects on the planet. They are brilliant. And another reason why they are as brilliant as they are one of only 20 subspecies that have crossed over the line into what we call superorganisms. Bees are that way, termites are that way, ants are that way, a couple of species of mole rats, and by the way, humans. In other words, they have a society in which there's a division of labor. There are older and younger that serve different purposes other than just reproduction. They send out workers, they have warriors, they have cleaners, they are an advanced civilization. Now, they're not geniuses in the sense of having human-level intelligence, but an ant colony really does function like a single brain. It is unnervingly intelligent. So, Fred, I feel you. And ants are annoying enough. Just little household ants are annoying enough, let alone the ones that cling onto your leg, bite you, and sting you, and cause golf ball size welts. So, yeah, they say stick with the poisons when it comes to ants. Now, I don't want you to poison all the ground around your house. So there's, we've got an ant problem here at our house, a recurring ant problem. They truly fall into the category of pests for us. We also have a lot of clay in our soil here. So clay enables ants to make unbelievably long tunnel complexes that hold together. So they just don't grow well. So here's what we have. We basically do this, and we do this pretty much on an annual basis. First of all, there are some fantastic pellets that you can just sprinkle around the outside of your foundation from Taro. Taro is a company that makes some fantastic ant products. Tero. So check Taro. Diatomaceous earth, ants hate crawling through dry powdery substances because of the effect that it has on their skin, on their exoskeleton. Okay, it really begins to annoy them and hurt them. So diatomaceous earth spread around the foundation of a home. The taro pellets, those two things combined are an effective defense against them coming up the edge of the slab and into the house. When it comes to just getting rid of a colony, the best thing, and you already mentioned it, Fred, is baits that they will take, that the scouts and the foragers will take, and will take back deep into the bowels of the colony and feed to the queens, and then wipe out, kill everybody, and it just wipes out the colony. This is an area where all's fair in love and war. I just don't want to poison the ground around the surface so that my pets have issues or anybody else has issues. And so the taro pellets that are on the surface, they are non-toxic to other animals. Diatomaceous earth is just diatomaceous earth. We spread it around our chickens all the time. It's not a problem. And the baits, they're only interested, ants are the only things interested in those baits, and they take them back, and it wipes out that colony. They'll be back, though. You don't have to worry about it, because guess what? Ants are pretty much in charge of the insect world. They've been that popular. Fred, try yelling at them, but I think you're doing best with wiping them out. And wear thick socks when you're out there working. It is a proven fact that there is a thickness of sock that a fireman who is not a huge animal can't get their mandibles through. So if you're out there working, if there's any risk whatsoever, make sure you either have your high tops or your thick socks on, and keep them off. And you can also treat your shoes with the same kind of diatomaceous earth, which means that they're not going to be prone to crawling up on your teeth when you're actually in the yard. They're walking around with like weird powdery shoes, but it looks like you put baby powder on your work boots. But hey, it's the job done, so consider. Another thing that we do to protect our bees from ants, critical isolated areas like our beehive, ants can totally invade and wipe out a bee colony. We use a product which is basically like a thick carnauba wax called Tanglefoot. Okay, that's something you can rub around the bottom of the workbook when you're out in the yard. Tanglefoot is gooey, it's gummy, and basically they get stuck in. They just can't get past it. It's like making them walk through a bog. They literally get trapped as they walk across. So you put that down at the edge of your boot where it's going to collect all the dirt and debris that you're walking in, because that's useless. But if you were to put it up higher up around the neck or the top of your work boot, a little line of Tanglefoot, then any ant that actually got onto it, across the ear. But yeah, ants are in charge. If anybody had any questions, think about it. 1% of all insect species in the world, 1% in biomass. Just a wave, they outweigh all insects. Okay? It's like amazing. Just grab let's talk about the last little bit of our world
About 6:30 on Friday night, and King, the Princess of Wales, and her husband, Prince William, were said to be extremely moved by the public's warmth and support following her shocking cancer announcement, as tributes continue to pour in from around the world. We'll check the Cloud Freeway coming up right after this.
Excitement of March Mania is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joe. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something you can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get peace and nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is already sweetened whole fruit with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
once a month with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of your eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dixon can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dr. Dixon. Visit yourdixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with the new Banana Boat 360 beverage. Advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Apply lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, interchangeable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This week on How Money, a landlord woman could save you a lot of money when buying and selling a home. Plus, where's the opportunity in the job market? It might not be where you think it is.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Today at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, Dean Sharp, the Health Whisperer at your service. So glad that you are with us on the program today. It is a beautiful, beautiful Sunday, spring morning, the first Sunday of spring, 2024. And yeah, all sorts of weird weather today. That's spring, isn't it? Right? It's sunny and breezy outside. We've got some heavier winds coming, maybe some clouds, maybe some rain, all happening in one day. It's definitely springtime. The other way you can tell is, well, looking at the calendar, because it became spring on Wednesday, and also looking at all the plants and animals that are busting out all around us, some of which cause us problems that we end up calling pests along the way, and that's what we're talking about today, kind of learning to handle various situations better for our environment so that we can have more nature around us and less war all out. I want to get back to that now. So let me talk to you about, I'm going to finish up on red, right? Repel, exclude, and deter. I just want to mention a couple of things about deterrence. Natural deterrence, okay? Owl boxes, okay, when it comes to rodents. Barn owl boxes, it's been a while since I've talked about them. We're going to be talking about them more as we do gardening shows a little later in the year. But putting an owl box up, inviting an owl to come along and take a home near your yard or your garden, or a raptor perch for during the day. Just a nice place for a hawk to land and kind of oversee what's going on in your yard. Raptor perches take care of rodents during the day. Owl boxes take care of rodents at night. One owl, one barn owl. And the don't want that. 1,000 rodents a year. Just imagine if a whole family moves in. Yeah, you'll wrap up bird feeders. Squirrel bird feeders. In other words, bird feeders that have large baffles hanging on top of them so that they can't go. So that if a squirrel attempts to get to it, it kind of tosses them off to the side so they don't actually get to the goods. Setting your bird feeders high enough off the ground and far enough away from a tree trunk that it's difficult for them to leap up and get to it. Just understanding, what the animal can do, and setting those bird feeders up in a way that they don't have the opportunity to get to them easily. We have that, generally speaking, in our yard. I got to tell you this: we have one squirrel who has defeated it, and at that point, honestly, Jan and I were watching it the other day. We're like, go right ahead, buddy. Well done. Well done. You have mastered getting around it all. He's not going to do that much because he literally also, because
Sometimes we find him clinging for dear life upside down on our bird feeder. He's only got one hand available, one paw available to basically get just a few little seeds out of this one hole, and then he has to let go and fall to the ground. And to which we say, good on you. You can do that as much as you want, buddy. And plus, you're hilarious to watch in our garden. So, squirrel-proof your bird feeders as much as you can. And my personal favorite for the really, really annoying, whatever the case may be, whether it's a bird that's eating your koi out of your koi pond, whether it's a rodent that's in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know how we've basically gone just micro drip irrigation for everything in our yard, and we should. One fantastic use of the old style rain bird sprinkler is to hook one up with a motion detecting valve. They have this in Gardens of the World near us over the koi pond, because as soon as they filled it up with koi in the Japanese garden, all the koi disappeared because these great blue herons were landing and just eating all the fish. So they rigged up a motion detecting rain bird. Basically, anytime anything makes motion in the area of this motion detector, the rain bird comes on and just basically fire hoses the area for about 5 seconds. Nothing wants to be there. Nothing. Not a squirrel, not a rat, not a cat, not a nothing. And so, you know what? If it comes down to it, a little motion detecting water sprayer, fantastic. And also incredibly entertaining to watch as you deal with it. All right. Trees. Now I want to move on to bees, but trees. I just have this one thing to say. I'm going to repeat what I said in yesterday's program about trees. Springtime is not the time to go crazy pruning your trees. Okay? You want to prune your trees when they have a big pruning job to do. You really want to cut them back. You want to cut them back in the fall when they're about to go dormant. Okay? So that you don't shock them. So the big pruning jobs reserved for the fall. But can you prune in the spring?
Apologies, I missed your call period. What's going on, big dog? Question mark.
In these ways. Number one, the 4 Ds. Dead, damage, disease, or dysfunction. Any branch or part of a tree or a bush that falls into that category, feel free to clip it off, burn it out. Okay? Dead, damage, disease, dysfunction, the 4 Ds. Anytime you're going to need it. Most importantly, though, the other situation is sucker growth. That is extra suckers growing out of the root ball, base, tree, or shrub, something like that. Take off the suckers, keep those off all year long. Anytime you see one start to grow, just get it off, flip it off, get it off. Here's what you need to know about trees. Trees want to thrive. They really do. And they're going to try and thrive in one of 2 ways. They are either going to push out as many branches and leaves as they can to soak up all the sunlight and energy for themselves. And if you allow them all that sucker growth, that's what that's all about. Extra leaves, branches, soaking up chlorophyll. If you allow them to soak up all of that, they're just going to get fat and happy and just sit there and just grow more suckers and do nothing else. Okay? Now, trim back those suckers. If you thin out a tree, if you remove a lot of its leaf structure so that it has limited sun-eating potential, then the tree is going to be like, oh, I got to thrive. And you know what? I'm just going to have to reproduce and leave myself a legacy. These are metaphors, of course, but what does that mean? It means that the tree will shift into reproduction. And what is that? Fruit and flowers. So anytime you take a shrub, a flowering shrub or tree, and you trim it back, you want to limit the amount. If you want to maximize fruit, then limit leaves. Okay? Now you can't take all the leaves off, obviously, and kill it. But you want to keep leaves under control. The more you prune back leaves and branches, the less energy the tree is spending on that, the more it'll spend on fruit and flowers. Okay? The more chance you give it to overgrowing branches, it'll use up all of its energy there, and it'll get very lazy when it comes to fruit and flowers. Does that make sense? It's one of the two. Either more branches or more fruit. Just all right. You come back. I'm going to talk to you about bees. I'm going to talk to you about specifically, first and foremost, swarms of bees that you are going to be seeing if you
crazy to me because our whole operation ran about 26 gallons of diesel a day.
He says yet for dark here, the price of new boats, the taxpayer-funded grant announced this week will retrofit his 3 boats to electric by 2026.
Our operation is very smooth, just the way it is.
The more than 100-year-old company carries about 1.5 million people and 300,000 cars each year. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Cops say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the truck Friday night. City drivers stayed on scene and cooperated with the investigation. They do not think speed or impaired driving were factors in the crash. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its Oakland restaurant. The company says the closure is due to crime in the area endangering customers and employees. The announcement in January made national news as the first ever In-N-Out permanent closure. The drive-thru's last day is today. 3 people in LA have been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies across California.
A group allegedly hit luxury clothing stores in LA, Orange, and Riverside counties.
These aren't victimless crimes. Sometimes the suspects would use force against the workers as they ran out.
Attorney General Rabbi Rothschild says the group stole more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 to last month. Investigators with the LAPD Organized Retail Crime Task Force arrested the group. They say that thieves may be charged with even more crimes. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and one researcher in Silicon Valley is working on a new blood test to detect the cancer. Dr. Craig Eagle says it was more than 80% successful in clinical trials.
It measures the DNA that's generated from cancer, and if they have that broken DNA, then that raises the flag that needs to have some sort of follow-up to confirm that.
More than 50,000 Americans are expected to die of colon cancer this year. Eagle says dietary habits may be driving the rise of cancer.
High sugar-based
Drop that image like
Eagle's blood tests always be approved by the FDA. We'll check the freeway coming up right after this.
And you guys remember, if you're an Octane, I don't know if any other renderers do this, but if you're an Octane and you want to save VRAM so that you can make this more complicated, take your black and white images, set the type, and that's basically, by default, Octane is assuming that all of your textures are color textures. And there's more data, more bits and bytes in color textures like orange, black, and textures. So don't have your black and white textures be color textures. You're just wasting space. So yeah, let's put that into the specular. And then you can see it's
instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most exciting time of the year,
and the ways of both running multiple is
download the DraftKings Sportsbook app.
however, you have to keep in mind that it only works I only do both methods besides that bonus bet. Let's get started. Setting up this live. Alright, so first thing you want to do is right when once you're on your channel dashboard, what you want to do is create live. Now, once you're on your live stream dashboard, what you want to do is click on the schedule stream button and then create a new live stream.
Oh, it's my turn. Yeah, the kitchen store. I love the kitchen store. Have you noticed? I love the kitchen store. Here's why. Because I want you to have the best possible dream kitchen you can have. And I know how difficult it is to make a million decisions in such a small space. That is why you need a place, one place where you find everything, all of your options, every cabinet style, every finish, every piece of hardware, every accessory on the market, all assembled in one place, on display, practical displays. Everything from entry level to ultra custom cabinets so that you find your perfect price point. 12 months same as cash financing, so you can get started, and a place of meet or beat any price, including the big boxes. That's the kitchen store. Best of all, expert kitchen designers with state-of-the-art 3D design software. You're going to see every detail of that beautiful new kitchen before they build the first box. The kitchen store is right off the 405 in Culver City. Getting started is easy. You just go to 310kitchen.com, book an appointment for a free in-showroom design consult. Book your free consult to it now at 310kitchen.com. That's That's the kitchen store. 310kitchen.com.
Sound like weather from KFI. Hold on to your hats. We're going to wind advisory. Get it back till 8 o'clock tonight. The gusts could get up to 45 plus power with the highest. Increasing clouds this afternoon. Chance of showers. Slight chance of thunderstorms. High temps lower 60s for Metro LA and OC. Mid 60s in the beaches. Mid 50s to low 60s in the valleys. LNIE 40s to low 50s in the Yellow Valley. We're mostly clear tonight. Temps dropping down to the 40s, generally down to the mid 30s in the Yellow Valley. And sunny tomorrow. Highs to the upper 60s for Metro LA and OC. Mid 60s in the beaches. Valleys and Inland Empire, 50s to around 60 in the Yellow Valley tomorrow. Right now it's 58 in Orange, 56 in Portland. You have a crash in Linwood until about 5. And there are two crashes right beside the spot here. We've got a crash in Caltrans in that area.
Hi, everybody. Just to let you know that according to the authority, country has an opinion that she needs to get alive. This is online, welcome, and right to Alrighty, so we're going to kick off the meeting with people saying
Thanks so much, Zilla Digital Investments, for all you've done for us.
yes, they're all girls. They're all girls. They've got between 30 and 60,000 how well it's doing. Just about reproduction. That's right. Girls get it done. That's what I'm saying. Girls get it done. So this is what I want you to do. Stories of bees and swarming. Getting the young ones. Most media outlets certainly not there, but most media outlets fail and fall for the hype and they get it all wrong. They don't handle the stories from an informed, scientifically accurate perspective. That isn't good for us. It's definitely not good for us. So I want you to listen. We are dependent on honeybees are key species that can take away all sorts of things for us. Absolutely critical to food production and the circle of life, and that is both being proven saying it doesn't matter between the two, okay? Honeybees alone are responsible for pollinating 18% of all plants. Responsible to the bees. Second thing I want you to know, bees are not out to get you. Bees don't. The bees are never on the attack. I say this. I say bees are never on the attack. No, they're never offensive predatory creatures. Even when bees are aggressive and after their warming, they are acting defensive. They only act you're like, that's not the way it seemed to be last week when I got sick. I get it. I just understand they are always defending from their perspective. But even super aggressive alphas, they are defending. Bees are always reacting defensively to perceived threats. Here's the most important part of the show. And believe me, when it gets out for hours and anybody knows about bees, there's so many fascinating things to say about them, but I'm just giving you the critical stuff today. You gotta see swarms. A swarm of bees is two different things. There's bees that just arrive in abundance and fly over your yard and hang in a large clump of your tree or fence or on the corner of your roof, wherever that is natural. Okay? No one is in a running gang looking for trouble. Okay? It's a new colony of bees searching for a new home. This is what happens in the spring. Hives, entire hives, which is their home. Okay? Hives get home. Entire hives get cooked. Okay? The queen allows a new queen to be born, and then the old queen gathers up about a third of the workers, and she launches out into the world. They have one last meal. They hang up, they fill their bellies like a Thanksgiving dinner around the food that they make. That's all they eat until they're full. They are nervous about finding a new home. It is consuming them finding a new home. They are not interested in you or pets or anything except finding a new home. But they do it in a way that protects the queen, making sure so they may go 100 yards, 50 yards, 25 yards, 200 yards, and lay and clump around you in the middle of that big clump of bees that you see hanging from the tree is the queen. She's in there eating. Okay, so what's happening? They're sending out scouts. They're looking for the next place. I guarantee you this. You see this? That hive. This is swarm. It is that dangerous to you unless you go out there spending stupid, trying to get in, spray with a water hose, or, bring the dogs inside. clients with the bee around them, and then the bee gets offensive, and then somebody gets stung. Okay, so they will be there for maybe 12 to 48 hours tops, and then they will simply you don't have to call an exterminator, you don't have to call the city, you don't have to panic, just let them be. They will be coming to their next hopscotch location until they find themselves. Massive colony bees out in the open. They're vulnerable. That's what they're doing. They're fighting. But if you're looking at the photo of, let's say, bees, and you don't see a massive bee, it's like a flying bee in an attic space. Somebody's taking a resident, and just to kill them. There are so many options, especially in Southern California, where you can call bee beecatchers.com. Call beecatchers, they will come out. They will not only live bees, and do life the same as with way less than normal experiment. They will live the bees, but they will also write their life.
Hello, how are you, Paolo?
Because if you just don't kill the bees are keeping all of the honey and the wax and all that stuff that's inside your attic or inside your wall. They're keeping it temperature controlled so it doesn't go. You get the bees out there and leave that stuff behind.
Well, come on, give me a break. You weren't there at night. What do you mean you didn't see me there? You have to give me some credit. If you want to know what happened, it's on a very old tablet in the app. You mean to say I don't see you streaming there anymore? Like it's been this long period of time. It was like 6 hours. I understand.
Is actually the last thing because they're just interested in you.
No. Oh, no, not at all. Nothing like that. Absolutely not. No, actually, 2 of the apps crashed. So there were 2 programs that had crashed, and one of them was yours, and one of them was the SPF. Actually, I think Harry Potter one was on the street, and that one was off when I woke. Sometimes Telegram isn't that reliable, particularly over long periods of time. It needs to be babysat a little bit, or else it'll, at least for me, it'll get disconnected one way or another. And like what happens is you get some kind of weird disconnect on their end or your end, and then your microphone will be off and your camera will be off, and then and so I do my best to make sure it's on a camera that has a good microphone so that people can hear me. But it just so happens that the one in the Crypto Degens Lounge has, whenever I'm in the Crypto Degens Lounge, if I'm active in there, I don't know if you know this, but I'll bring in 2 devices and I'll have one right by my face because I know that other one is really quiet, but it at least allows me to, like for instance, we were in there last night. I was in there last night with Joe Stack and Doubles or whatever. you know, Joe Pennybags, yeah, exactly. And we were up till like 5 in the morning in there watching, and then if we were watching Joe Rogan, and then um, he didn't know that the Harry Potter and Son thing in that space, and he knew about that, and so he saw what we do in there, and then he knew about Bitcoin acquisition and SPX, but it's just kind of like spreading the knowledge that now we don't have like one community of like 3 people. It's now, at least from what I do, is like 7 communities of like 6 people each, and you all are starting to meet each other, which is really cool. So yeah, we were in there really late last night, and then we listened to, actually I can't even tell you what we did. We listened to all of the Joe Rogan Ray Kurzweil interview, and then we listened to all of the Joe Rogan Elon Musk interview. And then we listened to like 5 hours of podcast, and we talked the whole time. Well, you know, like during commercials and stuff. And yeah, he was making a mud bot, and I was just working on my account, and we had a good time. But yeah, don't take it personally. Absolutely not. And I can't like really explain it to every single person, but you should know, keep in mind, this is technology. There are disconnects, there are app crashes, there are power failures. I do my best to avoid all of them. I have for the last 3 years. But, you know, at certain points, things can go on, particularly with the app crashes. That just happens, especially if I'm asleep and I'm not monitoring it, then it's going to be down for a few hours. That's immediately what I thought though when I saw it. I was like, oh no, that won't work out. Because actually, it may be the worst camera. I don't even really use the microphone for it. The only time I use the microphone for it is to turn it on and say, hey, I'll be there in a second, and then I come in with a better device. But I'll tell you what, the Crypto Degen file is the one that I would say, am most comfortable, aside from Harry Potter Bombs not family. And the thing is, I've been living in Harry Potter Bombs not family for like 10 months now. The Crypto Degen's launch though, the people are really cool there, and I like that one. I like that one, but sometimes, like, all they want to talk about is a lot of times sexual in nature, which I understand that's the theme of the room, but I don't know, I mean, sometimes I'm just not in that kind of mood. I don't want to say that. They don't always want to. And I like that room a lot. It's just, let me think, they all have kind of a theme, and it's interesting to me. Like, sometimes you get girls in Bitcoin ass vision when I would think they wouldn't want to be in there, and then, like, yours, you get some random people in there, which is cool. That's what I really like about these. Like Joe Printing Bags, he lives in Fullerton, and Fullerton, F-Town. Oh, Fullerton's in Orange County. I used to live there, and so we had all kinds of stuff in common. And we didn't mention that, but we did watch the we were sharing streams showing like he was doing things with Medbots, and I told him about my experiences with, I don't know if you know who Jared from Subway is. Do you know who Jared from Subway is? It's the guy behind all the Medbots, basically, in blockchain. That's the thing. We got to get you on Twitter Spaces. When you're on Twitter Spaces, you'll know all this stuff. You'll get to know these people. Honestly, you will become like. Go ahead. I know, man. I looked at it last night too. It's amazing, isn't it? It blew up. I told you that it would. So don't believe people when they say SEO takes 6 months. We did it in 72 hours, and it's everywhere. So you want to know how I did it? I did a lot of, and I don't normally do this, but on this project I worked pretty hard to make sure that I did an exceptional amount of tagging, meaning everything from cryptocurrency to DeFi to NFTs. I used hashtags, so that hashtags are very powerful for search engines, as are pictures, and I backlinked it all, and these are all really powerful websites. So search engines want to show this stuff as soon as they can, and we are everywhere. It's amazing. I saw it last night. And I was just really proud, and I think it looks so good. Exactly, I agree. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's do that. Certainly, I will send you a link, and it's just like it'll be for $200, and then that's it. And if you need anything else, we can always work on another project. You do. I saw. I actually. Yeah, the last update. Hold on. Wait, I could be wrong. Okay, and then the last Dex. The last Dex update you did was like 10 months ago, like a YouTube short. Is that correct? I know. Absolutely. Okay, so we're gonna type in Ryoshi Dex, and that's all we want in Google. And we've got 92 results, which is really good. That's 10 times more than what we had 72 hours ago, and it's just gonna expand from there. This is really cool. It's gonna go from 92 results to 92,000 results. Yeah, just give it a couple weeks. Now, when it comes to like expanding all over search engines, yeah, when that guy's like, it takes 6 months, yeah. But you can make huge differences immediately. I mean, within a couple days. Right. You're 100%. You're 100% right. You're 100% right. I was thinking about that. Just at least doing a Fiverr or an Upwork. You're right. And I've known to find it myself. That's amazing. Absolutely. When I saw the art, look, the art is fire. I can tell you right now, our stuff hasn't been even on the internet for more than a day. It's 23 hours, and your artist already saw it. We are everywhere, and it's all different, and it looks really cool. I mean, it gets me interested, and we have a call to action. It's like, when I see these videos, it's like, what do I do? Oh, the website is literally right there. If I want more information about this, I just go to the website. That's what we're doing. It's perfect. It's a landing page right now. We just don't want to lose the viewer. When people see this, we don't want them to be like, okay, that's cool art. I don't know what to do. At least now we know it's a project and where to go, and we're pushing it. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you want my honest opinion, I know you do. I'm a straight shooter. Chances are this is going to fit. Yes. most NFT projects do, because 99% of all these projects do. So for me to blow sunshine up your ass and say that this thing is gonna be the thing on which you retire is erroneous to me. I'm your friend, and I'm a straight shooter. Now, I recognize that. What I'm saying is that when it's not about that. NFTs and cryptocurrency is all about marketing. Most projects fail because they lose momentum. They don't have thriving communities, and they don't have any energy when it comes to their long-term strategy. Most are pump and dump, but I'm not even talking about the charts. I'm talking about the communities. You have either devs who don't want to be doxxed, devs who are in it for malicious reasons. You very rarely have a good devs who want to be in one, be in it for one. So what I'm telling you is just chances are, if you're looking at any crypto, any NFT, 99% of them are going to fail. Here's why yours has a chance at being successful. The 1%. It does have chances. Why? First and foremost, it has a very good developer, meaning you. You're a good leader for the project. You are a very honest person. You have a very high amount of integrity. You're accountable. So those are like going to get you huge points in this, and that's what you need. I wouldn't put all this work in this project if I thought Apollo is just going to play in this project. He doesn't do anything that he says he no. When he says he does it, he's going to do it. So I'm going to tell him how he can do it, just like I told him how he can change his social media and explode. We can do the same with this client. And I'm just giving you my opinion. Here's how you do it. First, you have a very good foundation, which is what you do. Secondly, you have to have an amazing social media presence, which you have a good foundation. Now, it will grow from there, so the foundation is definitely there. Thirdly, you have to have I shouldn't say secondly, social media, this is what we're referencing. You have to have a good contact, you have to have quality NFTs, you have to have quality art, you have to have reliable infrastructure for talent. Now, do you have an NFT that makes me say, I have to have this NFT, and if I don't get this NFT, I'm going to be really upset? It depends on the person. I'll tell you what, I think yours is cooler than most NFTs that I see, and I think that it can appeal to someone, either the Ryoshi or the Gensler, or perhaps both. What I really think, it has a really good theme to it. I mean, just from the story that you're telling about these two, there's like a good versus evil. It's very futuristic. It can very easily be, and I mean this, like, you have to be in this for the long run, and I know you are. We're going to take these characters, and so there's something called Sora. Do you know what Sora is? Sora. It's like an AI generator for video. Not art, but video. So you can say, yeah, but I don't want to like mess with my NFTs. Those are all by an artist. I understand. But we can take their art and put it into this AI video generator and make cartoons of Gensler. Well, it's not that I know how to do it. The technology hasn't yet been released to the public yet. It's currently in, wait. It's going to be here any day, though. They're going to release it any day. I've seen versions of it. Joe Rogan just talked about it and showed it when he was in an interview within the last 2 weeks. So what I'm saying is currently it's just in beta. When I say it's in development, I don't mean it's going to be here in 5 years. I mean, it could be here next week, and so you got to be ready for that. That's what's up with this AI. You have to be very quick to what's coming. That's okay. It's called Sora, Sora. So, and there are other versions of it too. But what I'm saying is that we'll be able to take the art from your artist, the NFTs, and create entire stories with them. And the way that you do that is just by prompt engineering. So you type into a text box, tell me a cartoon or show, create a video of 3 minutes of a Ryoshi racing a Gensler in a cyberpunk future in race cars at sunset. And it will create a little 3-minute video portion from just that text and the images that you give it. And it'll be like a little cartoon. And then we'll upload that to YouTube, and that's more content, or we'll upload it to wherever. But that creates a whole world for the NFTs, and it doesn't cost you anything. All of that. Well, right, people want to retire off here. People want to retire off here. And so people want to retire off of your art. So, but here's the thing, very easily, you can create value with these just with that system like Sora. What do I mean? So, right now I have like 10 different versions, maybe, I think you sent me like 27 pictures, but they're like, some of them are multiple, or duplicates I should say. So, let's say you've got 20 really good NFT pictures right now. You could market, you don't have, I don't know, it depends on the content, I guess. But you could perhaps, especially with something like Sora, create a video of this NFT. So let's say we take your NFT, it's like blue and purple and gray, it's like a gray one. And we put it up against a gun fight. Well, not yours, we'll pick another one, the yellow one. The yellow wolf, that's for sale. And we put it up against the gun fight. And we put a 3-minute video out there. From Sora, and we put that on TikTok and YouTube and all these other things. Now that video is kind of famous, and like the stuff I put on TikTok got thousands of views, and what that means, you tell me, but at least made impressions on people. And as these accounts grow, they'll get much more of that. This is with an account with 0 followers. It gets thousands of views, so that's great. Now, let's say someone is like, look, what benefit do I get out of your coin? You can say, or not coin, your NFT. You can say, this NFT has gone viral on the internet. This NFT has thousands of views on it. No one else can own it. It's been featured in this YouTube short, or it's been featured in this Sora movie, this digital movie, basically, that people know. You can now basically own it. It's almost like I'm saying to you this. Yeah, exactly. Basically, it would be like this. Let's say that perhaps could happen. That perhaps, but it would be like this. Certainly. What's your favorite cartoon, Apollo? Excellent. So let's say we put out Mickey Mouse, a movie about, just Mickey Mouse, okay, fine. And then we made an NFT, a unique NFT. There was only one Mickey Mouse, there was only one Minnie Mouse, there was only one Pluto, there was only one Goofy, there was only one of those major characters, just like your NFT. No one owns them. And then you could say to people, hey, you know that famous cartoon, Mickey Mouse? You can own that NFT. In the same way, you create your own video with Sora, so that it's a famous cartoon on the internet, and you can basically make people interested in purchasing it because it's an NFT that's featured in a movie or in a story that people watch and comment on and upvote and things like that. Basically, you're auctioning off art that has been featured in other media, such as music videos that you can create with this type of technology, movies, shorts. The opportunities are seemingly endless. So that's a really interesting thing. So here's what I'm saying though. How you can make this coin, this token, this decentralized exchange, the 1% that survives and is successful. Then from there, you have to, and I mean this, you have to go where the discussion is. And that's on Twitter Spaces. And absolutely. Yeah, definitely. On 10 different devices if you want. No, I understand. Yeah, no, there's an option. I misunderstood what you meant. Yeah, there's an option within Twitter Spaces. You just press a little toggle and it records the space for you for later download. Well, so we're gonna have to teach you a little bit about them, but you should see that they're going 24 hours a day on different topics. So you can either host one yourself and go have that on go 24 hours a day, or you can have other people. You can go to other people's. And I would so it depends on what you want to do, really. And what do I mean? Well, okay, but here's the thing. You have to understand, we're going to be starting from ground zero with an account that has very few followers. When you start up a Twitter space, the algorithm just doesn't pour people into your space. People have to go there and seek you out by the keywords that you use in the search, essentially. And the search is poor at this point, so it's kind of hard for them to find you. I'm being honest with you. For as good as my hashtags are, I'm live 24/7 in a Twitter space, and every day in this Twitter space, I get 4 people total over the course of the whole day. So I'm making you aware that when you start small, it's very difficult to go big. So you're saying, I don't want to go into other people's spaces because there are haters. You're going to have to start that way. And the reason why you have to start that way is because you have to make people aware of your project. And no one's going to be aware of it if you just open up a Twitter space, have no followers, and just... I'll explain. So there are some Twitter spaces that allow you to feature your project. It's called Show Your Space, Show Your Project, Show Your NFT, Show Your art. And so you go to one of those, and that's where you do that. Hey, I'm Apollo. I want you to know that I have a unique decentralized exchange token and NFTs. This art is all created one of a kind by a human artist. Check out our social media. It's Ryoshi Dex. We're everywhere. You can check out our videos. You can check out our YouTube shorts. You can check out our images. Everything is on our website, Ryoshi, cyberpunkryoshi.io. Check that out for more information. I appreciate it if you would follow me, and I'll follow you back. Thank you for the opportunity to show my project. I hope everyone has a great day. That's all you have to say. And you say that in space after space. You don't have to do it like till you get sick of it. But people will be like, oh, okay, well, tell us about it. You can post the art in the space. So that's key for you. It's not just all audio. You can post videos and art in there so that 200 people are looking at it. And so that's how you get people to learn about it. No one's ever going to learn about it from YouTube, though. That will enhance their experience. But where you will really connect with people is Twitter Spaces. And it's the only place that you will do it. Okay, so I would say my best advice to you. Yeah, definitely. My best advice to you is you own the Twitter app, right? Of course, you're not going to but I mean, you have it on your phone. Okay, so what I would do if I were you is, do you know how to get into a Twitter space? That's okay. Not everyone does. That's okay. That's a huge advantage, though, because you know how it works. You know how this exactly all of that. Exactly. So what you should I know, and you're always like, Rabbi, I know, but I'm driving. This one, I understand. You got to find a place where you can look at your phone, and I can explain to you how to find Twitter spaces. But okay, you know where Twitter spaces is? Okay, well then just go to. No, you don't want to start one. Yeah, you don't want that one. That's not what you want. Okay, on the left, in the left side, in your menu. Now, I'm not looking at an Android device right now. I'm looking at iOS. That's okay. Just settle down. On the left side, you should click, there's a menu, and you should see it says profile, settings, all that other stuff, and you should see spaces. Spaces. Correct. Yep. Go ahead. There you go. Click on that. Well, I was just going to say, you're going to click on it and it's going to disconnect the call. But listen in on what they're saying. Okay? And you'll get to learn how these work. And what I'm telling you is this, and I mean this. Listen to these for hours. You have the ability to listen to these things for hours a day. You're going to get well known on it. You're going to get lots of followers. I can tell you this. I'm going to tell you how you get a lot of followers. And it is by being in spaces. You'll get 15 people following you at once if you say something that's interesting to them. And they're real people, and they will comment on your stuff. And this is a lot better than if you went organic traffic. Now, there are other ways too. We're gonna skip ahead to. We can teach you how to buy followers, or I can just do it for you on like another account and get a big account. That's what you want. What I'm saying is this: you do it on another account that's not related to this account. So you get an account, you just create an account. I mean, like I told you, I think you know, I have 2100 accounts. What you want is one that's not associated with you. Like one that you're not gonna cry if you ever get banned. Okay? It's basically an experiment. And so I can create one instead of you either. But basically what you do is make this a powerful account. So it might cost you, I'd say you need 10,000 people to be considered like a big influencer on Twitter Spaces, I would say. And so that's going to cost you like $100, maybe 200 at the max. That's not crazy. No one else is going on. Hold on, I shouldn't say that. A ton of people. Hold on, a ton of people. But when I say no one else, I mean less than 2% of the people on Twitter are buying followers. I've bought them before. I have accounts that have had 10,000 people. Yeah, that's what I was gonna tell you. Hold on, no. That's what I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna get that kind of shit all the time. I'm telling you, I've gone through it. There are services that I've used. The best one I like is called Insta Followers. And you can go there and get TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, as many followers as you want. In fact, I'll tell you how much it's going to be right now. Just one moment. And so, you got it, baby. So here's the thing. Once you get, and like, you work hard for your money, and you're going to make it. It's going to work hard for you. What I mean to say is this. I have an account that has, like, I have a lot to say, but I don't have an account tens of thousands of followers, but I bought them. Then I've had accounts that have had thousands of followers, and they were all organic. I've lost both. And why did I lose both? Because I created 2,100 accounts, and Twitter basically is blacklisted. I am on Twitter on a bunch of accounts. I just have to do it kind of on the DL. Now, you won't have this issue. So what we're going to do is we're going to buy Twitter followers from you. And you have the option. You can buy real Twitter followers, or you can buy bots. Whatever you want. So here's the thing. Oh, it's so cheap. In comparison. All right. If you want them to delete, I can. Okay, so for 1,000 real followers, it's $35. But you can only buy 1,000 on account, which is fine. If you really want to do this quickly, you buy 1,000 followers for $35 and have them follow your times 12. Why times 12? Oh, okay. I was gonna say just say 10,000, but if you want, yeah, $350. 350. Yeah. Now you're gonna then have 10,000 real followers. What do we consider real followers? These are live people. Hopefully their accounts are masked in. Now, if you want to do it for say bots, you can do it 5,000 times, 5,000 followers a time, so only 2 days, and it would cost you $160 basically. Wait, hold on. I don't think you're either hearing me or I'm not explaining. I've said it now, I think 2 or 3 times, but let's review. We don't want you to get your main Twitter account banned. That's why you have to have another account. You were like, well, I can use my Apollo account. And I said, that's not what you want either. You want a new account. If my exact words were an account that you can lose that you don't care about. Excellent. So, okay. That's okay. I understand you have concern because you don't want to lose your account. That absolutely isn't doing anything for us right now, but you don't want to lose it. It means something. You okay? You okay? It reinforces the knowledge here. Actually, I could try. You good? So then, what you would do is create a Twitter account. I can do that for you. It's not hard. I can send you the information. This won't be tied to you. It could be. It could just. If I were you, this is what I would make it. Whatever your Apollo, like make it what you're comfortable being called in public, because people are going to be doing that on Twitter Spaces. So I would call it Apollo Dex or whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it, but or Apollo Crypto, whatever. We'll find a name that you like, And then what we do is 10 days in a row, we do payments for $34.50. That's how much it is. I said it's 35, but it's really $34.50. I was just using rounded numbers. So it's going to cost you about, I say $350 of tax and everything else. Uh-huh. Right. Well, now you go into a Twitter space and everybody's going to let you up and speak. So you're going to be able to, well, one other thing I would do if I were you is I would get a verified check. But that's, no, it takes 3 to 5 days. Okay, and you're right. It could be because when I did it, I had one. It took me 7 days, and that was a long time at the time. But that was a year ago. That was a year and 2 months ago. So, no, it says up to 7 days. Well, no, you're going to tell them where to go. You're going to say, I'm the developer. This is how it's done on Twitter Spaces. Not everyone uses their main space account, their main project account. Most people don't. They use a personal account or a Twitter account, and they go into spaces and they show their project. Hey, my name is Apollo. I'm going to make you aware that I have a project. If you go to Ryoshi Dex on Twitter and follow it, I'll be sure to follow you back. That's the main project account. This is you don't know how it works. And that's cool. That's why your project has like 10 followers and no social media. No, exactly. No, exactly. You don't understand how these projects work. This is how they work. Here's what you, okay, then your people aren't going to want to be connected to you. What you do is this. You do the follow for follow until you don't need to do it. And then you drop them all. And then you follow no one. That's what these projects do. You're over here like, dude, Pandora's over here, and they have 12,000 followers, and they don't follow anyone. You don't know how that project works. You don't know that they might have followed everybody back until a certain point, and then they dropped everything. And that's what projects do, and that's what influencers do. That's why you can have an influencer with 1.2 million people who follow them on Twitter, and they follow one person, and that's like the president. That's how that works. They follow people to a certain point, and then they stop following people. Either that, or they do what we talked about in the first place, which was they follow. They just buy their account. Now, you don't have to follow that. That's fine. I don't care less. I just said something. Do whatever you want. Run the account any way you want. It's your account. What I'm telling you is that if you want engagement, which is what you want, you do the follow for follow. If you don't, though, that's fine. No, it's not. I think you can get both the best worlds. I think you can get both the best of both worlds. So you can have the Apollo Dex, or I'm sorry, the Ryoshi Dex. It doesn't follow that. That's cool. But you follow them with your big account or your no, not the Apollo, your fake one, whatever, the one with 10,000 followers. You follow them with that. You don't care about that one. No, we can come up with it right now.
Which is that's it's not possible for
No, it does. It actually. Well, no, they're not gonna know that. They won't. They won't. On Twitter Spaces, there are so many people that they're not gonna be like, oh. Yeah, it just. It doesn't work. When's your birthday? If you don't want to tell me that, that's okay. I just need to. What year? Okay. You're like Taylor Swift, maybe. Next. Okay, we have to put in. We're going to do an email just one more. I'm just going to use a temporary email address. We just need to. I'm just going to use a temporary email address. You can change it to whatever you want. You don't own. You don't own a power13@gmail.com. You do. You own APOLLO@gmail.com. No, that's different. That's different. Okay, we can use that though, but you don't own it. That's what I'm saying. Stop. I'm doing this. I know how to do it. We could, but I don't want to tie anything to that account. I don't want to tie anything to your project. This is going to be fully independent. We're just going to use a temporary email address. Well, it's just like you said. I don't want to risk my Ryoshi, and I think that's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea. Exactly. You just don't want to risk anything. So that's why I'm saying we'll just use a temporary email address and okay, so 189 phone email. Easier said than done. I mean, I wish I had programs. I have hundreds. I wish I had programs. I have hundreds. You have to understand, when you are becoming a social media person and doing all this stuff, you use multiple accounts. I know you know that. Well, I'll tell you what, if I would normally be like, oh no, I don't know what I'm doing. I know exactly what the fuck I'm doing. I do this all goddamn day. You're right. Okay. Absolutely. Anything I've got to get ready to make sure. Alright, so I would have already created this account by now, but my Twitter, you have a Twitter that you can, I mean, you could use that. You go to settings, there's a button that says within settings, you'll find deactivate account, and it'll ask you to. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so you're like, I can just create the Twitter account. Create the Twitter account. Make it whatever you want. That's the best case scenario. And then what you do is you go to, I'll give you the website. I can send it to you. It's instafollowers.co. And you go to Twitter services, and you go buy Twitter followers. Well, hold on. Why are you deleting it? You need a Twitter account, right? That's what we want. Oh, perfect. 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 You can change all the name for it, make it Apollo. You can change all that. So perfect. Okay, excellent. So all I'm going to do is right now send you the link, and then once a day for 10 days in a row, you go to this Instagram follower link, and you, and it's the best website I've ever found to do this, and it works, and it works really quickly. So you will start getting Twitter followers, and you'll have like 1,000 Twitter followers in 24 hours. Well, I'll say this, at least the robots are that way. With real people, your mileage may vary, but I can tell you that this, like, the worst thing, the thing that you're going to get is what happened to you. These fly-by-night people. Hey, somebody sent me an email. They can get me people to follow me on Telegram and all this. Like, or somebody sent me a direct message. No, you don't want that. You want someone with an established e-commerce store on the internet that's been around. I can tell you this company's been around for 5 years, which is great. If they were going to screw you, they wouldn't be in business. So I just sent you a link. It's a beautiful link. It comes up with a nice picture, and you just buy your Twitter followers there. Yep. Well, I'll tell you this. No. Oh, I didn't even think about this. You can buy it all right now. It doesn't say, no, you just do it 10 times. It says the max you can do it once is 1,000. So you just do 1,000, put a charge in for $34.50 on your debit card. Once that charge is done, go right back to the website, do another one for $34.50. You could do it 10 times. Your banks may think that that is suspicious and they freeze your card or something. So that's why I'm saying it's probably best if you just do it over the course of a few days, ideally 10 days, just 1,000 people each day. So then let's talk about Yep. That's correct. Oh, that's perfect. Uh-huh. Yep. 100%. Exactly. You got it. That's 100%. That's the game. You got it. You won the game. You won the game. There's one other thing that you can do to improve your account significantly, and that would be to get that blue check mark. Aside from that, you got it. I would say yes, and here's why. It gives you some advantages that other people don't have. You can DM people. No, you don't know. Tell me right now, what is the advantage of the blue check mark? Right, but they don't. Only the big accounts do. If you see who is working, like you'll see, after this call, I'm going to tell you or suggest you, go to Twitter Spaces. The one that you were in was a perfect one. It's on NFTs, cryptocurrency. Listen to what they do. Listen to who talks and who's got those blue check marks. Those are important accounts in the Twitterverse because those people have enough money that they have enough to be able to for this premium service. Here's why it's good for you. Number one, it legitimizes you. You can walk into any Twitter space and you're gonna get called up, or you're gonna be, your request to speak is going to be granted immediately. Secondly, it's gonna legitimize your project. People are not necessarily going to think that your project is as legitimate if it's coming from an unverified account. The more verification you can put, the better it is. I mean, honestly, ideally, sure. I'm saying that if you are a random chick on Twitter Spaces or a random dude on Twitter Spaces, if you've got the money to do all of that, Apollo, they're expecting you to have the money to have a verified check. That's okay. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. By looking at your Twitter space or looking at your Twitter account, nobody knows that. They just want some verification. And I'm telling you, the two ways to do that are by having a lot of followers, which you will have, and by having a verified check. Now, if you're like, Rabbi, I don't want to spend $20 a month on a verified check mark, that's fine. You don't need one. I'm just saying, if you really want to win this, that's what you do. If you have a verified check mark, you have over 10,000 followers, and you are one of only 100 people on Twitter Spaces who are actively engaged, and then you're going to get a lot of followers from that, and you're also going to get a lot of people who have offers for you and want to help with your project when it comes to business. Okay, so it doesn't need to be. So we can fix that. Here's what you do. You wait till you get to a point where you're relaxed and you're stopped. And you say, all right, I got this account that I was going to delete. I'm going to change that stuff. It's very easy for me to do that. Once the stuff is changed, all I do is go to that link that Rabbi told me. I put the username in. I put the amount of followers. I put my debit card information, and it will be there in 1 to 2 days. That's it. I'm done for the day. I don't have anything else that I have to do today. So if you're over here like, well, it's going to take a long time. I know when things take a long time. This is not one of them. This is a very easy project. Well, so we can talk about that. So the best way to really do it is to do the same thing that you're doing on your fake account, on your Dex account. And it would just be over 10 days, get 10,000 pounds. You're going to probably have the best chance of doing it. I can tell you the amount of speed that you can get of people to follow you on Twitter. If you're in Twitter Spaces every single day and you're engaged and you're engaging people, you're only still going to get maybe 50 to 100 people a day. And that's 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours of work a day. If you, I'm telling you, there's shortcuts to this. Like, well, I don't want to risk losing my Dex account. I understand. That's why do it with your fake account first. See how it works. Give it a month or two and make sure that the followers don't all go over, which they won't. And once you're comfortable with it, then try it with the Dex. It's a good question. It's a very good question. So then what you're going to have is a Dex with over 10,000 followers. You're going to have a fake account, but it's like your megaphone with over 10,000 followers. You'll be able to go to any Twitter space, and you'll be like a recognized person. Like, oh, it's Apollo. Hey, come on in, etc., etc. There are, over the course of a day, you'll see the spaces that are going on are always pretty new, but some of them are regular, and some people do like nightly shows. or daily shows or whatever. So, okay, we've talked about now how to make people aware of your project. But there's a difference between going into someone's Twitter space and showing your project, which is great, and then being able to host a space and talk about your community and all of that. That's where you really become a leader. And we can tell you how to get there, but that's when you're hosting a space. That's another step. Right now, Apollo, what I want you to do, and this has been a wonderful conversation, I think for both of us. I've learned a lot. We've discussed a lot of good things. So what you want to do is go to Twitter Spaces and start listening to them. And listen to them for 2 or 3 hours today, at least. They're very interesting. So this is all stuff that, and if there's something that you don't like, I'm going to send you another link. You're like, Rabbit, I can't take so many links. I've only sent you 2. One is the Insta followers, and the other is called spacesdashboard.com. And if you're like, Rabbit, what's spacesdashboard.com? You have an Android device. Android device is not as good as the iOS devices on Twitter. iOS has some things that you can do on Twitter that Android you cannot. What are they? iOS allows for the sharing of video in Twitter Spaces. Android does not. So there will be people in these Twitter Spaces who some people are showing their video and you won't be able to see it. That's changing. So give it a month or 2 and Android should be caught up. The next thing is that you can't use a soundboard. That's not a big deal on Android. There are some other differences. A third thing is that Twitter Spaces does not have a search bar. And that's really important when you're trying to find something in which you're interested. So, for instance, if you want the ability to share your project, you can go to the search bar on iOS and type project share. And anything that has the two-phrase project share will show up. You don't have that ability on Android. So what I did is I sent you a link. It's called Spaces Dashboard. That actually is even better than what iOS has. It's the best of both worlds. It tells you where every single space is going on in the world right now, what language it is. You can filter it by just English. You can filter it by just financial discussions, just NFT project. You can see how many people are in there. So, for instance, right now, there are. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. You should have your. You should have your. And this is about a week of work to get this account where you need it to be, or like 10 days worth of work or whatever. But you need 10 days to learn how Twitter Spaces works, or you won't be successful there either. So right now, there are 397 Twitter Spaces going on in English. That's a lot. There are a ton going on in other languages, even more than English. English is not the top language spoken on Twitter. Japanese is, and then like Arabic and Spanish. English is not as high as you would think. But there are 397, or now there are 401. So it fluctuates. But what I'm telling you is that the top ones right now are crypto discussions. So the first one is Duco is the third $1 billion dog. The second one is Puku Community Space. The third is Cyberrat May 2024 Inc. Absolutely. You don't need to have an account with a certain number of followers. You don't need to pay. It's all free. And so you can listen to all of this stuff. I sent you the link, and you can listen to anything in English. I can tell you right now, of the first 20 hottest Twitter Spaces right now, like 15 of them are blockchain related. The other ones are like world news related. And they have a lot of people there. The top one in English right now has 731 people. Now, what you need to understand is the chances that you, with any account that doesn't have a lot of followers, isn't verified, of being able to talk in front of 731 people and tell them about your project is very low. It's very low. But if you have a verified account and a blue check mark, they'll let you on. And you can talk in front of 731 people immediately and get your voice out there. That's why I'm saying that's what that does for you, is it gives you complete credibility in these spaces. They want you to come out. Yeah. No, absolutely not. They were unrelated. We both had established social media platforms. And if you want to know, well, here's the thing. More like, he had as many followers as I had before I lost my account. We only have like 3,000 organic followers. But our big account, his big account, I had tens of thousands on mine before it got banned. And he had tens of thousands on his. His got banned. So he had to create a new one. And the way that he got it over 100,000 followers is by doing a contest. Now we can talk about that, but you need to have an established account before you do a contest. So basically what you do is you do a giveaway, and in exchange for people for the giveaway, like it's a big giveaway. You might have to give $1,000 away. But you'd say, okay, I'm going to give $1,000 in Bitcoin to anyone who is following me and reposts this before May 1st. And then everyone will post and do all that stuff, and you'll get a lot of followers. So I would say the main Harry Potter and Masonic Temple Twitter account gained 90,000 followers, maybe 110,000 followers through a contest. So those are things that you can do, but you have to understand, people know about that brand. People know about the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 brand, and it has a huge community. So it's very easy for the community to be able to spread that information. If you just have a contest yourself, you're not going to get the same kind of results. You'll see though, there are so many scams on Twitter, nobody believes you that you're giving them money. That's okay, that's what I'm saying. If you're a small account and you're like, I'm giving away $1,000 to anyone who follows me, people do that all the time, and they don't have a lot of followers, and they don't get a lot of followers. If you already have 10,000 followers and you say, hey, I'm running a contest, that shows that you're legitimate and that you might actually pay this out, and that a lot of people are already aware of what you're doing. Like this one, for instance, yeah, it would be something like you have to be following the main Ryoshi Dex account. You have to retweet the contest information, and you have to do all of this by a deadline. And then the winner will be chosen at random. People like when you do the choosing on camera, because so many of these are rigged that they just give $1,000 to their friends, or they don't give $1,000 away at all. They just keep running fake contests, which is really unfortunate. So if you do it on camera and you say, all right, winner is Joe Schmo. Well, okay, great. And then you send that person $1,000 in Bitcoin, you take a screenshot of it, you show them, you show that you actually pay out, and then then you have some legitimacy. And then you run another contest, and a lot more people will take part. So I don't necessarily think you give away $1,000 on the first one. You might give $100 away each month for 12 months and see what happens. But that takes time. Like the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new account, Morley was featured on social media, and he was in a big fight against a huge influencer. There are a lot of advantages that project had that unfortunately yours currently doesn't, but it could in the future if you want. Yeah, I mean, it just has a huge community. It has, it's been launched for, Well, you just asked me what did more like to do, and I'm telling you this is what they did. All right. So then, all right. Then the first thing that you do. Exactly. So then, what you need to do, we will close this call. You go on Twitter Spaces. You learn how it works. I sent you Spaces dashboard. That gives you ability to search and find anything of which you're interested. But just go in, check it out. Then what you do is when you're part, you buy 1,000 followers to that fake account, and you're done for the day. You do the same thing tomorrow, and the same thing the next day. You keep listening on Twitter Spaces, and when you feel comfortable, you say, Rabbi, I want to host one, or I want to co-host one with you. I want to learn the different features, and I'll show you how to do it. And then, you know, it's kind of like the bird leaving the nest. You'll be on your own.
It's hard to know exactly what's going to change the dynamics of this real estate market because even
GPT, yeah.
Okay, guess what? This is going to drive down prices because I'm not going to be able to
Sure. Chat GPT. Yeah. Sure. Do you want me to just put this in the chat? With the direct message? That's what I'm saying. You want a white paper on Uniswap version 2? Aren't you? No, it doesn't. I'm giving you a white paper. ChatGPT just wrote one white paper, Uniswap version 2, abstract. Uniswap version 2 is a decentralized exchange. Okay. So what do you want? Okay. You have to be able to explain it, or it won't give you what you want. So explain it as Okay, that's what it gave me. Yeah, very good. Uniswap version 2 is a decentralized exchange. Yeah, it created it for us. Do you want me to put this in? Not that many. You can change it to whatever you want. I'm gonna put this white paper in the chat in our direct messages, and it's what you need. All right, so I just put what you wanted in the Twitter space. I'm sorry, in the direct messages, and I'm going to send you a link for $200, and you're going to go on Twitter Spaces and just sit there and listen. And then tonight, when you're relaxed, you're going to change what needs to be changed in that Twitter profile, and you're going to buy 1,000 followers, and you're going to be on your way. I sent you the white paper. LFG. Excellent. Let's fucking go. You take care, Paul. If you need anything else, you let me know, okay? Take care, baby. Absolutely. Bye-bye.
You don't change the price tag on this technology. So here's one of the lines from that article. Put simply, restricting Airbnb is not going to be an effective tool for solving the housing affordability problems in many U.S. cities. So it is true that if you banned Airbnb, it would increase the supply of single-family homes for rent, yes. And more supply, yes, drives down costs. But it's such a small percentage that the impact on long-term renters is minimal. So I think the commission changes are going to be far more impactful to prices that we pay for housing over time than banning Airbnb. So we have to make sure we're attacking the right things, that we're thinking about supply and demand properly, because we do need more supply in the housing market. And there's still a lot of younger millennials and older Gen Zers who want to buy a home. And I'm rooting for it because it's a tough market out there still. All right, we are going to talk about vacations in just a second. I want to talk about how you think about how much you spend on a vacation. But first, I'm Joe Rothschild, and this is KFI 8640. What you need to know and when you need to know. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live after dark on the Air Radio app. Gone too soon. I'm Andrew Carabello, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Police say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the truck Friday night. Say the driver stayed on scene and cooperated with the investigation. They don't think speed or impaired driving were factors in the accident. UC Riverside has denied that Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter attended the school like he had claimed in his resume. The university says there were no records of Mizahura in its database, despite Mizahura's bio saying he graduated in 2007. This is just one of the questions raised about his credentials since he was accused of stealing millions from Ohtani for illegal bets. The MLB has opened a formal investigation. A man has been found dead with a gunshot wound after crashing into a building in L.A. LAPD says officers responded to the Fashion District early this morning where they discovered the car and the unresponsive man inside. They say they think the guy was likely shot near Olympic Boulevard and tried to escape before crashing. There was minor damage to the building. And LA County has approved new short-term rental rules for unincorporated areas. The rules now include an annual fee of $914 and a requirement that hosts only rent out their primary residence. That means no accessory dwelling units or vacation rentals. County leaders say this action is to preserve the long-term housing stock and quality of life, while also leaving some room for owners to rent out their spaces on a short-term basis. The rules are only for unincorporated areas in LA County, not cities, but don't yet impact places like Marina Del Rey or Catalina Island, where the California Coastal Commission is expected to enact its own regulations. Michael Monk's KFI News. And more international soccer is on tap today in Exposition Park.
The team from Guadalajara faces its arch rival Atlas FC. If you don't know who those teams are, just know it might be a little congested around BMO Stadium today. 2 games at Crypto.com Arena. First, the Clippers host the Sixers, and then the Lakers host the Pacers. And on the ice, Tampa Bay takes on the Ducks in Anaheim. With your weekend watch out for traffic trouble spots, Will Phillips-Ryder, KFI in the sky.
Lawmakers in D.C. have passed a $1.2 trillion spending package avoiding a partial government shutdown. The bill was passed early yesterday morning. Let's try it again. The bill was passed early yesterday morning. There we go. After the Senate failed to vote by its midnight deadline, ABC's Mary Alice Park says the bill will fund 70% of the government.
It includes a pay raise for U.S. troops, funding to hire about 2,000 new Border Patrol agents, additional funds for things like Head Start, child care, cancer, and Alzheimer's research.
President Biden signed the bill saying it will keep the government funded until fall. Brazil's federal police have arrested the men suspected of orchestrating the killing of Rio de Janeiro councilwoman Marielle Franco, who was black and openly bisexual, was gunned down in 2018. The shooter confessed in 2019, and that confession led to the arrest of a congressman and his brother. The motive is not clear. Both reportedly have connections to militias who illegally charge residents for services, including protection. And the shirt Britney Spears wore on the X Factor in 2012 is now up for auction. The chainmail halter top Could sell for thousands of dollars. Bidding starts at $500, but it's been appraised for $20,000 to $25,000. Just out of my price range. I would have done it for $19,000. It's rare for clothing worn by the singer to go up for auction since Spears sold most of her iconic outfits through her charity, the Britney Spears Foundation. But enough of that. Let's take a look at a crash on the 60 in industry.
This one really started back up here. A 30-minute delay through industry on the 60 west of the Tuesday Avenue. Left lanes blocked by a crash. It's going to be stopped at Road Dallas. Also, Baldwin Park, 10 west of Francisco. Crash here as things back up to about Tuesday Avenue. The cab is on the continual problem on the 10 west of Rongo Trail. And a Ford vehicle crashing through Laguna Hills. Might stop that on pause. Stop and go from Montoro Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Peter.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Possible rain this afternoon. I stay in the upper 50s to low 60s across the Southland. Weather tonight will get kind of chilly. Lows are dropping into the 30s and 40s, and then tomorrow the clouds are going to leave. It's going to get sunny. It's going to get clear. It's going to get a little warmer with highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and inland for Metro AOC, the valleys, and the Inland Empire. Around 60 in the Antelope Valley with some wind in the afternoon. Right now, though, we're looking at Aliso Viejo 61, Lake Forest 59, Hawthorne 61, and Marina Del Rey also 61 degrees. We leave local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. All Joel wants is to help you save, invest, and enjoy portable matters. This is How to Money with Joel Marsgard.
KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I am your host, Joel Marsgard, and this show is all about you. It's all about you saving and investing so that you can do more of what matters. It is about money pool becomes pointless, right? It is important to be able to pay our debts on time. Go from the work towards debt paydown to be investing so that we can grow our wealth, so that we have more optionality in our lives. Having more savings on hand so that we can encounter an emergency and not be bowled over by it. Those are all really important things. And at some point, though, most of us have no desire to develop Elon Musk, Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos level life. And for good reason. Because why? And so this show is all about kind of helping normal folks handle money appropriately and seeing the ways in which that they can kind of change habits, develop new things so that they can thrive with their finances. Let's talk about kind of budgeting for travel. There was this interesting article in this website, The Art of Mountains, which sounds like it's only for dudes, but it's not. Surprisingly, thoughtful conversation from this website. They've got a great podcast as well, The Art of Manliness.com. And this article was all about how much you should spend on vacation. And I saw this and I was thinking, I love looking at the personal finance stuff over there, but also just the good stuff to be speaking about now, especially because this is kind of the time of year where people start to think about summer plans. And I talked not too long ago about the best time to start booking Western travel for this summer. Well, it might be later this month, early next
in front of your trip is when you're going to find the best pricing. And it's obviously, getting a deal, that's you're I don't want to pay too much for whatever I'm going to do. But this website was talking about how the average recommendation for the percentage of your income that you should spend on travel, on vacations, is 5 to 10%. Which, let's be honest, that's a pretty big range. And again, in some ways that makes sense to me. But it's also potentially a lot of money, right? And so much depends on what your financial situation looks like and what your goals are. Because let's be honest, some people are homebodies. I know some people that travel doesn't sound that great to them. And I know other people, and if they're not traveling like 2 months out of the year, they hate their life. Or they're just not, they feel like their wings have been clipped. And so, what is it that you want from your life? I think some people might find that 10% is insufficient. And others might find that 5% is overkill. And so, I will say this. Americans are bad at all the holidays at taking vacations. When you go overseas, I swear you go from Australia and from Germany, the taking these extended holidays. We're dropping in for a week, and they're on month 2. It's impressive. That is one thing that much of the rest of the world, at least from some of the richest countries, are so much better. They're better at taking time off and enjoying themselves, and they probably budget upwards in that 10% range of their income towards taking trips. So what I would like to see is people take all their vacation time, even if that doesn't mean going on an extravagant, expensive vacation. I think this is important to mention too. If you're in debt, you can still take a vacation, but be willing to make them less indulgent, less expensive trips until you're in a more comfortable financial position to stay. I'm not just talking like mortgage debt or a little bit of student loan debt. I mean, if you're in really bad financial debt, if you've got $10,000 in credit card debt, sure, you can still take the vacation. But my goodness, if it's adding to the credit card debt, or if it's prolonging your ability to pay that debt off in a significant way, rethink it. The article also mentioned to be wearing luxury, which is kind of like lifestyle. We talk about that regularly in the personal finance community. It's just kind of our ability to inflate our lifestyle as our income goes up, instead of inflating our savings and investments. And I'm all about intentional exposure. So I think it's easy to get out over your skis. This one potentially a little bit through playing a ski trip. You might be spending money that you don't have for some 2-week top-end trip to Telluride or something like that. And if you can afford that, then it's a priority, more power to you. But if not, save up and take that trip in a couple of years. I think I mentioned last week on the show that I have put down the $100 refund bill down payment on the road. Part of what's so great about that is I get to anticipate it for 2 years. And I get to save for 2 years. So I get to pay cash for that thing because I'm saving more. It's far less expensive than the other 2 regular models. So that's great. But I get to be super pumped about it every time I pass a rivet on the road. I'm like, ooh, 2 years from now, 2026, that's going to be my year. But I get to save up and pay cash for it, and that just feels so much better. And then you can do the same thing, and just should be working to do the same thing with any sort of trip or vacation you want to take. It feels better to take the trip, knowing that you're not going to get in order to pull it off. And I think, too, maybe we're comparing ourselves too much. Social media is clearly a culprit on this front. See our friends taking cool trips, and there's even influencers taking pictures of themselves on private planes that they haven't actually rented out. They're just literally renting it for 5 minutes to take a picture. They're not going anywhere. But it's all in an effort to make people think that they're living this highfalutin lifestyle that they're not actually living. And it's easy to think that all of our friends are taking these epic vacations and we're the ones who can't afford it. Well, guess what? You don't know what their debt levels look like behind the scenes. You don't know what some of these marriages look like behind the scenes. They're constantly fighting about money. All you can do is control yourself. And I do think that maybe the more we post on social media, the more we consume social media and expand all this, and the more we post about our trips on social media, the less money we'll make on those trips too. And I'm not saying don't take pictures or don't ever post, but maybe kind of the leisure method that I talked about a little bit at the beginning of the episode. Being willing to trade off making income to reduce your work schedule, to reduce how much you're giving to work is a good thing. Not necessarily that with the man now, but incorporate leisure into your life. Be willing maybe to say no to more income, to more money, to more opportunity on the work side in order to enjoy your life in the year ahead. And some of the best trips, by the way, don't have to cost you all that much. I'm hoping to do some backpacking in the Eastern Sierras at the end of the summer. It's not going to be very expensive, but it's going to be an epic trip, great memories with some friends of mine. And so you're take the time off, enjoy, just don't overdo it and budget for it. Think about it. Think about it ahead of time. Well, how much do I want to spend? Can I really afford this? Do I have some other financial priorities that can take place ahead of this vacation? Or you know what? No, I'm free. I've done all these other things, and I'm ready to pay cash for this vacation or that vacation. Take the time off. Just make sure that what you're doing in that time fits within your means. Are coming up personal savings rates? That's a great this country. But I don't want you to be a statistic. This is how we're going to enjoy it. Let's go to Major Caravella, KFI 24 hours.
Officials at various animal shelters in Southern California have been urging people not to buy rabbits as holiday gifts for children from Easter. They say that the rabbits and pigs they can be largely around Easter. Italy is marking the 90th anniversary of the Webster Griffin World War II Nazi Germany and the sealed cooperation to perform as a civilian. Brazil's been regulating arrested two men for decades who have been popular Asian American team. We're going to take a look at the tape next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings has given new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets and include DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crowd is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Payments at sportsbook.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jimmy. Today, black folks and other women are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something to do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get you and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be neutralized. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to them about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get these nutrients and oil of 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the day. Juicy Juice is produced by the fruit and sugar. Don't have rotation research and vegetable fans as well as fruit nonsense. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
On the 7th, the Toronto Conventions experienced greatest using hours and Western research desk James Donald Hugh Donaldson lost his legs over and secret another providing explosive comics that run. He started the police crashed until where to the mortgage race the whole enabled documents to build more independent life and be a better father. Families like the Donaldsons donate $11 a month to Delta Towers and Team the number 2. Performance through hard wrestling. The BMW i4 15 Silence has never sold so much. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine.
Visit SoCal BMW Center today for exceptional offers or visit SoCalBMW.com.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm you choose when there are millions of them out there? Hey, it's Patriots. Here's why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurting an accident. Number one, sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience with violent trials. That means they're assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They're consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state. This passion, injured victims, will drive them from minute to minute. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet Jane for 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-9-000-000. SweetJane.com.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a simple moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
The market has been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off-season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all off-season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage of the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now's the time for 5G business.
Everyone's complaining, let's go, they sold on crime, let's go, is end up going on to commit more crimes, killing people's natural rights, they still got the most amount of votes. But I think it's people in the inner city voting for Gascon saying, look, you didn't give a rat's ass about crime until it hit your strips.
It's a Family Junior Show.
And I think that's what's going on.
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio.
This is Too Money. I am your host, Joe Lawrence. By the way, it's running number 5201534. Bill wants to weigh in on the topic of personal finance about keeping something that I'm not too keen on. But Bill, I would love to hear your take. What's going on? Thanks for joining me. service goes away, the phone service is going away in general, right? So AT&T petitioned the state of California. They want to stop servicing traditional landlines. So it's not just a subsidy, it's the traditional phone lines are going away altogether. They're going the way of the dodo bird. And so this has been kind of something that I've been talking about for years. I know that a lot of people are hesitant to get rid of traditional landline service, but see how much it's costing. And even if it's, I know this brings up Microsoft Office doesn't work very well now, and that's not a good solution. But high-speed internet is available in these zones. And the VoIP, well, gosh, 15 years ago, like when people Skype, not so great. But something like Uno, those are about the subsidies going on. Well, Uno is crazy cheap. Uno is a VoIP technology. If you have high-speed internet and you want to use a service like Uno, we're talking about it being just ridiculously affordable, reliable, home service over the internet. There are other competitors as well, but I would love for people to check out Uno, and I realize it's getting used to something different, but copper, the phone companies are not very supportive. Copper landlines for decades ago, maybe even for years ago. So it is something that consumers are going to have to get used to. They're going to have to find alternatives. Some people prefer now, according to statistics, even older individuals. They prefer cell phones to landline. They keep their landline around just in case. But they're not going to have that option in the near future. Is my belief. We're heading in that direction. So just be careful about what you choose instead of the. And I think a combo is good. A cell phone and a VoIP provider like Uno can be incredibly low cost and still provide exactly what you need. The VoIP functions so much like a traditional landline. It's just going over different connections, right? It's going over the internet instead of over the traditional copper line. So I appreciate your phone call. I'm glad we're able to, at least for the time being, use your landline and get the subsidy. But I just don't know that it's going to be around for too much longer. I'll talk about personal savings rates for just a second. They continue to go down, and they are below 4%, which is a new low for Americans. It's particularly distressing to me as someone who recommends a savings rate of a minimum of 15%. A minimum like that is not the floor. You shouldn't go below, because we're talking about funding retirement. That's investments are part of that. Savings is part of that. Saving up for medium-term, long-term goals that you have. You really shouldn't dip below that. And the average savings rate in the United States of America is something like 40.8%. It's going down, and we saw this, like, obviously just massive uptick in savings rates when the free money, the stimulus money, was being sent out by the government, the 3 different payments. Savings rates went through the roof. It was short-lived because it was stay-at-home orders combined with people not having really anywhere to put the money that's being thrust into their accounts, and so the savings rate goes up. So it's no wonder that we're living on the financial edge when we dedicate so few of our monetary resources towards future planning. We're living for the here and now, and I talk about some time, but buy now, pay later. The average American, something like 50% of Americans have credit card debt that they can't pay off at the end of the month to the tune of something like $6,500. If you're doing both of those things, you're prioritizing the moments for your future. And I realize that it can be difficult for a mindset shift to start saving and thinking about future you instead of just what I want right now. But a 3% savings rate is not going to get you where you want to go. When we say 3%, that means a lot of people have a negative savings rate, right? That means a lot of people are spending more money than they have. And I hope that it's not a lot of having listeners in that boat, but it worries me. I believe that almost every American can tighten their belt at least a little bit to increase the all-important financial rhythm that generates a financial margin. It decreases the stress levels on you, and It's going to brighten your outlook on life when you have more cash to back you up. So, just, and the cool thing is there are ways that you can save that aren't going to impact your lifestyle. The ways that I talk about here, like I just mentioned, is a way to save on some phone service. Just talking about cell phone service with your bill. And you know what? You can get the exact phone plan that $15 a month is paying right now. There are all sorts of things you can do that won't actually change what your day-to-day life looks like, or will change it very little in order to save money. Because I know not everybody wants to sell their house and downsize to save big bucks, right? That's like a massive lifestyle shift. I'm not even suggesting the extreme saver sort of mentality. Cutting coupons before you go to the grocery store. You know, the digital coupons, but the paper coupons, I get it. I don't do those either. But there are a lot of things you can do to save money to ramp your savings rate up. The historical rate, you can see just doing 6% or down below that. Even 6% half rate, 3.something%, even worse. So if you find yourself in that category, it's really tough to think about what you want for your financial future. Because you can spend the time. You can change your habits and you can change where you're headed. All right, coming up, there's nothing wrong with college, but you might be able to make more if you avoid it. So you have this is how money. I'm Joe Martin. This is going to be Arabella. I can't find it.
Two men have been arrested in connection with the fatal shooting in Long Beach. Police say they responded yesterday morning where they found a guy with a gunshot wound to the upper body. He was pronounced dead on scene. These eyewitnesses described a car they saw leaving the area, and officers on patrol were able to locate the car nearby and take the men into custody. One gun was recovered. 3 people from LA have been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies across California. The group allegedly hit luxury clothing stores in LA, Orange, and Riverside counties. These aren't victimless crimes. Sometimes the suspects used force against the workers as they ran out.
Attorney General Rothschild says the group stole more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 last month. Investigators in LA were watched the real crime task force of last year. They say that these charged to commit war crimes. The LA has reports that early pay New York City's worst landlord has been attacked at Rikers Island Prison. The man turned himself in Friday after an arrest warrant was issued. He's supposed to spend 60 days behind bars for 700 building violations. The city says the tough approach is designed as a deterrent and pressure point for landlords. The man was fined $3 million for violations at another property last year. Issues in industry in the 6 feet.
Along Freeway westbound at Sue's Ave, people have lanes blocked here. Stop and go traffic from 11th Avenue. That equates to about a 16-minute delay as you head through the industry stretch. Through Mulligan Park, Passion, 10 west of Lincoln. There's the right lane taken away, coming from 7 now, about a 10-minute delay there. Through Mulligan Park on the 10 at Francisco, westbound side, you've got delays and a crash through Tustin on 5 north of 55 and slow from Jamboree. K5 Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Heaton.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The feel and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on every college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older.
essentially a dearth in people who are willing to enter some of these professions is the lack of interest from young people. The application rate for young people seeking tech jobs like plumbing, building, electrical work dropped by something like 50% in 2022 compared to 2020. It certainly appears like Gen Z is less inclined to do some of these jobs, and this has been something that's been building over years too. It's not just the Gen Z right now. There's been kind of an aversion or a preference for office jobs. I have friends who have their own businesses doing really cool stuff in the skill trades. I have a friend who is a woodworker and started off just doing stuff on his own, and then now he has a crew of like 12 to 14 guys, and they are building out restaurants. They have all sorts of work. It's amazing how successful he's been, and what he's doing didn't require any sort of college degree. And so this data coming out shows that it seems like plumbers, HVAC, auto technicians, electricians, those jobs in particular are not as, there's just not enough supply of workers going into those jobs. I'm so curious, by the way, if you're listening and you work in one of those fields, insider baseball, what are you seeing? What are you seeing? And are you seeing pay rates go up because there's a lack of that's a game changer, right? I know some colleges, 2 years again, the community colleges here in California, they actually offer truck driving, right? You can actually get your CDL, your commercial driver's license. It's like an 8-week, 12-week course. That's it. That's amazing. And I think part of the problem is that not everyone I would be a good plumber. I don't think that's just how my brain is inclined, right? But there are a lot of people who would make great plumbers, great HVAC technicians, great entrepreneurs in these fields too. It's not just the task who can build a business in these fields, a business that can become it's amazing that people who are entrepreneurial minded and also they're good at working with their hands. What we can build in some of these fields, being able to sell that business eventually for potentially 7 years. And yet, what we're doing that a traditional 4-year degree that takes a lot of kids 6 years to get, and all the colleges that we're talking about that is the only way to go. It's kind of mind-boggling, and it's not that I'm against college, and especially.
What's up, Anton Elect Bach? How you living, Tim? What's new? Yo, dog. Anton Elect Bach, I'm talking to you. How you doing, baby? Oh, yeah.
And it makes instead of doing something you enjoy with your hands regularly. So I'm so curious to hear from blue collar workers out there. What are you seeing? What are you experiencing on the ground? Because it sure seems like from all the data that we have, that pay rates are building up at an incredible pace. And this is so true for the youngsters who are thinking about this too. You're not losing that 4 to 5 years of college. You're not taking off that. So you start with money at a much earlier age. And when you think about the time you're putting in money, you start investing, let's say, at 18, 19, instead of 23, 24. That's a big advantage you have over your peers who are going to college as well. So I think that there is. At least on the part of some people. And maybe it's just the Kool-Aid that we've been fed about college being the only way to proceed. There's also a belief, I think, from some people that maybe those jobs aren't as great or something like that. Or that they're not a great fit for people. And I don't know, I think we haven't right-sized our approach. Helping people, like we've done with traditional shop class in so many high schools across the country, preventing people from even seeing if some of these jobs make sense for them, and if that's what people want. I think we should give people that option and let them explore earlier on instead of making that decision last minute. Fred wants to weigh in on this. I want to get to Fred next since we're talking about blue collar. Fred, you work in the education space is that correct? Sorry, Fred, are you there? Okay, maybe we'll get to Fred in just Fred, are you there? Hey, Fred, how's it going?
Yeah, I work in high school. I work in K-12 on the campus, but also now I'm working on the trade outside. We know this these areas where we training opportunities vocational or career education. And yes, huge demand. And I think one of the issues is the
if that's what's best for you. It's not best. More of your phone calls and social media too can be used for actually money saving purposes. We'll discuss that as well. It's going to get you care about PFI 24 hours. A man has been arrested in Scranton, Bakersfield for allegedly attempting to sever body part from the scene of trade trash. The video posted to social media shows men carrying what appears to be a severed liver bleeding foot. Concern continues to grow over the spread of the measles in the country. At least 64 cases reported in 17 states so far this year. That's more than in all of 2023. Officials in Poland are demanding the answer following a Russian cruise missile crossing into its airspace near the Ukrainian border today. NATO F-16 fighter jets were scrambled as Russia launched its latest air attack on targets in Ukraine. We're going to take a peek. What are the 10 next?
All the troops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzy time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART.
Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get peace the nutrients are real with 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweet and fruit, no sugar, no fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This summer season, evolve your skincare with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray, and all the bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can have on top that you're lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Intracolor sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Vincent. A prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema that can be well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dixon can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results immediately. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can easily get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, nose, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new and worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your Dixon specialist about your Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
The iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
And we're really doing the fireworks.
iHeartRadio app and search college.
We call someone like that. That's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Look at the United States. We all have the politics. Look at our politics. Look at our democracy. One of the things I'm so proud of America is the first country on the planet to have a democratic president. The people govern themselves. Our founding fathers were geniuses. They didn't have the history of the world. They'll handle America's
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI.
and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I'm your host, Joel Larscott. I've got 3 minutes left. I want to talk about something else in just a sec, but I want to get to a call here. Forrest wants to weigh in on the work decision.
We're talking about today, the message for you guys on the day, what we were saying a few minutes ago, that's what we're going to tell you about the trades going down, that Mike Rowe and the Jersey Dirty guy.
Yeah, Whiter's been very vocal on this.
Yeah. He said that 10 years ago. That trade is going to go down, and to jump in there. But that's what we're going to call it. We're going to call it that. I didn't do that because when I got out of high school, I didn't know who they were. So I followed my dad in the meat cutter, and I ended up being a meat cutter for like for 20 years until I heard about it. The other night we were doing that, I decided to go into your targets and got into hobby. And one guy related to their computer class it was, and was straight to work at Intel and research and development for 6 years. Then I started working with a national insurance company, and about time I was making
what the jobs, the demand looks like for them, right? And because of that, they end up with an expensive degree that doesn't hold much longer in the marketplace, and that doesn't end up getting them the lucrative job they want. It's just this knee-jerk reaction that the domino effect is real. The college equals higher rates of pay, and overall, when you look at the statistics, there is some truth. A college degree will increase your lifetime earnings on average. It's really important to talk about which degrees, though, make sense. Which degrees are going to increase your pay? Because it's not just the college degree. It is what you learn, right? It is the skills you develop along the way. It is the course of study that you undertook. And you're spot on, too. Of course, you have to think about which trade makes sense for you, because not all trades are created equal. But I think one thing we need to do too is make it sexier. Can we, what if we had this adorable, this cool advertising campaign, this marketing approach for some of these skilled jobs, for some of these trade jobs that would make them feel much cooler than maybe they feel like. So I do think the point you're making is that there's a stigma attached. It's not seen as cool. And so part of the reason everyone wants to play the NBA is because it's seen as cool. But it's also there's the bright lights on TV. What if we could make some skilled trades super cool? And then also just really help people understand that can actually be lucrative. You can call your own shots, working in a cold dark cubicle. I think there are ways where you can see so much of everything, right? Make some cool, and actually are some really cool people on Instagram or on TikTok showing how neat and creative you can be as a blue collar worker. Follow some of those accounts. I remember there was a guy I had on the How to Money podcast a while back. His name's Ken Rusk, and he had a book called Blue Collar Cash. We should elevate voices like Ken Rusk. We should compliment the kind of money you can make, business you can build. And what is cool than being financially independent? Being able to do work that you care about and build something really neat that's helping folks out in your community, because there will be no shortage of plumbing calls that need to be made, but there is a shortage of plumbers available to respond to those calls. So let's do something about it. And I don't know what real life claim that people will get, especially as someone who is terribly unskilled with sands. I have replaced a toilet. I have replaced a bathroom vent before. These were many years ago. And so, how would I try to do it today? It wouldn't look pretty, I don't think. But I was talking to a friend the other day who had some brickwork done, so, and then he had some tile work done. So he's a DIY guy. He does most of the stuff himself, remodeling a bathroom. And even those were super skilled trades that he said, I didn't try to do those things myself, it wouldn't turn out that way. So being a bricklayer, being someone who works in time, like, there is a lot of satisfaction that can be derived from those jobs. There's also a business that can be built alongside it. So, yeah, I appreciate your insight, and I sure hope we can make some of these jobs again, because as a country, we need plumbers, we need electricians, and if we don't have enough and I usually talk about social media as a negative thing. How the more time we spend on social media, oftentimes our expectations are altered. The kind of what desire kicks in inside of our brains. We start to see what other people have, what we don't have. So we see other people living a life that is the highlight reel in real life. So, my life's so lame. I might not be able to post stuff like my neighbor Jim, or my coworker Susan, always doing fun stuff. And I'm saying, well, truth is that it's just hard to see that in the world of social media. And a lot of times social media costs us money too. TikTok shut down, Instagram, 1 out of 4 things that you're going to see are happening. So when you're trying to make your spend money on this stuff, think more about what you like than you know. It's kind of system. And so the more time you spend on those things, save money. And that is Facebook Marketplace. The problem is to get to Facebook Marketplace, typically you have to sift through Facebook, and you might get caught in a doom scroll when you do that. So what I have done is I have downloaded something called Fixed Buddy. It's the Eradicator newsfeed Eradicator. So this is what I encourage you to do. Sign up for the Facebook newsfeed Eradicator. It's a Google Chrome plugin if you use Google Chrome. But now when you log into Facebook, it shows you instead of that newsfeed that is the worst part of Facebook. And then you go to Facebook and use it for the one best money-saving piece of Facebook, which is Facebook Marketplace. This, and I wish it could be decoupled in some way, but there's no way Facebook is going to decouple Facebook Marketplace. But if you use Facebook for 2 things only, you will be a much happier person. Don't use it for the newsfeed. Use it for Facebook Marketplace and use it for Facebook groups. Because the groups are so cool. And How Money Facebook is an awesome Facebook where people help each other out. They're offering advice, they're answering questions. The team spirit inside of it is remarkable. And if you want help with your money, that's a great place to turn. And then Facebook Marketplace. Hey, we're in spring now. It's spring cleaning time. Sell your stuff. That's the best place to do it. Buy used stuff for cheap instead of buying a brand new thing. Facebook Marketplace is a great place to do that. They have dethroned Craigslist. Sorry, Craigslist. Look, you will drink while you last. And so, I know social media typically gets a bad rap. And Jonathan Haidt has a new book about how bad phones and social media are for us. I'm not saying he's wrong. I think he's right. But if we can use social media as a tool to do the things that are going to save us money and that aren't going to weigh us down mentally, that aren't going to cause us to have that FOMO sort of mentality, then I think it's good. So let's use social media for the positive that can bring and avoid the bad side. Yes, we can. Thank you as always for joining me on the show. Can't wait to see you back here next week for more money-saving information on Easter Sunday. And so I'll see you back here then. I'm Joe Marshman. This is How Money, KFI AM 640.
We're not just in smart speakers. We're in a couple of smart ears as well. All new KOST HD2.
Los Angeles.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Ripple effects in
Putin ignored the ISIS claims. Putin instead tried to link it to Ukraine. Putin saying the suspected attackers had been arrested trying to flee to Ukraine and suggested without evidence that a crossing had been prepared for them there.
Putin has vowed retribution. The U.S. says Ukraine played no role in the attack. El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills has won the California Academic Decathlon. The team will now represent the state at the national competition in Pennsylvania next month. Guinness has announced the company will go ahead with planning to close its Oakland restaurant. The company says the closure is due to the announcement in January. National News is the first ever in-app permanent closure in its 75-year history. The drive-thru's last day is today. An assemblywoman from Newport Beach has introduced a bill to strengthen protections for people hurt by violent crime.
Discretion to issue a injunction for a serious felony. Sexually abused at the tender age of 12 and 13. A middle school PE teacher who is also a club soccer coach.
She says the law protected her on so-called lifetime probation was lifted for good behavior in Orange County. Ruben Carson, KFI.
A $10 million winning lottery ticket has been sold in SoCal for the second time this week. The ticket was sold at a 7-Eleven in Sun Valley. It has 5 of 6 numbers missing on the Powerball number. The lucky winner's for $2.4 million. Because no ticket was sold, that got all 6 numbers of the Powerball jackpot for the draw tomorrow. It will be an estimated $800 million. It hasn't been a jackpot winner since January 1st. March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and one researcher in Silicon Valley is working on a new blood test to detect cancer. Dr. Craig Eagles says it was more than 80% successful in clinical trials.
It is the DNA that's generated from cancer, and if they have that level of DNA, then that raises the flag and needs some sort of follow to confirm that.
More than 50,000 Americans are expected to die of colon cancer this year. Eagles says dietary habits may have been driving the rising rates.
High fatty diets, high sugar based diets, low exercise.
Eagles blood test still needs to be approved by the FDA. Former Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel says she disagrees with Trump's promise to free individuals involved in the January 6th riot.
If you tap your capital equipment and you've been convicted, then that's your set.
McDaniel told NBC's Meet the Press that the violence was unacceptable and prison sentences should not be cut short. She also emphasized she doesn't hold the former president responsible for what happened. McDaniel stepped down as chairman of the RNC earlier this month and will join NBC as political analyst. The interview reportedly took place before her retirement. Thousands of protesters in Ireland have gathered to show their support for Palestinians. Many of them are part of the Ireland Palestine Solidarity Campaign. That's Ireland Palestine Solidarity Campaign. They marched to the capital of Dublin, calling for the Irish government to pressure Israel into a ceasefire and allow aid into the Gaza Strip. Millions of people in Gaza are on the edge of starvation. Right now, we're taking a look at a crash. The 16th are in the street.
It is a busy drive right now on the freeway westbound, and it seems to have about a 15-minute delay here. Most lanes blocked, stop and go from Lennon Avenue. Now, through Santa Monica, they're clear of problem on 10. Santa Monica freeway westbound is Lincoln. Crash at the right lane. Looks like it's almost down to your road, but still stop and go and short approach. And 110 north at Manchester, we've got a crash off to the right, stop and go from Imperial Highway. That's a heavy collision up on KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Martina.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 even $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most renting time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 48 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The world you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are millions of them out there. Hey, it's dangerous. Here's why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they're assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They're consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion of injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-9-000-000. SweetJames.com.
Sunlit weather for KFI. Possible rain this afternoon. It is actually in a couple of places already. High staying in the upper 50s to low 60s across the Southland. Tonight's going to get cool, chilly. Lows are driving into the 30s and 40s. Tomorrow the clouds are going to leave. It's going to get sunny. It's going to get clear. It's going to get a little warmer. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and also inland. For Metro Lagos Sea, valleys in the IE. Around 60 for those up in the Antelope Valley with some wind in the afternoon tomorrow. Right now, you have a 64. Dayton Point and Arcadia below 61. Whittier is 63 degrees. Weekly local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravello.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, podcasts. Free, never sold it so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Mayback, how you doing? What's new, Tim?
What's up?
What's good in the hood? And we got Hale here. We got Mayback and Hale. To what do we owe such an occasion? How you living, Hale? Hale, what? Hale, do you know who I am? Mayback, do you know who I am? John, you're amazing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Here's the thing. You either know who I am or you don't. If you knew who I was, you'd be like, oh, yeah, I fucking know who you are. The people to whom I say that say, I know every fucking hair on your goddamn head. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleased to meet you. I'm the Guinness live streaming record holder. I've been streaming my life live on YouTube all day, every day, 24/7, 365 now for more than 3 years. That's more data than any one individual has ever uploaded to the internet in global history. As of right now, you're live on 10 different YouTube channels. 10 YouTube channels. Holy shit. Most people don't even have one YouTube channel. You're simultaneous on 10, and I'm going to show you right now, gangsta. Hold on. I'm going to blow your fucking mind. Yo, Tim. Keep your pants on. Here we go. There's another camera. Not everyone's just got cameras just ready to show off their fucking life. But I do, because I'm a pimp in every sense of the word. Biatch. Here we go. I'm sharing my screen. Who else you know shares their screen with multiple cameras? Hale? Hell yeah, baby. Check this out, pimp. Check this. I type in Rabbi Rothschild. And we're going to check out the live streams, baby. It's amazing. Lord Rothschild, this motherfucker's dead. He's talking about another dead motherfucker, and they have 221,000 views, and I still add through their asses. Now check this one out, Hale. Hell yeah, baby. Look at all these live streams. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's just what shows up there. You're like, Rabbi, dog, you said you had 10. I have more than 10. I have like 20. Check this out. Now, that's just on YouTube. You're live also on Kick, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble. You're live on 5 different Rumbles, 5 different TikToks, 5 different Twitters, more than the 5 different Twitters. Absolutely. And guess what, baby? I've been live in this Telegram 24/7 for the last 10 months. That's why this is the History of Coins. I've been literally tracking its progress since the beginning. And you've been able to, if you've been knowing about me, check out now. What up, LP player? One moment, Hale. LP player, how you living? When I say they, I mean like the YouTube police or whoever keeps taking down videos. I have backups. And I believe this is the link. Now, I have so many fucking accounts that it's hard for me to keep track sometimes. But we'll go over here to live. We got lives going. And we have backups of our backups. And we think this is pretty fucking tight. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm the biggest fucking deal of all time. Not everybody's gonna tell you that, but I am. I have more data online than any person in global history. And data is Earth's #1 resource. It's more valuable than food, than water, than air, than shelter, than platinum, than gold, than oil, than everything. And if you believe what Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, I have more content than any person in global history. So perhaps one day that may make me king, baby.
Definitely making history, man. I'm glad to be a part of this history you're dealing with.
Word Mockingbird. Absolutely.
Definitely, yeah. The Sonic token is a special one, I'm sure. And they need people like y'all to be honored. And you can see the community.
Have something going here. We're the best community on Telegram. We're the best community on Twitter Spaces. Yeah.
That should be the history by itself.
We're what? $136 million now?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that.
Some crazy numbers.
Right.
Just phenomenal.
Hey, hell, you know what's up. You know what's up.
This was always acting, you know, about that. I just get it out of the shot.
I got you.
I wasn't as confident.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, Hale. Here's what we do. Here's what we do around here. We're friends now. And now that we're friends, it's an expectation of yours to come in once a day and just say, hey. I've got people from all over the world. Just once a day, they come in and say, hey, it's like the regular thing. We check in with each other. We talk about the coin. We talk about the news. We see what's good in their life. And I'm always here. I'm basically like a real life Alexa. What you want, you've got this little button. You press video chat. I'm always.
Oh, for sure. I'm definitely
Absolutely. Seriously, you have to digest all of this. No. You do the Trump one? Do you do the Trump one?
Did you hear me?
It was breaking up.
Yeah.
Do you do the Trump one? No.
Yeah.
Oh, you do Sonic Trump. Not the, what is it called? Voldemort one? Do you do the?
I do Sonic Trump. I kept the Sonic with Harry Potter.
At the beginning. I gotcha. I gotcha. So, here's your homework. Hale, here's your homework. You need to digest this conversation and say, I'm giving you some homework. You need to digest this conversation and tell everybody you know. I met this rabbi in this VC of the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email chat, and it was wild. He blew my mind. Everything he's doing is recorded, and he has more data online than any person in global history. And data is its number one commodity. I'm having connection issues. And just make them aware of this. This is the biggest thing in global history. And if you ever need anything, I'm here for you, Hale. And you take care and have a wonderful day. Peace out, Girl Scout. Take care, Playboy. Shout out to Hale. Take care, my friend. Shout out to LP Player. LP Player, do you speak? You're just kind of one of these sexy beasts who stays quiet all the time. Because that's cool. LP Player, you speak, baby? LP Player, you speak? LP Player, there's this thing. It's called speech. If you want to do it, you can. If not, I'm just going to keep going about my day. Whatever you want, baby. Whatever you want. Hi, people. Living like a prison. Alright, so.
Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
Is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors have predicted the 2008 crash and see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare Coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Sal DiGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Sal's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
BSV Gregory will connect the river unsolved in just a moment, but I want to take this opportunity to basically lay out all of the ways you can participate. And what I mean by that is whether you give us a show idea, is there a case you might have been involved with, or have a family member or a friend, or even heard of a story of someone that might have been involved with an unsolved case or a crazy case or something that needs some attention? You can reach out to us. Power 250 is a proprietary phone system set up for us and all of our advertisers here at KFI. Power 250 on your cell phone. You say the keyword unsolved.
It starts out as they may walk off the street. This was literally a walk. And they'll walk up the streets. Party goers will arrive. And they'll proceed with, for lack of a better term, a game party. But in this case, it was a birthday that was involved in it. And they know at some point the police are going to arrive and probably either minimize the largeness of the party or shut it down totally, right? We haven't gotten to that point. And we're not aware of it. We say we're law enforcement's not aware of it until somebody picks up the phone. Generally, become says, hey, are you guys aware there's a block party with a bunch of gang members on this street? And then generally we respond to. They haven't got, there's no problems. It was still running. Haven't got to that.
The first party like this, I don't know whether this is stereotyping it or just assuming, but with the majority of the people in attendance carrying a weapon.
I think there's a strong likelihood that several of the partygoers would, just because have rival gang members that learn about the party and may come and try to cause problems, maybe take the posture, hey, this is our opportunity to go in and shoot that bunch of rival gang members that are all gathered together. This makes it a whole lot easier for us. So there's going to be plenty of people that are armed at that party. They may not be on their person, but it's going to be somewhere very close to, so they can get to it very quickly because they know there's a good chance the police are going to arrive and they're going to start patting people down. And by concealing it somewhere close by, they have access to it. The police are not.
It's interesting. It's just this whole gang protocol thing is always fascinating to me. But okay, so back on the case itself, we were talking about the fact that after this shooting happened on October 28th, just after 10 p.m., that people on scene immediately identified the shooter, and they knew who was involved, right?
One person, everybody else
had spread out. One person on scene had offered up the name of the suspected shooter, right? So when we left off, we were serving search warrants, and we were talking about that. Obviously, the number one concern is the safety of the deputies and the detectives that are going in to serve the search warrant. So where did we leave off?
So as I mentioned earlier, it was the time of the year where it got darker earlier. It was around 6 o'clock. The sun had just gone down, but the warrants at this particular location went smoothly, safely. Everything was good, but during the execution of the warrant, we found several gang members inside this house. And of course, we have to do something with those gang members before we search the location. So they were put in what's called flex cuffs. Flex cuffs, like a zip tie. It's basically plastic handcuffs. Zip tie. They were all flex cuffed and they were set on the porch.
rough, and they were being guarded by at least one or two deputies while the search went on. So we're in the process of getting people out of the house, we're getting them detained, flexed up, sat on the porch. But the reason I talked about the time of day, there was a light on the porch, and it basically backlit all of these guys sitting on the porch, right? So you're easily seen from the street. And I had a personal involvement in this. I was authored with a warrant. I was also on scene once it became code 4, and for your audience, code 4 means all clear, everything's safe, everything's good. It was code 4, and the homicide investigators and my partner came up to the location, went in the house to examine the evidence that was found in her silver firearms. And we were, to be honest with you, I was excited. There was at least one weapon that was the same caliber that was used in the murder, and I was excited we may have gotten the murder. And while we're examining the evidence, all of a sudden, automatic gunfire starts. And I know this is going to sound corny, but it's the truth. I was standing next to the couch inside that house, and I could hear one round whizzing by me. That's how profound and how close it was. I actually was sitting behind the couch. Everybody was looking for me. Everybody's outside, everybody's inside. They're all looking for me. Of course, when the shooting stopped, first question it was yelled out, are all deputies accounted for? A couple minutes later, the all clear, all deputies are accounted for. Siren, no deputies got shot. But then I heard somebody yell out, we need paramedics. My first thought is, why do we need paramedics? All deputies that are accounted for.
Okay, we're going to pause there. We're going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tomlin first. This is Unsolved with Steve Greger on KFI AM 640. Time for a news update. Andrew Caravella live from the KFI 24 newsroom. The Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels in LA has been celebrating Palm Sunday. One mass in English started at 10, another mass in Spanish kicked off at 12:30. The cathedral says that the service begins outdoors with a blessing of palm branches, which are then carried inside. Palm Sunday starts a Holy Week commemorating Jesus' entry into Jerusalem before his death. New York Attorney General Letitia James is prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he doesn't pay the $464 million he owes in his civil fraud case.
The massive fine comes after a judge found Trump overvalued his real estate and exaggerated his net worth.
ABC's Aaron Katursky says James registered the court's judgment in Westchester County, which is a sign she may be behind.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks and African women are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to it stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit. family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with a new Banana Boat 360 beverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Just lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable. Sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months old with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur, like you can see. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about your worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
High highs are staying in the upper 50s to low 60s across the Southland this afternoon. Possible rain, though. It's already coming out in some places. Those are dropping into the 30s and 40s. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and inland for Metro LAOC, the valleys, the IE. We're at 60 in the high deserts. Vertical Grove is 63 right now. We're at 62 degrees. We get local. Live from the KFI 24 News. I'm Andrew Caravella.
Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Fantasy.
Check out what DraftKings has to offer this season with Code Sports, because life's more fun when you're in on the action. DraftKings, the crown is yours. And a proper vote when it comes down. Age and eligibility restrictions apply. Voter prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
We'll get back to more Unsolved in just a moment, but I want to tell you about Pound 250. This is an incredible way to reach out to the show. All you have to do on your cell phone is hit Pound 250. The operator answers, save the keyword Unsolved. You'll get connected to my special voicemail. That's where you leave your name, tip, or your story idea, your callback number, just a little bit of information. Someone from our team will get back to you. And here's one of our listeners who actually called in and left a message for a story he wants to hear about.
I would love to hear why she 19-year-old college student disappeared on his way home.
I remember very well hearing that story. As a result of that call, I've been in touch with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. We plan to do a show on that very case in a future program. More Unsolved coming up after this.
In this week's Marketers Report, David Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing and the movies.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals in every single day about how specific audiences are performing. So although we're marketing at a very broad scale, and that does include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of iHeart's network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in Nashville necessarily that you may be in New York. You have the ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Semper Solaris, your source for all your solar roofing and heating and air needs. Go to SemperSolaris.com. KFI AM 640. Radio station, more stimulating talk. Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau were monitoring power inside the main offices where detectives work every day, 24/7. And we're talking cold case detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Collin about two separate homicides that happened in October and November of 2006. One's been solved, one is still unsolved. We're going to talk about how those two tie together. Before the break, Detective McCarthy, we talked about serving a search warrant. You were in the house. You said that you found a bunch of weapons, and you actually thought that you might have found a weapon responsible for the first murder of Michael Johnson back in October 28th of 06. And as you were looking at the weapons and as things were happening, all hell broke loose. You said you heard gunfire erupt, and you heard the bullets actually whizzing by you. And you said, I was told that there were just a little over 24 deputies on scene. Made up some pretty massive scene. People were ducking from cover. Where was the gunfire coming from?
We didn't know at the time. We later learned, which we'll talk about that, came from, I believe, and I don't want to misspeak for Richard's investigation, an alley across the street where the suspect originally started out. I believe he climbed the fence. There was evidence that he climbed the fence. But I'll let Rich talk to that. Okay.
But at the time, did you think it was a drive-by or just
it was an ambush? I knew it was an ambush. I just didn't know where it went. And that's the scariest part. Getting shot at is trying to identify the area and the suspect who's shooting at you. And I don't think any of us at the time when the rounds were being fired, where they were coming from.
So at this point, you said that there was all the deputies were accounted for. Everyone hollered out. That was standard procedure. Everyone was accounted for. But then all of a sudden, you said someone hollered, "We need a paramedic." Then,
so I was confused hearing that. And I went outside and I said, what the hell's going on here? He said, it's code for all deputies accounted for. And somebody yelled out that a little girl had been shot. And I found out shortly thereafter that a 12-year-old next door neighbor, or I don't know if it was right next door, she came out when the warrant was being served just to see what was going on, trying to friend. She took one of the rounds that was being fired right in the chest. She was probably dead before she hit the ground. Now we got a dead 12-year-old and a warrant that I authored. You can imagine. But me in particular, and I'll get into more detail of that later, all the things going through your mind of how we could have prevented this from happening. And she had a 15-year-old friend who also was wounded and standing there with her. But now we have another homicide. And because technically I was a victim, I can't handle my own shooting, me and my partner can't handle our own shootings. So another team was called out to handle. Her name was Janet Morano, if I didn't say that already. Another team was called out. And at the time, Rich Tyler and his partner were next up. We got
Detective Tom. So you receive a call of a 12-year-old. Well, the call was that deputies had been shot at an ambush that occurred, and that radio cars had been struck by gunfire. And during this ambush, a 12-year-old girl was struck and murdered, and her friend was injured. She had shot her left arm, non-threatening wounds. So as you can imagine, when we get there, it is chaos. Okay? You have homicide there. The people that are circling around, the gang enforcement team, and the homosexual gang detectives, Operation Safe Street, and we're trying to figure out exactly what's going on. While I'm there, I learned my partner at that time was Tracy Gonzalez, and she was fairly new to homicide. She had worked on
things out. We learned that the shooters, we learned that a search warrant was being served, but the shooters were across the street in the backyard, diagonally from where the warrant was being served. Janet was standing across the street in her driveway, so the shooters are basically in her backyard. They see a 25, 30 yards away the house that was search warrant being served, and they had opened fire. She's in the middle. She gets struck in the chest by a assault rifle. Mother goes through the chest with one. The OSS detective who actually ended up doing the homicide, coming to homicide years later, Gene Morse, and another detective, Rabbi Rothschild, pick her up and get her out of the line of fire. Down. When they do so, just to show you the magnitude of how many rounds were recovered was 33 AK-47 shell casings. Also, there was 9mm shell casings. So there was multiple guns being fired at that time. Again, as you can imagine, tensions are running high. And as an investigator, now you're thinking, okay, police officers being handled as getting issue. Who are the suspects? Anybody who has an extra grind, what have you. So, from that point, at that time, it was very difficult to even know where to start. Well, later on, getting back to Tracy, she had an interview. Okay, so before we do that, we got to do a quick break here. We'll come back and talk more about that. It's Detectives Rich Tomlin and Sean McCarthy with the LA County Sheriff's Department. This is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. It's time now for news. At least 137 people have been killed in a mass shooting incident described as a terrorist attack in concert hall in Moscow, Russia, on Friday. 4 alleged shooters have been arrested. The advisory is in effect for Los Angeles and its surrounding area until 8 p.m. Officials say there's a possible chance of showers and a slight chance of a thunderstorm throughout the afternoon. And former President Donald Trump is returning to the stock market. Shareholders of an acquisition company approved a deal to merge with Trump's media business in a vote on Friday. We'll take a look at the 91 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Joker Corporation was nothing about 9/11, but the Tunnel Towers 9/11 Institute is writing this week.
The teachers educate kids in kindergarten to 12th grade. Their nonfiction first-person accounts are told through videos in the Discover a Hero's book series. The Institute offers full curriculum, a speakers bureau, a mobile exhibit that's an interactive museum of 9/11 artifacts, and Russell F. Siller Memorial Scholarships for kids of program recipients. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that's not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of it. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be seen. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, and mouth. Tell your doctor about rewards such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. Another horse and getting a whisper is a game that engineered handling takes you through every twist and turn. The complete suite of improving technology keeps you connected, and pure performance keeps your heart racing. The BMW i4 15 silence has never said so much. BMW, the ultimate electrical driving machine.
See a SoCal BMW Center today for exceptional offers. Or visit SoCalBMW.com.
Hey, Steve, we'll get back to Norman Salt in just a moment, but I want to take this opportunity to basically lay out all of the ways you can participate. And what I mean by that is whether you give us a show idea, is there a case you might have been involved with, or have a family member or a friend, or even heard of a story of someone that might have been involved with an unsolved case or a crazy case or something that needs some attention? You can reach out to us. Pound 250 is a proprietary phone system set up for us and all of our advertisers here at KFI. Pound 250 on your cell phone. You say the keyword unsolved, and then just give us a brief synopsis of what you're talking about. Someone from my team will get back to you. Also, unsolved at iHeartMedia.com is our email. It's unsolved at iHeartMedia.com. Or always go online at KFIAM640.com. Keyword unsolved. And don't forget our podcast on the iHeartRadio app. Stay right here. More unsolved coming up.
The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors have predicted the 2008 crash and see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments. It's America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Sil DiGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Sil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Looking for a Medicare plan that fits your needs and budget? United Healthcare has a plan for you. With plans designed for all styles, stages, and ages of Medicare, there is a reason more people count on United Healthcare for their Medicare Advantage plans. This is Medicare paid for California, trusted everywhere. To learn more, call United Healthcare today at 1-855-UHC. That's 1-855-UHC. Again, that's 1-855-UHC. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
The Lombardi may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off-season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all off-season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage of the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. The content presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now's the time for 5G business.
KFI News and Steve Gregory are on top of this. And Steve, it seems like they're
I'm so sorry. You sound like a TV girl. It's like,
okay.
I know, but there's a
house, and during the service of a search warrant, somebody opened fire across the street of the house that you were searching, and a 12-year-old girl was struck and killed, and her 15-year-old friend was struck and wounded. You were telling us that one of your colleagues had an informant, and what I want to go back before we get to the informant part is we've got a scene, and there was a house there. This is all taking place in Rwanda. This is what the search warrant is. This is a house, residential. Yes. We've got more than 2 dozen deputies on scene. We've got investigators. Yeah, first, medical there at this point, because where they called it, finding out after the girls were shot. They were called after the girls were shot. So now the scene just keeps growing and growing and growing. But your role there was to separate out the fact that your colleagues were involved in victims of a shooting, right? Or victims of a attempted murder. Correct. How do you guys do that? It's just simply where you've got one team of detectives there working on a search warrant for a murder that happened a few days before, and now you roll up and you've got to isolate what that was, and now you have to investigate a separate shooting, and then in the middle of that, another homicide happens. You guys keep all that together. Usually, that's what you have to do. What's we have to wear many hats. In this situation, we called in 4 other homicide detectives. One to do the scene, if you will, document the evidence located within the scene. We had 2 other homicide detectives start immediately canvassing the area, looking for witnesses, interviewing the deputies, and actually interviewing one thing Detective McCarthy didn't mention when they started the search. They had to take 10 to 12. So you have 10 to 12 people that were in that house, and they were being the team. They're sitting on the porch of that house. So you can imagine, see the numbers keep growing and growing and growing. So you just do the best you can. Sometimes it does take, you have to take a step back and try to get 360 perspective of exactly what is going on. So how many detectives were on scene at the peak? At the peak, 8 detectives. If would that be considered a pretty large event? Yes, absolutely. Also, detectives, they're there because they're serving as investigators. They're also investigators. They're doing, because of their experience as investigators, they're doing things investigative-wise to expedite helping us as homicide investigators. So you probably that night you had 30 detectives on homicide OSF. Those guys execute that. So 30 investigators total. Right. Their job, and that's what search is investigating violent gang. Right. So we had at least 30 detectives. Wow. And the reason that I brought up time of day, and the lighting situation is we have 10 to 12 gang members on the porch. We have a porch light that backs lights out. And as Rich will explain, we believe the motive for the second shooting was retaliation for the first murder. And now that suspect, and we don't believe, and Rich may disagree with me, I don't believe for a minute that guy knew that deputies were going to be there. He was coming, or they were coming, they were coming to retaliate. They had already planned that. They had no idea we were going to be there. Research. Absolutely. And initially, as I said, Detective Rothschild had an outstanding informant. He came forward, he actually called while we were there and explained, hey, this is what's going on. This is in retaliation. I believe Conference. Retaliation for the murder that occurred. That is Detective McCarthy was investigating. Michael Johnson. The first one. The suspects were high at the time. They were far enough away cars. There was police radio cars on the street. They were oblivious to what was going on. And we speak only made it easy for the suspects. We prayed I can consider residents who are gang members from that rival gang. And we prayed them out there. We set them on chairs on the porch. We got a backlit situation, shooting ducks at a carnival. And they saw that shoot at the house anyway, but we made it so much easier for them, and we had no idea we were making it. This is kind of an aside, but did you learn from that? I mean, moving forward, did your protocols change? No. I mean, it was an unforeseen assault that I don't remember in my career another incident that played out like this. Because in most instances, even if that did happen before, they would have saw the police car and said, "It's picking up the data for this," and, But and Rich will talk a little bit more about the motive of this shooting. This was a unique situation that hadn't happened before this in my career. It hasn't happened after this in my career. Exactly how this situation.
We're talking with Sean McCarthy and Bruce Tallman, both are cold case detectives with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau. When we come back, we'll continue our conversation about the two murders that happened in the fall of 2006. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640 Time now for a news update.
We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest. KFI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles County. Live everywhere on the Radio Live.
Joshua District Fatality. The major caravan live from the Cape Line for our newsroom. Man has been found dead with a gunshot wound after crashing into a building in LA. LAPD says officers responded to the Fashion District early this morning, where they discovered the car and the unresponsive man inside. They say they think the gun was likely shot near Hollywood Boulevard and tried to escape before crashing, with minor damage to the building. And Hollywood Boulevard, as you know it, is going away. Changes are coming to the iconic street, including protected bike lanes, wider sidewalks, and dedicated bus lanes.
This project is about making Hollywood safer, transforming how residents, workers, and visitors use this iconic street.
LA City Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez says the more than 3.5 miles of changes will cost around $8 billion, with Metro footing most of the bill.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 With advanced
just for a week. When we went here, what the beauty, we saw that party's no fun.
Russia's federal security says it captured the four men thought to be the responsible and members of ISIS. We'll get excited because Star Wars movies are returning to theaters to be shown in chronological order. Lucasfilm says screenings of the Skywalker saga will celebrate the 25th anniversary of The Phantom Menace. Fans and those trapped by fans will get to watch The Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge of the Sith, followed by A New Hope, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, and then end with The Force Awakens, The Last Jedi, and The Rise of Skywalker. The Ultimate Saga comes to a galaxy near you on Star Wars Day, May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. May the Force You have to be a nerd to understand it. That's all I'm going to say. It's a mess right now on the 10 through downtown LA.
Step on freeway westbound at Grand Avenue, crash in the center lane, stop and go from the 5. That's about 40-minute wait. To Corona, crash on the 91 westbound at Green River, stop and go from the 15. Now, Speedway through Griffin Park, crash on the 5 south of Los Feliz, that's off the right shoulder, and stop and go from the 134. KFI in the sky, get you there faster by Marquita.
Environmental Journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical. Apparently, probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports fans, we love to know. Somebody's been hurt in an accident, though. Maybe it comes after him. That's when the attorneys in Sweet James come in. Sweet James helps injured and accident victims recover by getting the medical treatment needed. Help their car and delivering the most amount of money costs. They've earned a 98% winning record in every case. They were small, they were the most. They're going to beat that kind of curve. Because big insurance companies are stacked against you. Ain't nothing. Until they win a crooked accident called Sweet Jane, 809 million, that's 809 million, 809 000 for Sweet Jane.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of us, more dishes, and more shower time concerts. And when those drains don't drain as they should, call Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
I break this birth. Let me introduce you to Zelvin's Minty Mouth. It's a tiny little capsule you swallow, mint on the outside, partially cereal on the inside. Clinically tested against the toughest offenders that have garlic and onions. It doesn't just cover up your bad breath, it cleans your breath in a way that amendments can't. Zelvin's gives you a money-back guarantee, free shipping, or 3-pack support. Go to Zelvin's.com. 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelvin, ZELMINS.com, code KFI, and check out.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollar? Sil DiGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by meeting his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to the local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Sil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Sil encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call it last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free, professional, no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you. With Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you can save money. Good to know. Visit Allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Something weather from KFI. Lots of rain this afternoon. It's actually coming down in a couple areas already. Highs are going to stay down in the upper 50s, low 60s across the Southland tonight. It's going to get kind of chilly. Lows dropping into the 30s and 40s. Tomorrow the clouds are leaving. It'll be sunny and clear. It gets a little warmer. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and also 60s inland from Metro LAOC, the mountains and the IE. Around 60 at the high deserts with some wind in the afternoon. Right now, the Rancho Santa Margarita 57, Costa Mesa 59, Malibu 64, Los Angeles Heights 62 degrees. Mainly local, live from the KFI
24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caracalla. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640, live and on demand on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. Welcome back to the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau, where Monterey Park talking with cold case detectives Rich Tomlin and Sean McCarthy. Before the break, gentlemen, we've been talking about this tragic situation that happened November 2nd, 2006, just before 6:30 p.m. In the 2100 block of East 117th Street, where 12-year-old Janet Altamirano was killed by a stray bullet from the use of an AK-47. Yes. And then her 15-year-old friend was wounded. Rich, we kind of got off track a little bit because I was curious about some other things going on in that scene that night. But you were talking about your colleague's confidential informant and the kind of intel that the informant was providing. And you said that the informant actually called in, right? Correct. And so what was the informant able to provide? The reason behind the shooting, the clarification that it was not the detectives or the sheriff, the police officers were not the targets. Now, why is that important? That's huge because now, as again, if it's just a random police ambush, you have no idea. It could be somebody who's just angry with getting a ticket. It could be somebody who went to jail 3 weeks ago. So you really are lost. Now you narrow the scope of your potential suspects. The informant also stated where he believed we found witnesses that saw 3 African American males hopping the fence and running, one carrying a saw. Now this informant told us the location where he believed the suspects ran to. Based on that information, we were able to get a scent on the dog that tracked weapons, right? And sure enough, the dog ends up at that location. Now several hours later, from the informant called up saying 4 hours into our investigation. Okay, so now you're talking. The shooting happened at 6:20. Now you're talking about 11:30 midnight. We're now calling the K9 unit out. We're setting up a search warrant for that location, and we weren't able to find any weapons inside. However, what was interesting, we did find AK-47 bullets and 9mm bullets inside the house. So which let us believe, okay, we're on the right path. So we then later learned again that this was in retaliation for the murder that Detective McCarthy was investigating. So obviously the next step is we had to talk to Detective McCarthy and Larry and find out who was their victim. Did he have any relatives? Did he have any friends? Was his close friends? Was it gang related? And Detective McCarthy shared more. So we learned in our investigation that the motive was specifically gang retaliation. First, we found out that there was a personal grudge between our target, our person that prosecuted this case, and Michael Townsend, the victim of this case. And this personal grudge started a few years earlier, and it was in regards to another shooting in the city of Lakewood.
As I said earlier, these two gangs generally got along. They were allied gangs, and it was more of a personal grudge. And over that 2-year period, although there was back and forth, at some point it dies down. Michael, we learned, just made the assumption that beef's over and there's going to be no issues with the big man to be started. And he was sadly mistaken, because what we learned is that when he arrived, witnesses said tension, you could feel it in the air. Well, some of the gang members from 117th Street, that's where our target suspect was from, they saw Michael arrive. They knew the personal grudge, and they immediately went to our target, who was inside one of his houses, and says, "Listen, just showed up." He's like, "What?" Walked over to a dresser, picked up a 9mm, walked right out of the house, and didn't care who saw him. He had a mission. He was going to kill Michael Johnson. He did.
So this wasn't really a gang shooting, was it? And so it has gang aspects, but it was a personal. And the only aspect is that they're all members of the gang, but it wasn't a gang sanctioned hit, if you will. That's all I believe of. Any idea what the personal grudge was?
As I said before, there was a shooting
of the shooting
between the victim and the suspect, and you're only getting hearsay. There's no witnesses that come forward or they tell you off the record what happened in Lakewood, and we piece it together. But everything that we piece together is there was a shooting between the victim and the suspect. Believed in that Lakewood shooting that he was shooting at him. Whether he was or not, we have the answer to that, but it doesn't matter because the suspect in our shooting believed that he was shooting at him in Lakewood, and he was gonna give retaliation at some level. 2 years when he got his retaliation.
Talking with Detectives John McCarthy and Rich Tommy with the LA County Sheriff's Department's Cold Case Unit. We're going to come back and continue this case. But first, this is Unsolved Christine Kramer on KFI AM 640. Time now for news update. Major Carabello live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. Early Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani is expected to publicly address theft and gambling allegations against his former interpreter for the first time tomorrow. Officials at various animal shelters in Southern California have been urging people not to buy rabbits as holiday gifts for children during Easter. They say that the rabbits as pets are abandoned usually around Easter. In Brazil's federal police have arrested 2 men today who allegedly were the killing of a popular Rio de Janeiro councilwoman in 2018. We'll take a look at the 91 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jay. Today, black folks are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by the lab test. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get pieces of nutrients from real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family size bottles and loose boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Well, I'm talking about it's the off season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all off season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage of the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Either one. Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now's the time for 5G business. KFI News is following the storm that is impacting parts of Southern California. Here is the latest from the National Weather Service.
lack of better term, knocking on doors, interviewing people, anybody who's just in the neighborhood, maybe have been arrested. We're going down to the station and interviewing them, where because of her age, because she saw us, and I think she was in her super youth. You know, she just came back from somewhere else. It was wrong time just before 6:30, 6 now, 6:30. So people were more willing to cooperate. Now you have to understand, during that period of time, that area was fully manifested. And so you have working people there who are scared. Example is actually Janet. She was in her driveway. Her father had locked the driveway gate so no one could come in off the street. So it was that type of thing. So people are hesitant to talk, but because of her age and because of the outrageousness of it, the time of day, people are more apt to cooperate. We've been very comfortable. We had identified 3 individuals that we feel strongly about. One of the individuals is escape prison. One I can't locate, and the other is still around. Some of the frustration parts. At one point, we had someone come forward, and unfortunately, he was in trouble. He had been receiving another the trial with his attorney, and he wanted to what we call proffer me. He would tell his story, and the district attorney is there and he'll decide whether or not to make a deal. Well, unfortunately, his crime is so heinous. The best deal that he could get was 30 years. Okay. And he decided, that individual, after he told us the story, but when it came down to are you willing to take the next step, no, I have to do 30 years at least. You know, I cannot be a snitch. Another individual who came forward died in natural causes. He was sick and he died in natural causes. A third individual that we had was murdered. Unrelated gang, unrelated to this case, but he's a gang member. And unfortunately, he was murdered. Let me ask you then, we were talking about this. Is this stretched out over time? I'm sorry. Yes, this is stretched out over years. Over years, never let this thing go. So we're still serving warrants 3 years into this. Okay. In fact, you know, a funny story is we got a phone call one time that it's not funny, but that we thought we knew what the murder was. The informant said, "Hey, there was just a robbery out in Bakersfield. These guys took over a casino or something. I forgot what it was exactly. And they were arrested. That gun is going to be used. That was the gun used in the murder of Janet." So you get excited. You know, it turned out it wasn't. But it helped knowing that people are still thinking about it. People are still engaged. Now, as time has gone by, as I said, people are older. Now it's kind of not forgotten, but it's on the back burner in a lot of people's minds. What we're hoping today is that people do remember her. And someone will step forward with this. I mean, we're close. We are very, very close. Like I said, if these other 3 bad things didn't happen, these other 3 individuals never would have survived. Yeah. And so we know there are people that are out there that even saw different pieces. Saw the guys maybe running down the street with the weapons. These guys apparently saw them talking. You know, right after the shooting, there was an alleged meeting where they explained what they did to different people. And actually witnessed over Berkeley. Some of the witnesses that we have, again, they were coming from it, folks. You were scared of them. And you understand that when you think about it. These guys are this brazen. Yeah, because there were real cameras back then. No. So you really had to count on eyewitness testimony. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And so we're hoping that, again, I've said this before on your show, it's been 16, 17 years now. People are older. People now have their own families. People change. And people become brave. And maybe now someone will, after hearing this
walk into a game. If you have a family member who's a game member, you're a legacy. You're a legacy. You walk into the game, right? And when you leave the game, there's some experts that will testify. Absolutely, you got me talked out of it. Totally untrue.
So a person can do a shooting on their own without the approval of their game.
The game may not approve of it, but it happens way more often than you might think.
Very good. Okay, we're going to talk more about this case, but first, this is Solomon C. Gregory, KFI Game 6 time out for these. Commander Carabello live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal officials have continued their investigation into the crash of a single engineer plane near Acton. A spokesman for the FAA says the pilot of the plane reported an engine issue at about 6:30 Friday night. They say that it flew around 35 miles before crash landing. The two people were rescued and taken by helicopter to the hospital. 3 people have been arrested for attempted murder after allegedly chasing a man and shooting him at the community center in San Bernardino County. Police say the relationship between the guys isn't clear, but they think the attack last week was in retaliation for stabbing that happened in 2022 near the Mountain Grove Shopping Center. A very tiny big game hunt has been organized for one of the largest animals in North America.
The state of Nevada having its first ever moose hunt this fall. Only 1 or 2 of them can get yourself loose in Nevada.
This year, the bed, the couch, the blanket, but not these ticks. Because every tick says it's Nixon, the fastest acting 30-day flight TikTok. Because when you're this fast, don't get these it takes time to cozy up to you and your pet. Keep your shared moments special and protect the purpose with Nexstar. Shop Nexstar Painting Protection now online and in store.
That's what the person
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. Promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire within 68 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and Sportsbook at DraftKings.com/annual. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. These nutrients are full of 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is wellness with no further, no sugar, no fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The service member of first responder dies or is temporarily injured in line of duty. Who's there for them when their families left behind? Who's there for their homeless veterans in our nation to never forget 9/11? The Tilted Towers Foundation. With 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tilted Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tilted Towers at TTT.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This is a radio ad for Nexent. Prescription medicine for people 6 months in with moderate to severe eczema that's not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from it. ShopperGigantic.com or call 1-844-KITCHEN.
Shop a gigantic inventory of over 65 brands. Access anything on every Central Village Sugar replacement. Then you can find out. Usually, where most people don't know is all the real reason they can use balance milk sugar has nothing to do with layout. All of the ways you Hollywood nutritionist finally. What I mean by that is whether you give us a show idea, is there a case you might have been involved with, or had a family member or a friend, or even heard a story of someone that might have been involved with an unsolved case or a crazy case or something that needs some attention, you can reach out to us. Pound 250 is a proprietary phone system set up for us and all of our advertisers here at KFI. Pound 250 on your cell phone. You say the keyword unsolved, and then just give us a brief synopsis of what you're talking about. Someone from my team will get back to you. Also, unsolved.
Already talked about. There's a second victim in that tragic shooting. I'm not gonna bring up her name, but I think she should be acknowledged because she was a victim in this case too. But what I really wanted to talk about more than anything is the bottom line of these cases. Jan Altamirano would not have been killed if it wasn't for the first one. We wouldn't have been there that day if that first murder didn't occur. And I believe wholeheartedly, and I think the evidence shows that Michael Vital is the perpetrator of that first murder. And the district attorney felt that way. And we prosecuted him eventually. It took 3 years. In 2010, we ultimately tried him for the murder. And if it wasn't for Michael Vital's actions, we wouldn't have been 2163. He's 117 on November 2nd.
Is there any way that Vital can ever be held liable down after the fact for the murder of the 12-year-old?
That's civil liability. That's not our.
I was curious. Since you're sitting there kind of laying the blade at the bottom of his feet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I just wondered if there's any other culpability on his part.
I'm sure that's a possibility, but I'm not an expert in civil liability. I know if that was my daughter, I would have certainly pursued that avenue. So that's why I'm so passionate about the first murder. Is that would occur, and the second murder, the tragedy of Lieutenant Altamirano would not even occur. And I want to talk about, in my opinion, some additional tragedies in this case that if I could go back in time, we would have done some things differently. And I talked earlier in the segments about how we served the search warrant, how we brought the occupants, gang members, out onto the porch. And the porch was backlit by a light. And then it made it unknown to us, easier for the suspects to shoot at those lights. And ultimately killed Jan Altamirano by accident. You know this. I'm sure some of your audience know this. Everybody in law enforcement knows this. Is that in a perfect world, we like to execute search warrants. There's less around. So generally, we try to schedule them for very early in the morning, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. So civilians are in their house, they're sleeping, they're not in harm's way, and we can almost assure that someone getting injured, the odds of that goes way down in a search warrant, right? That's why we try to do it.
You okay?
We generally do. It's not unheard of to have a search warrant later in the day or in the afternoon. It happens. But in a perfect world, we try to do it early. And that was the plan for this case. We're going to serve those search warrants at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. But there became a scheduling conflict with some of the 30 members of the
law enforcement executed this search warrant, and there was a lot of discussion about moving this to a different time to accommodate the scheduling conflicts. Me and my partner, Rich, Shannon Lauren, we discussed this. We put this warrant down and do it another day so we can do it in the early morning hour. Or do we give in to these scheduling conflicts and do it in the late afternoon, knowing that most civilians are going to be out there and potentially get injured as a result of an ambush like this, an unknowing ambush happening. And we don't go to my grave in this, I don't care what your distance think. It's corny, may sound corny. It was the biggest mistake I've made in my life, is rescheduling this. Giving into the scheduling conflict and doing this search warrant in the afternoon. Because if we would have done this at 4 o'clock in the morning, Shannon ultimately was. Yeah, but I know what you're going to say. You know what you're going to say. Yeah. And deep down, I understand what you're going to say. But you're not sitting in my seat. Okay, fair enough. No, fair enough. What do you say to that, Rich? Okay. So, in the last minute or so, before the break, Detective McCarthy, you've mentioned before that the Tom was prosecuted, but was he ever convicted? He was prosecuted, he was tried on 2 different occasions. And both times the jury hung, and the district attorney at some point has to make a decision. Do we try him the third time? Do we try him the fourth time? Because as everybody knows, we got to have a unanimous verdict. Right? All 12 have to vote guilty or innocent to get an acquittal for innocence or to get a conviction. In this case, the numbers were somewhere in between. And I'll give you 7 for guilt, 5 for innocence in the first, 6 for guilt, and 6 for innocence in the second. Now the district attorney has to make a decision. Do we prosecute him the third time or the fourth time? And it's very expensive to prosecute him. And don't get me wrong, that's not the first, second, or third consideration, but it is a consideration at some point. The bigger consideration is, are we ever going to be able to convict him based on those numbers? So wait a minute, this guy is not in prison? No. That's where the emotional tragedy. We're going to talk about this, but we got to take a break. And I got to get a drink. This is El Salvador, Gregory, KFI AM 640, time out for news update. Whenever Caramella live from the camera on Twitter, Manhattan resident just north of Bakersfield for allegedly taking a separate body apart from the scene of a train crash. Graphic video posted to social media shows man carrying what appears to be a severed lower leg and foot. Concern continues to grow over the spread of the measles in the country. At least 64 cases reported in 17 states so far just this year. It's more than all of 2023. And 3 of 4 of the alleged shooters charged with a concert hall attack in Moscow this weekend that killed more than 130 people are taking credit for the attack in court right now in Russia. We'll take a look at the fun next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joey. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get extra nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Here is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. In their way, sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393. KFI News is following the weather-affected parts of Southern California. Here's the latest from the National Weather Service. For the latest on the weather, KFI AM 640. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. And we're really going with those. Back at the update. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
Should we call someone? No, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
If you think your car is a lemon, get my Lemon Law Lawyer on the case. Dial pound 250 on your cell and say the keyword Lemon Lawyer. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto dial text message from iHeartMedia. Get rid of that lemon. Also on the web at mylemonlawlawyer.com.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's right. The science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe about the day life. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, live on demand on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved.
the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's Homicide Bureau, cold case detectives Sean McCarthy and Rich Tom. The big bombshell from the last segment that I finally pieced together is that Michael Vitale, the man that Detective McCarthy said was the shooter that was prosecuted at least twice for the shooting death of Michael Johnson back in October of 2006, was never convicted. Correct? So what happened? You have plenty of evidence.
So, yes, and I'll briefly discuss the evidence. We had an eyewitness, person named Michael Vitale, who grew up with him. We had a good, strong, credible witness. We had cell phone evidence that clearly puts his cell phone on in the 2100 block of East 117th Street at the time of the murder. And although it wasn't a slam dunk case, if you will, I felt it was enough evidence certainly to convict.
Did you have any good forensics?
Not a lot of forensics.
Ballistics?
Well, I told you I was excited during the search warrant. We had a gun, at least one gun that was the same caliber. It was examined at our lab and ended up not being a weapon. Okay? But I still felt we had a convictable case, and the district attorney felt the same thing. So we prosecuted the first trial. I don't know if your audience, I know some of your audience knows this, but you have what's called a preliminary hearing. It's a mini trial, right? In front of a judge. So that's where there's a number. In the middle of the preliminary hearing, the defense produces VHS video. Because Michael Vitale claimed, it's still in the interview, his alibi was at my grandson's birthday party in the city of Carson at the time of the murder. Now, we had a cell phone on 117th Street. And they produced this video, VHS video, and it had a time and a date that showed him at this birthday party. And clearly, we went to the residence in Carson, and he was clearly in that residence at the time. There was clearly a birthday party. He was in it, and it showed the date, the time, the date of the murder, and a time. And we drove down to Carson, 117th Street, and based on the time on the video, we couldn't make it there in time to do the murder. We had an expert, I believe it was Connecticut, come on and testify. We're talking about the old days of video recorders. And you have to manually change the time. Remember I told you it was right around late, it was the last few days, October 28th. Our argument was we never manually changed the time. And if they would have, there was plenty of time for him to get 117th Street to murder. And we had the cell phone evidence and the story. Jury believes it. 5 of them in the first trial, and 6 of them in the second trial. But the alibi and the jury, and they never convicted.
Where's he at now?
He's on the street. And I checked that yesterday based on databases that I use. He's on the street. In the same area.
So he got in your opinion, he got better. It's hard to fathom that all of this work and effort and all this stuff happened, and you have it, for lack of a better phrase, named rights, and you could convince a jury, not you.
Well, of course, we're responsible for convincing the jury. I have the evidence. I think it was compelling evidence, and I think his alibi was impeached by us. And this is just my personal opinion. I've been given probably too many personal opinions today. Is juries don't like to send somebody to prison for the rest of their life. Absolutely sure.
No doubt.
It's not a reasonable, it's beyond all that. And that happens. And I believe it happens.
Detective Tomlin, though, we've got the 3 guys you're talking about that came over that fence, service got search warrant would be the ambush that resulted in the death of the 12-year-old girl, correct? Yes, because we covered at the scene where, again, AK-47 assault rifle shell casings and also 900 shell casings. And witnesses at the scene said there were two distinct type of guns being fired. So now, Detective McCarthy has identified the shooter in this first murder. You say yours is still unsolved. So, do you know who shot? Based on the information that you provided from the deceased, again, some were deceased, two were deceased, and one was at state prison. We're very comfortable with who we believe is responsible. As you well know, it's not what you believe, it's what you do. Right? Now, one of the individuals, and I want to clarify something, one of the individuals is in state prison right now. One of the three guys who is not convicted on this case, he is in state prison for I believe it's a gun charge, actually. Okay? One of the individuals is still around, and the third individual I have not been able to track down. I don't know if he's left the state or exactly what has happened to him. We're very comfortable, we're very confident in that area where the shooting occurred. People stayed. It's a generation state, most homes, and single family residents. And we believe, or I believe, that with the help of this radio show, some will build or some won't. Several people with information that could be over the top. We're very close with the information that we have to being able to make arrests. However, we need that extra push. We're talking about an incident from November 2nd of 2006 at 6:21 p.m. at 2163 East 117th Street in Unincorporated, Los Angeles. It was an ambush which resulted in the inadvertent shooting death of 12-year-old Janet Altamirano. Janet, thank you for always bringing us compelling cases. And to you, Detective Bernard, I hope someone out there remembers the situation or the incident of November 2nd, 2006 in this 117th Street. Three men come over a fence, open fire, what they think was going to be retaliation for the previous one that happened October 28th. Instead, a 12-year-old girl was killed and a 15-year-old girl was gentlemen, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us. Yeah, thanks, Steve, for giving us the opportunity to talk about this. And that's going to do it. No song from Steve Gregory, the radio show, is a production of the KFI News Department, iHeartMedia Los Angeles, and is produced by Steve Gregory and Jacob Gonzalez. Our field engineer is Tony Sorrentino. To hear this and other episodes, just download Unsolved with Steve Gregory on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen. This is KFI AM 640, time for news update.
If you didn't like that video, keep listening. KOST HD2. Los Angeles.
Ripple effects in Russia. Anita Caravella loves the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Russia has entered a national day of mourning following the terrorist attack that killed at least 133 people in Moscow. ABC's Patrick Gravel says ISIS has claimed responsibility twice, even releasing a video.
Vladimir Putin ignored the ISIS claims. Putin instead tried to link it to Ukraine. Putin saying the suspected attackers had been arrested trying to flee to Ukraine and suggesting without evidence that a crossing had been prepared for them there.
It is valid retribution. 3 of the 4 alleged shooters in the attack have claimed guilty today in a courtroom in Russia. The U.S. says Ukraine played no role in the attack. A driver in Fullerton has been killed after crashing into a wall. Police say it happened just after midnight at Rosecrans Avenue and Gilbert Street. They say the driver was pronounced dead on scene. They're looking into what caused the crash. 3 people from L.A. have been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies all across Southern California. The group allegedly hit luxury clothing stores in L.A., Orange, and Riverside counties. These aren't victimless crimes. Sometimes the suspects would use force against the workers as they ran out. Attorney General Rothschild says the group stole more than $300,000 worth of items from 2022 to last month. Investigators with the LAPD Organized Retail Crime Task Force arrested the group. They say the thieves may be charged with even more crimes. At the LAPD headquarters, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills has won the California Academic Decathlon. The team will now represent the state at the national competition in Pennsylvania next month. A multi-million-dollar winning lottery ticket has been sold in SoCal for the second time this week. The ticket was sold at a 7-Eleven in Sun Valley and matched 5 of 6 numbers, missing only the Powerball number. The lucky winner scored $2.4 million because no ticket was sold that got all 6 numbers right. Powerball jackpot for the draw tomorrow and Monday being now an estimated $800 million. There has not been a jackpot winner since January 1st of this year. March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and one researcher in Silicon Valley is working on a new blood test to detect the cancer. Dr. Craig Eagle says that it was more than 80% successful in the clinical trials.
It measures the DNA that's generated from cancer, and if they have that broken DNA, then that raises the flag that needs some sort of follow-up to confirm that.
More than 50,000 Americans are expected to die of colon cancer this year. Eagle says dietary habits may be driving the rising rates.
High-fatty diets, high-sugar-based diets, low exercise.
Eagle's blood test still needs to be approved by the FDA. Palestinians who fled during an ongoing Israeli raid in and around the Gaza Strip's main hospital say they have endured days of heavy fighting, mass arrests, and forced marches past dead bodies and flooded buildings. The Israeli military says it has killed over 170 militants and detained some 480 suspects in the raid on Shifa Hospital that began last Monday. It says that the raid was a heavy blow to Hamas and other armed groups it says have regrouped in the medical compound. The shirt of Britney Spears wore on the X Factor in 2012 is up for auction. The chainmail halter top could sell for thousands of dollars. Bidding starts at $500, but it has been appraised from $20 to $20.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 equals $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. Customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joe. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be living at a lab. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Mr. Western heading into downtown. And the westbound team sluggish. Heading to the overload. KFI is starting up to go faster. Ready for it.
Hold the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smart, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the environment this fall by packing peace-free lunch for school or work. Avoid foods with excessive packaging. Use reusable cutlery, napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost in any ways when possible. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education
solution I've ever seen. Search for Revive Real Estate, purchasing your home just like any other buyer. Simple, but here comes the game changer. Revive renovates your home, sells it, and then pays you again for the additional profit from the renovation. You heard it right. You get a second check. Revive Real Estate has many different programs for every homeowner, and right now, works with Revive receives an additional $188,000 they would have otherwise left on the table. That's a fact. Revive Real Estate can help every homeowner figure out how to maximize their home's value. Now, of course, every home's potential is different, and not every home qualifies. So, to find out if your home is accepted, go to KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive. That's KFIRevive.com or dial pound 250 and say Revive. Sunday weather from KFI. Those are dropping tonight into the 30s and 40s. It'll be a little chilly tomorrow. The clouds are going to leave. The sun, the clear skies are going to come out. It's going to get a little warmer. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and inland from Petrelli OC, the valleys, and the Inland Empire. Around 60 though in the Inland Valley. It's a wind in the afternoon. Right now though, 62 in Santa Ana is 63. West Covina 62 also. And in Palmdale it's 52 degrees. With a local live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free episode. And I don't want to talk about basketball for that reason. The team lost in Germany. When we had hailstorms, it was hailstorms. You talk about golf ball size hail. And it's like being bombarded with golf balls. There's something about hearing a person golf ball size hail. And there's something different about being there. Imagine that you are trying to walk through a bright beach. Whether you can't afford the golf balls. That's kind of what it's like. Okay, so when it's hailing, you like find cover, right? That's what you do. You find cover. You're gonna move and move. But here's the deal, though. The car dealerships can't. So for those of you feeling hail, I don't know, maybe there should be a hailstorm sale or whatever. The car dealerships love the hail, and you would think, why would you love this hail? It's going to destroy all of your inventory, right? But they loved it because, and I didn't realize this until I was doing some radio work with one of the car dealerships, and I realized that what they do is they file insurance, pay for everything on the lot, which is reasonable, right? Pay for insurance, the vehicle is damaged, it's the way it goes. Totally reasonable that you would have insurance for it, that insurance would pay out. So what happens is insurance says, okay, we estimate that it's going to cost X amount of dollars to fix these things, right? Sure. Okay, so let's say that the insurance says, okay, you've got so much damage on so much of your inventory, we're going to pay you out $40,000. And maybe it's more than that, maybe the hail was worse, whatever, you're going to pay out $40,000. Now, it's been 20 years since I talked to you, so the numbers are probably way off. And I don't even know if the insurance payment number was correct, but I did see this. I took to the car dealership after a hailstorm in Kansas. So remember, if you see a hail sale, this is what's going on. This is how they can run a hail sale. They're going to sell you a car below manufacturer retail price. So what happens is this guy comes in, and he says to the store manager, who I have to call to get some ratings stuff together. And he said, hey, you have anybody that fixes the dents on your car? And the store manager goes, yeah. And he says, I think you're going to get a good price. He goes, I don't know, what kind of price are you in? So it's this dude that's willing to fix dents in cars, and they've got this machine that kind of massages the dents out. It's really impressive. And the guy, he says, I can do it for $1,500. No, unfortunately, already did $4,500 for the insurance company. This guy comes in and says, I can do $1,500. The manager goes, my guy's already doing it for $1,000. And he says, $1,000? Man, I don't think I can do that. By the end of this, the repairman is willing to do every car in that lot for $700 per car. And so that's pretty good payday for him. I think I maybe $50,000 more.
exit. So net profit $3,800. So they go, we're having a hell of a sale. It's $2,500 off every vehicle on the lot, right? And look at the for last, if you want to put the hail damage, they don't care. They're getting their $4,500 from the insurance company, but they can give you $2,500 off and still pocket the difference. Oh, it works out great. It works out great. And you get, why am I insurance so high? Listen, the insurance companies don't work on a deal. The insurance companies have been working. If they want to work on a deal and say, we're going to be able to offer X amount of repair for X amount of dollars. There's no reason they can't do anything like that. So, anyway, I thought that was interesting. Also, kind of a way for you to know what's going on behind the scenes when it comes to trying to save some money, which is very important. Because chances are, you can't afford to live. We keep saying the economy's stupid, right? It's an election year, but that's what the economy's stupid. We talk about this. Doesn't count anymore, right? And that is, it is just so stupid expensive to live in California. And maybe you saw the stats that came out earlier this week. I guess a new study came out from Smart Medicine and tells us how much we have to make as single people in order to live in California, Southern California.
Nationwide, asking the question, how much do you need to earn annually to feel financially comfortable in different metropolitan areas? And the numbers are up this year. They're going to give not surprising. According to this report, you would need to be putting down nearly $111,000 a year in Los Angeles to feel financially comfortable. In San Francisco, you got to be making almost $120,000 to feel that way. In Irvine, $127,000. Now, these figures are based on the so-called 50-30-20 rule. What that means is 50% of your budget will go to housing and utilities, 30% goes to discretionary spending, such as restaurant deals, and 20% goes to savings or investments. So once you break down household budgets like that, that's where you get these numbers. The $101,000 you would need here in LA to feel comfortable, it's considerably down from the roughly $137,000 you would need in New York. But keep this in mind as well. The median income here in Los Angeles is closer to $76,000, which tells you that feeling comfortable financially is still a distant goal for many Angelinos.
90 grand for a single person. Otherwise, you're living with your mother. That's it. I said my mother, domestic LW soon. She's great. She's going to have dinner ready. This is the best part about living with your parents. Mom will have dinner ready. Okay, thanks, Mom. The thing that struck me, I hadn't heard this before. I heard the rule of 29 and 29% of your income is supposed to, no more than 29% of your income is supposed to go toward housing. And I heard that number before in top class in high school or something like that. But since it's a percentage, that remains consistent. That doesn't change when you talk about budgeting. It's one of the things that budgeting about Congress is they'll say, oh, we're going to allocate X amount of dollars for the cost of living increases. Minimum wage is going to be $15 or $18, whatever the minimum wage is, wherever you are. I always think that should be indexed. It should always be a percentage of choice. It should go up accordingly. And so we never have to come back and you're going to federal minimum wage at 71%. If we just indexed that to begin with, whatever it was 20 years ago, certain minimum wage, then we know all the money we've got, we would have to have arguments. So, again, anyway, working with percentages, when we talk about budgeting, makes things a little bit clearer. So, I hadn't heard the 50%, the 50-30-20, 50% of your salary for basic living expenses like rent and bills, 30% for personal spending, and 20% to go to a savings account or use to pay down debt. In California, I think we almost have to adjust that. The housing is so outrageous. It seems to me that you would probably not live in the kind of home that you would want. So let's suppose that you're making the 90,000 that you're talking about. You do that, you do 4,500. That's big one. $4,000 a month. And I guess you could. You can find it. Still, the idea that we're saying $4,000 a month, and yeah, I guess you can find a place you want to live if you make $100,000 or maybe say in some California cities like Bakersfield and Fresno, a single person would need to make at least the 90 grand. LA, Irvine, San Diego, you have to make 104. So you're talking about things going up in there. And a lot of that has to do with the housing costs. Santa Ana, by the way, Irvine is the most expensive in Southern California, $126,797. They say Santa Ana is the same amount. So there you go. If you want to really save some money, move to San Diego or Chula Vista, where you can buy as a single person for just $123,000 and live comfortable. What is comfortable? See, this is where I disagree. Because to me, comfortably means I can buy crap on Amazon when I feel like it. That's what it means. Like this. Or comfortably means I don't worry that there's a hailstorm because I have a little bit of an emergency fund back. I got $5 grand on hand if my car gets hit with hail. Granted, most of us never hit with hail, but I did with hail in the forecast or something. So, this is what I'm saying. It's comfortable. Like, not nervous about what could go wrong. To me, that's what comfortable is. And I feel like living here, we're a long ways from it. All right, we'll get into LA law. That is next. Chris Merrill, KFI, AM640, we're live everywhere. You're on your radio out there. Carabella is live. KFI, 24-hour newsroom.
Repair work has been underway today at the beach when a canopy that was covering gas fires. The canopy collapsed yesterday at Chevron on Beach Boulevard. This is the final weekend of business for an In-N-Out Burger in Oakland, California. The Milwaukee chain first ever permanent closure for the company in its 75-year history. The lottery ticket worth more than $2 million. The Powerball game drawing has been sold at Sutherland, a convenience store. We're going to take a look at what's going on the 101 next.
West Family booking our family beach vacation for breeze. It felt a little like. Time to go. Okay, kids. Back in the room. Life's a trip. Make the most of it, Northwestern.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's June. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments. And get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get a piece of nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is heavily sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's Let Us Do Good Village in Lando Lakes, Florida, is a community of about 100 homes being built for the foundation's program participants. 3 families have already moved in: a Gold Star family and the family of 2 severely injured veterans who moved into new Spartan homes. It's a special place where together families can heal. Make the Let Us Do Good Village the first of many communities like it. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your HC specialist about Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 power with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new model means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, get your fellow sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon. Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app. Every basket is better. The most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Artesian. Helping you master mixology madness during the tournament. Artesian is offering a $50 discount with a big game bundle. Artesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The big game bundle includes the Artesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the tropical margarita, vodka, whiskey, and gin lover selections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Artesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Artesian. Order your Artesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Artesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand. With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
It's your captain speaking. You know, that clear runway, the weather's fine. We're just going to circle through a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick, so I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+ terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Fix that. You're already grown. Double A. MCO. Check engine light on. We'll check it for free. NFL Total Access, the podcast, is getting you ready for the NFL Draft. I'm your host, Nathan Levy, and I'll be delivering 2 shows a week to make sure you're caught up on the latest NFL news every free agency and how it changes the draft needs of your NFL team. Draft experts, talent scouts, mock drafts, and shock drafts. Do NFL Total Access, the podcast, on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now is the time for 5G Business.
I was talking about crime in Los Angeles, specifically the crime rings, organized retail crime rings. And I thought, what a great opportunity for us to have a nice little segment of the law. Should really be louder, right? Yeah, somebody doesn't know. Okay, so here's what I think is tricky about this, is that the rest of the country looks at Los Angeles as being, we already did this part, it rules that Los Angeles has been film first in the country. And we go, screw you! But actually, they're wrong. Yeah, we're the National Protection Commission, the industry's largest lobbyist, says, nope, sure enough, LA is, in fact, the worst when it comes to organized crime. There's never any detail that we're not organized in what we do. But there is another concern. It used to be smash and grabs, right? It's not just smash and grabs now. Now we're concerned with what we saw last week. And Andrew, you and I talked about this, was
officials to issue a new weekend chaperone policy on Fridays and Saturdays.
Wait, chaperone policy?
Clients under 18 must be accompanied by an adult age 21 or older.
It's good. You know, these kids now, sometimes they get a little reckless, so.
What? Hold on. Hang on. This woman kid, she's obviously like, I'm going to say she's a young millennial. Maybe she's an old Gen Z. And she just cracked out of kids these days, honey.
These kids now, sometimes they get a little And it's good. You know, these kids now, sometimes they get a little reckless, so. It's good to me. It's not true.
Oh, man. When do we get old? You just celebrated an old birthday. When was the first time you heard yourself say the kids these days? If we had to guess.
I was thinking about headphones, but I think I see kids these days every Sunday from 4 to 7.
Yeah, I bet you say the old man these days. When did you first say, oh, you know, the kids these days?
When Gen Z became, like, conscious and started, like, talking and having opinions.
Same.
Yeah, it's like kids these days. Yeah.
So, about the time they were turning, what, like 17, 18, or a little younger than that?
A little younger, I'd say maybe like 10, 11.
So now 10, 11, that's alpha. So are you thinking, oh, the kids that Gen Alpha?
No, I think when Gen Z was 10 or 12, I started some text.
I know, but now Gen Alpha is. So are you thinking about that now too?
I'm not too far removed from them. I don't know themselves. I have no idea.
It's funny, my family, all boomers, right? And I could, for 2010 until about 2022, I kept hearing about millennials. Now the millennials don't want to work. The kids these days don't want to work. The kids these days don't have any understanding of what it's like to work. But the kids these days, there's all the millennials. So congratulations on graduating into being the curmudgeon now. You're going to get the next generation saying, the kids these days. So good. Welcome.
So, rather be safe than sorry.
Online rumors of more mall takeovers this weekend at Delano and at the South Bay Pavilion Mall in Carson, prompting security and law enforcement to be on high alert. No problems have been reported. Many we spoke with say they appreciate the extra efforts to keep everyone safe.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, people hurt and, you know, it's definitely not good for anybody, so. But they're safety for ours.
For sure. Like, for them, for like us, them, like for sure, like, yeah, no cap. Yeah, like, no cap.
Yeah, it's for sure something not good for anybody, so.
I mean, it's like, you know, yeah. Oh, definitely. Entire sentences right there in just a few words. How about, like, yeah. Kids these days. How about the capitalists these days? Like the insurance companies that don't want to sell you their product. And what we're doing about that, because frankly, you actually want it. Get my money. Next, we're starting KFI, AM 640, we are live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, Bader Kira Bellas live. KFI, 24-hour newsroom. For sure.
A 4-year-old girl in Long Beach has been killed by a pickup truck. Police say the girl was crossing the sidewalk when she was hit by the truck Friday night. They say the driver stayed on scene and cooperated with the investigation. They don't think speed or impaired driving were factors in the accident. The Assembly Women from Newport Beach has introduced a bill to strengthen protections for people hurt by violent crime.
The goal of the Assembly Women Dynamics is to prevent people from having to face abusers over and over in court to renew restraining orders.
Felix Law will allow a judge.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. Your customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around
juicyjuice.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 fabric with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new model means an all-new mist experience. Trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Feature fillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for up to 6 months in moderate to severe eczema, is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from bleeding, but you can see how your Dixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be seen. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Competitive pricing. Right now, radio listeners take advantage of special pricing from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-974-9900. That's 800-974-9900.
Southland weather for KFI. Lows are dropping to the 30s and 40s tonight. Tomorrow, sunny, clear. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and inland for Metro LAFC. Also upper 60s for the valleys and IE. Around 60 in the Antelope Valley. Newport Beach right now, 59. Fountain Valley, 60 degrees. We leave local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravello.
Since the pandemic, California home values have skyrocketed. Do you have lots of equity in your home but have been turned down for a home equity line of credit? Try giving the Loan Exchange a call. At the Loan Exchange, we can't guarantee we'll fund you, but we will try our hardest to find a solution for you. Whether your issue is related to your credit score or qualifying your income, our experienced loan technicians will turn over every rock to get you the funds you need to pay off credit card debt, make an investment, or just have a source of cash in case of future emergencies. So if you want a loan company to fight for you, go to theloanexchange.com or call 1-855-752-9944 now. And email us 163-7539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions. Equal housing lender. That's 1-855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com. KFI News is following the weather affecting parts of Southern California. Here's the latest from the National Weather Service. Keep it here for the latest on the weather. KFI AM 640. For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of us, more dishes, and more shower-time concerts. And then those drinks don't drain as they should? Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing and Neighborly Company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
This is Jacob Outlaw. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640.
Radio station.
More stimulating talk.
Do be careful. Motorcycle is legit. No joke. That is no joke. I've been through that. And I hope that you've got insurance. I hope you're able to find insurance. Because some places have just decided, I have no more insurance for that. So, sorry about your luck. Yes. And it feels like, how about you? I feel like, man, thought we had elected officials that were supposed to make sure that we could get the things we needed, like insurance. If only there was some sort of a, I don't know, what would you call the office? An insurance of the commissioner, maybe? Only there was somebody in that position that had the, what's that? Oh, Gaylor just reminded me that we actually have an insurance commissioner. How about that? Yeah, thank you. ABC7 actually caught up with Ricardo Laura talking about State Farm saying, no more.
This is a real crisis.
Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara speaking out about what Californians are facing, higher insurance premiums and non-renewals. State Farm, which is California's largest home insurance company, says it will not renew 72,000 policies in the state starting this summer. Lara says he wants to look at the company's finances, but says it's a delicate balance to keep them in the state.
Insurance companies are not like utility companies. By law, they don't have to be here. And when we try to over-regulate, we'll see what happened.
Yeah, they're more like gas stations. You know, they're more like gas stations. They are. Insurance companies are more like gas stations. Think of it this way. Look, I love a great gas station. And, you know, we hit and miss with some different, you know, you get a Circle K, hit and miss, get into the 7-Eleven, kind of hit and miss, you know. Then you get something really great. And I love those gas stations that are really great. One of them is doing some work in Texas. They got this gas station. You guys heard of this? It's Buc-ee's. Have you heard of this?
I heard of Buc-ee's.
Okay, Buc-ee's is massive. It's like, it's not quite Walmart. It's like, but it's kind of like a mini Walmart with a bunch of live food, and they've got bathroom attendants that make sure it's always clean.
Or they got the mascot too, right? It's like a beaver or something.
Yes, exactly. And they also have a bunch of beef jerky and beef nuggets.
Okay.
So, you like?
Yes.
You like it? They're delicious. And then I've been to these before. They have like 200 booths. It's incredible. So it's massive. Buc-ee's does not operate in California. You know why? Because they don't have to. So yeah, the insurance companies, as much as we like to think of them like utility, nope, they're more like a gas station. And quite frankly, they're not very good ones either.
We'll see what happened after the Northridge report. When the legislature came in and tried to overregulate, and we no longer right for quick insurance in California.
What that tells us is the insurance commissioner's plan is not working.
Consumer Watchdog has been critical of Commissioner Lara as he tries to deal with these insurance companies. They feel there needs to be new laws.
We have been urging for years now that California require insurance companies who want to sell multi-level insurance in California sell to everyone who does the right thing and protects their rights.
What is that? Sell to everyone who does the right thing and protects their homes. Surely we've got an actual list of things that they mean are the right things, right? Surely they're not saying, well, they're just a good person. They're doing the right thing. Because goes up pretty quick, then it dies off, and then you got just 10-year-old. So is the right thing with my home putting in hardscaping? Right? I mean, I'm willing, if you're gonna tell me we're not going to give you homeowners insurance unless you have hardscaping, okay? We're not going to give you homeowners insurance unless your roof is less than 30 years old. We're not going to give you homeowners insurance unless you've got, this fire resistant siding or something, right? I understand that there should be a checklist. I'm a little cautious, though, when people tell me, is doing the right thing. Well, let me tell you, everybody thinks they're doing the right thing. And everybody thinks they're a good parent, too. And yet, you've been to the mall, that's where they have the mold balls. Those mold balls are full of young people who have parents who believe that they're good parents. But, listen, we all fall short sometimes. Which is why I tell people to start with, have a terrible parent. Lower your expectations.
We urge the insurance commissioner to support that policy change, which needs to go through the legislature.
This is happening with a number of insurance companies. In addition to State Farm, Allstate stopped issuing policies to new customers in California back in 2022. Laura says his plan also involves changing the models insurance companies use to better assess risk and to lower rates for those who protect their homes.
The current modeling is a black box. We're going to change that to be much more transparent. Bring the risk down in these communities. We keep insurers writing. Then you get more insurers writing. We bring down the cost.
Oh, that's great. Do it. Just do it. Well, listen, we can get more insurers. And then if we have more insurers, then we can bring down the cost. And as the cost goes down, more insurers will come. Yeah, but we understand how the cycle works. Now, what are you doing?
Laura says if State Farm does not renew your policy, notify the Department of Insurance immediately.
Tell them. We will make sure we have an insurance expert with you so that we help you transition.
It's not actually an insurance expert. It's a caveman who's
and connect you with insurance companies who are writing policies in California.
Well, that'd be nice. Listen, I'm all for it. I'm just seeing the price of insurance skyrocket. And I've seen how insurance companies have said, okay, well, we're going to limit how many customers, how many policies we have in a particular geographic area. But what they're doing is understandable, right? What they're doing is they're limiting their liability exposure. So if there's a wildfire that goes through a particular Arrowhead, right? So they may say, okay, well, we're going to write X amount of policies for Arrowhead because Arrowhead might have wildfires. Arrowhead has wildfires, and we don't want to be on the hook for everybody. Because you know how it is. You find a good deal on a policy, you tell your friends, and everybody ends up with that policy. Which the insurance companies love when there's no fire. Like, oh, we're making money here, we're fixed. But then when there is a fire, all of a sudden, we have to replace the whole community because everybody was using it. Right? So they're limiting how many people in a geographic community. That makes sense. I get that. I understand it. The problem is when one backs out, or one says, okay, well, we're only going to have 10 houses in a zip code, and then another one comes by and says, well, we're only going to do 10 houses in a zip code, and you've got 10 insurance agencies that all said they're only going to do 10 houses in a zip code that's 100 houses, but you have 6,000 houses in that zip code, and we're all up there, don't we? The math doesn't quite work out right. But don't worry. The insurance commissioner says he's going to talk to him. He's going to get more in there and lower the rates. And then more will want to be in because the rates are lower. Super duper, now do it. Fuck this cheap. Been hearing it for a while. I keep seeing more and more insurance companies pulling out, not coming back in. If you are like Raul, you have wasted far too much of your life this weekend watching a bunch of 18 to 23-year-olds dribble a ball around the court. We'll talk sports next. KFI AM 640 live everywhere. Your higher radio app. And Carabella is live on KFI 24 hours.
At least 137 people have been killed in a mass shooting incident described as a terrorist attack at Costco in Moscow. 4 alleged shooters in that attack have been arrested. A wind advisory is still in effect for Los Angeles and its surrounding area until about 8 p.m. Officials say there's a possible chance of showers, which is already happening right now, and a slight chance of thunderstorms this afternoon. And former President Donald Trump is returning to the stock market. Shareholders of an acquisition company approved a deal to merge with Trump's media business in a vote on Friday. We'll take a look at the 91 next.
College fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. You customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/BLOG. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 fabric with advanced renderal mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new model means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray. Formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Vixit. Coming out, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Vixit can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist with Dr. Dixon. Visit yourpixel.com or call 1-844-PIXEL.
America's darkest day, 9/11. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their own. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
At My Great Clip Salon, I get to use my skills as a stylist to make customers look and feel great. When you sit down in my chair, it's important to me to listen to what you want. And when your haircut's done, I'll save your details in clip notes, so you can get the look you love at any Great Clip Salon, anywhere you are. Seeing customers light up at the end of their cut. That's what I love about my job. I'm Katie, and I'm a Great Clip Salon stylist.
Join the salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com.
Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere. Hurry, sorry, we're here. We were getting lucky and we lost track of time.
No, Lucky Casino. Cash prizes that good everybody gets registered. In that case, I pronounce lucky.
For free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Daily bonuses are waiting. No purchase necessary. We were predicted by BT Plus. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access to
bunch of young adult men go to the basketball court, and it's so dead. Somebody's asked me how many brackets. Let me ask you this. How many brackets did you fill out for your practices?
7.
I don't observe much madness. Yeah.
Really? You're the guy in the office who says everybody else to do some well.
Yeah, I tell them. I'm the guy that does not observe it, but I tell everybody else what they should be doing for March Madness.
Oh, yeah, you're the troll.
Yeah, that's me.
Good. There you go. Killer, I'll come back to you. Raul, how do you not have any brackets? It's
Because it's regular, because my daughter went to college there. That's
okay. Well, they're doing really well, right?
Yeah, they're about to lose. That's much of that.
Listen, I'm a Kansas fan, same conference as Baylor, so we got blown out yesterday, so I've been you're still paying attention because I and Kayla have brackets. Kayla, how'd you end up with 7 brackets?
I honestly, I just wanted to be cool. I thought everybody else was saying number 2. I don't know what bracket it is or what we're talking about.
No, be serious. Really? March Madness.
I know it's basketball. I know it's college basketball.
Wait, on anything else?
That's all I got. Notre Dame.
Yeah, good job. I'm the only one that did brackets. Really? I feel like I'm completely missing on the subject now.
Well, I try to participate with you. I can act along if you'd like.
So I have no.
Dang, man, where'd you find the time?
So that's the thing. People are like brackets. It's not like the old days we had to print it out and then write it down and then mail it off to somebody and be in their pool. Now I just need an invite. So I've got this group of guys who do a bunch of sports stuff all year long, right? And so they go, this bracket season, you're going to have 3 to $5 a piece. Oh, okay. They go, here's the link. Now this is one where we used to have to fill it out and mail it to somebody, but they finally got into the century. And Kayla, yes, they're all going to be. So they finally got like PayPal or Venmo, and now they do everything online. So they go, here, just fill this out online. And it's just click. So I just click through, okay, UConn, Houston, Purdue, got these guys, Baylor, and around it, picking up set, boom. I do another, okay, I'll take this one on, or maybe this game will be different, do another. Click 3 from there. And then my real job says, hey, we got the office schools, $10 to get in. You can do this, you go up to 25 brackets. I did 2. I'd stop short. Some goobers are going to do 25 brackets. They're going to drop $250 just to be the office schools. Now that Andrew and I would both be leaving. No doubt about it. I did 2 just because I wanted to participate. Okay, fine. So what am I doing? 5? And then I keep getting these offers. CBS says, hey, get into the brackets. You've done this in the past, and they're sponsored this year. You've been playing on these.
Hey, listen, does Buffett still do his where he can win all the money if you...
I didn't see it this year.
Okay.
But that would be another one, right? So, yes. Right. Warren Buffett, Jimmy Buffett's older brother. Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, used to say that if you picked the perfect bracket, he would pay you $1 billion. And everyone's like, wow, I'm trying to... No one has ever picked a perfect bracket in the history of ever. So, it's a pretty safe bet on his part. He paid his own insurance company to do it, right? And yeah, win-win, all kinds of publicity. But no, I got to do like CBS, you win like an ESPN. Hey, you want to be brackets? Okay, let's do a couple here. Do those, and then okay, you're going to enter in the national standard. So they say, I'll get 9 brackets. But really, guys, I don't think I spent, I didn't do a lot of months. I don't think I spent more than half an hour doing brackets. They're so easy. They probably use it right at the time. It's so fast and simple now. My wife is the one who spends time on filling out brackets. Her whole deal is she's insane. So my wife actually always won one. She does the most evil bracket. So she watched a lot of investigation stuff. This is how you make things fun. Okay? Get involved with this and then you find another correlation. So she'll find who's the most evil person to come from Houston. Mr. Oh, that was a really bad guy. He's much more evil than the person coming from I don't know who Houston was. BYU. Wasn't BYU. But we'd be like, okay, BYU. And so she'll go, And I think serial killers in Houston's got this guy, so I'm going to pick Houston. So she did that one. And the most evil brand, I think she came in third place to go some money. She was in the money on it.
Okay, so now we know the last one.
But right, well, some people are like, oh, which uniform do I like more? Which one has the fiercest mascot?
Who has the cutest?
Oh, that's not, listen, that's not you. Yeah, I mean, I know you're trying to be cute, but I'm just saying, I'm going to say the same thing, and then you're going to call me a sexist, but I've been at private pools before. Guys are like, okay, the cheerleaders from Long Beach State are hotter by far than the cheerleaders from Indiana. So we're taking Long Beach State.
But they would. We never know.
No, it doesn't pay off, but I get a thought. It's sexist if a guy says it, if a woman says it, it's like, oh, that's cheating.
Double standards, they go on.
All of them say, lean into it. Yes. All for you.
I think
If you can't criticize me when I tell you about somebody's from some particular. All right. Speaking of disasters in motion, not just this program, but Russia. The latest, by the way, the death rate in Russia, if you missed it, keeps going up. It is increased. Next day, 640, we are live everywhere. I hope anyway.
I don't know what you're thinking, and I kind of like that. Keeps it fun. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles,
Live.
We have a camera live from the KFL 24-hour newsroom. More rain is hitting SoCal as a cloudy weekend comes to an end. Weather radar show rain rolling in from the central coast down through San Diego County and all through this afternoon. The National Weather Service's rainfall totals are expected to vary due to the scattered nature of the showers, but no low elevation areas are predicted to get more than a quarter of an inch. Winds are going to be dying down in most areas sometime by tonight. And UC Riverside has denied that Shohei Ohtani's former interpreter attended the school like he had claimed in his resume. The university says that there were no records of the Ike Mizahura in its database, despite Mizahura's bio saying that he graduated in 07. This is just one of the questions raised about his credentials since he was accused of stealing millions from Ohtani and foreign banks. The MLB has now opened a formal investigation. And Hollywood Boulevard, as you know it, it's going away.
Changes are coming to the iconic street, including protected bike lanes, wider sidewalks, and dedicated bus lanes.
This project is about making Hollywood safer. This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Into custody. One gunner's recovered. In-N-Out has announced the company will go ahead with its plans to close its restaurant in Oakland this weekend. The company says the closure is due to crime in the area, endangering customers and employees. The announcement in January made national news as the first ever In-N-Out permanent closure. Drive-thru's last day is today. The search is now underway in Northern California for a mountain lion that attacked two brothers, one fatally. ABC's Mark Williams says that the young men were hunting for shed antlers in El Dorado County yesterday when it happened.
Deputies arrived to find the younger brother with serious injuries to his face. Minutes later, they say they found the mountain lion crouched next to the body of the older brother.
Officers fired their guns, which scared away. Mountain lions are known to attack people, but the last fatal encounter was in 2004 in Orange County. And as KFS Chris Murrow will be talking about here in the next segment, more than 137 people have been killed and even more hurt in the terrorist attacks that had caused Moscow. Many witnesses said that they feared for their lives Friday night. This woman who works at an aquarium in the same entertainment complex says that she felt the explosion.
We went out and we were having flashbacks that I became essential engines. We saw fire and focus for a reason. When we went through one community, we saw a lot of dead bodies inside.
Russia's federal security says that they captured the 4 men thought to be responsible for, and they're also members of ISIS. Protesters in Ireland have gathered to show their support for Palestinians. Many of them are part of the Ireland-Palestine Solidarity Campaign. They marched to the capital in Dublin, calling for the Irish government to pressure Israel into a ceasefire and allow aid into the Gaza Strip. Millions of people in Gaza are on the edge of starvation. Right now, taking a look at KFI traffic, we're going to head to a crash that's popped up on the 10 in El Monte.
Westbound, Centennial Amigo crashed in Dublin, expecting backup from the 605 freeway. Stay slow to Del Mar. Southbound 605 was very slow. That road should be clear of the freeway. Northbound 605 slightly through the highway to Whittier Boulevard. Toronto, and then dropping eastbound 91 foot 50, crash in fast track lane. Westbound 91 was siding was slowing from the 15 through Toronto. North and southbound 405 are jammed up both ways. We meet the way. Safe for anything that KFI the style of speaking their faster back 84.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story. With Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical. However, they probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Southbound weather from KFI. Lows are dropping into the 30s and 40s tomorrow. The clouds leave sunny and clear. It's going to warm with highs in the upper 60s on the beaches and inland from Metro AOC, the valleys, and the IE. We're at 60 in the Antelope Valley, some wind in the afternoon. Right now, Fountain Valleys is 62, Stanton is 64, Hollywood 61, and Pinto Rivera 60 degrees. Really local, live from the KFI 924 newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free and 7 KFI 640.
Just heard a bit about anywhere on the internet, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm watching what's going on in Russia, and it's easy for us to miss this, but it's a big message for everybody now watching whatever's happening. I guess Friday night, their time was Friday afternoon that I saw this start happening. And if you're just kind of getting back from things, you would be forgiven for not hearing about it, but it's meant. So, sounds like ISIS attack guys going to this concert. We've had attacks in Asian countries here in the United States, so we certainly understand this. This is a terror attack. We had a mass shooting, it's a different story, but the sentiment is the same. Oh my gosh, how did something so horrible happen? So, here's what we know right now. So, 137 people died. The deadliest attack in Russia in a couple of decades. They've had other terror attacks, and they had, remember, but they call it a blast, or a bomb, or whatever, that hit a train that was going to St. Petersburg. That was 7 years ago. Let's see what else. We had another train station explosion in Belgorod in 2016. That was in 2013. And then suicide bomber at the airport in Moscow. I believe video came out of that. When the security video came out, that took 35. They had the subway station in Moscow that almost killed 15 years ago. So we're watching what's going on here. Sounds like it's ISIS, right? So they've got 2 of the defendants arrested. Would you say 4 of them that they all 4?
Yeah, the alleged 4 shooters have been arrested. 3 of them were in court today, all admitting guilt. The newswires telling us.
So that's interesting. It doesn't matter if they've been killed or not, because they have the worst legal system. I mean, if you're arrested, you're guilty. That's it. It's kind of like our lifetime TV legal dramas. Like, if you're arrested, you die. Yeah, because there's court to it. So, in Russia, if you're arrested, you're pretty much but I think realize that country that's like, you don't do the best if you don't like what you're doing. I mean, if you say Putin is a bad leader, suddenly you find yourself with a persistent cough that leads to being slumped over in the field. Yeah, right. You get the death penalty for not voting for Putin in Moscow. That's how that happened. But you got somebody that's killed 137 people there. He said you're something. Maybe something. This was particularly easy because remember the attack in France a few years back that was at a concert as well? That was a bad situation. Everybody's trying to get out cans, right? The same thing here. These guys, they start shooting, and then they set the place on fire. So, absolute horror. I don't know about you, but I have this difficulty whenever we have a story like this. I can't help but to imagine through the eyes of the victim. You ever do that? Let me listen to report America. Here are the facts. Here's what happened. Here's some photos. This is a terrible thing. And then part of me just imagines that I'm at a concert and I start hearing things popping off and I don't know what it is. And then I start smelling smoke. And then I start to panic. And then I start trying to get out and I'm feeling trampled. I'm feeling caged in. I'm feeling claustrophobic. And I'm feeling this anxiety that continues to build. Suddenly, I'm trying to figure out how do I save my life? What did I come with? How do I make sure we all get out? And then you see people are pushed up against the door and can't get out. And then back all around you. Remember was it Rhode Island? They had the fire at the Great White Council 2 decades back. I think it's been that long. When people were burned alive. Awful. I can't help but to imagine what it's like being a victim in this game. And then I never sleep. This is why I don't sleep because I'm too busy sharing anxiety for those of us who know. Horrible. So, why is this matter with us? The interesting is because Putin now is, remember, 4 arrested. ISIS says we did it. We're like, yeah, we're part of ISIS. We did it. Totally. Send us to Siberia. Sounds great. Putin, not so sure. Putin says, oh no, it's not just ISIS. And, you know, Putin is like the ultimate politician. And that old adage, never let a good crisis go to waste.
They tried to hide him from Ukraine, according to preliminary data, when there was more for them with the Ukrainian side, just escaped all of them. A total of 11 people were detained for the
So two things that were really interesting about that from on one hand, he said that the perpetrators, as he called them, were trying to get to Ukraine. Of course, that in itself is a pretty difficult thing to do because, of course, that is exactly the phenomenon of the war.
Yeah, so you're going to go this place up, set it on fire, we're going to try to escape, and we're going to run right into the line of the military? No.
In Ukraine currently it is, and there really is no the plane, as he put it, that appeared to have been opened for that seemingly meaning some sort of way to get across the border.
Okay, window like, here's the problem here, not like a window out the side, not a window at the hospital where it's stuck out, rather a window into Ukraine.
Fully indicate that Vladimir Putin, like some others in Russian state media, are accusing Ukrainian state-ready state organizations of having been, at the very least, a part of this operation. Ukrainian military intelligence has already come out and said that Ukraine had absolutely nothing to do with this. In fact, the military intelligence service is accusing Russia of doing this in the false flag operations.
Listen, Ukraine, I was with you, I was standing up for you, that was all about it. But now you're saying that Russia killed 137 of their own, said that they were ISIS, so they can blame you? You lost me.
You can see the things going back and forth there between the Russians and the Ukrainians. That narrative sort of starting to take hold. They're in Russia now. The latest that I have for you, this actually came just a couple of minutes before we went on air, because the Russians are now saying that of the 11 people who have been detained so far, none of them are Russian citizens.
All right. Again, ISIS claiming responsibility. Thank you so much for playing it.
Thank you. See you. You know, it matters to us because we have arguments over funding for Ukraine. We about when this sort of thing happens. Here, fortunately, we haven't had an ISIS attack there since Guinness. But I thought first we blame the terrorists. First thing, we have a terror attack, hundreds of people dead. We say we are New York City strong. We all change our Facebook IDs or our Twitter avatars to the flag or to the logo of whatever it is. We say we're so and so strong. We say never forget this happens here. And then we say we got to figure out who to blame. The first thing we do is we blame the foreigners, which is what Luke was doing. He's like, it's the foreigners. There you go. France. United States. We go, it was Middle Easterners. It was terrorists. Southern border rescues. Costa Ricans. Right? So and then we point the finger at the opposite party. This would happen if it hadn't been for them. Well, if it hadn't been for them, then we point to them. We say, listen. Sure, 9/11 may have been a terror attack on the United States. But let's not forget, they were Saudi Arabia, and we're going to blame the foreigners. And the whip said, and if it weren't for George W. Bush's loose policies and expired visas, none of this would happen. Yep, there we go. And then we start the cycle of blame. Stupidity over and over again. Never actually make us any safer, but by golly, we should yell at each other. Good at that. Now, this is what I both know. There is probably one thing above all else that is a never-ending irritant to half the population. Half of you don't have this problem. The other half, you're with me on this. I'll tell you what the Justice Department is doing to try to take the side of the irritable people. Next, KFI, 8640, we're live everywhere. You're radio happy and care about us live. The KFI 24-hour newsroom.
LA Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani is expected to publicly address the legal allegations against his former interpreter for the first time tomorrow. Officials at various animal shelters in Southern California have been urging people not to buy rabbits as holiday gifts for children during Easter. They say that the rabbits, these pets, can become abandoned usually around Easter. And rain is pouring down once again in parts of Los Angeles. Weather officials are issuing a flood advisory now until 7 p.m. for portions of Los Angeles County, from the San Fernando Valley to the San Gabriel Valley, including downtown LA, due to these strong thunderstorms moving through. Officials caution extreme care while driving. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to take a look at what's happening. Another 110 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/b-ball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is unsweet with fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
This season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced neutral mist. It's a new way to spread it in all in bottle. It's an Marching Madness during the tournament. Artesian is offering a $50 discount with a big game bundle. Artesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mixed cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The big game bundle includes the Artesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the tropical margarita, vodka, whiskey, and gin lover selections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Artesian madness. Who are your home bars this spring? Prepare for the party with Artesian. Order your Artesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at artesian.com/game. That's PARTESIAN.com/game. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand.
This is a radio ad for the patient. Prescription medicine for being 6 months old. Moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can't see how Nixon can help you have clear skin and message. Individual results may be serious allergic reactions to it. Can help regulate if you have eczema, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about your listening time problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dixon. Visit Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
This one's causing your engine light to come on and fix it, no matter what it is. Keep your eyes on the road and your ears open for another episode of Gapco's You Didn't Know.
MCO. Check engine light on. We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See Gapco.com for complete details.
NFL Total Access, the podcast is getting you ready for the NFL Draft. I'm your host, Andrew Lady, and I'll be delivering 2 shows a week to make sure you're caught up on the latest NFL news. Every free agent, reviewing how it changes the draft needs of your NFL team. Draft experts, talent scouts, mock drafts, and shock drafts. Do NFL Total Access, the podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Presented by T-Mobile for Business. Now's the time for 5G business.
Their brains have been hacked. So many people can't function unless they're constantly scrolling and staring, and they're stepping out in front of traffic without looking. You got to stand at the curb and look both ways and anticipate what's going on. Predicting John Colos. They can't take their eyes off the screen. They don't know what's going on around them. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I think it's fair to say that the most annoying people in the whole world are the people who text you with Android phones. That's got to be a fair statement, is it not?
I mean, I have an Android phone.
I hate to say it, but I'm going to get you over the other side of the room. You're going to go to that side of the room. Android phone.
Why do you say that?
God, those are green bubbles. Can you handle that? I ran into an issue as I was doing my Brian Taylor stuff this week. I was in a group of guys, a couple of them have Android phones, the rest, of course, are humans. And I did not have cell service. Like, it was terrible. I get that. You ever get to a place where there's no cell tower and this is SOS up in the corner? And you can still make an emergency. But you have enough cell service so that you can call for an emergency. But if you want to actually call for, I don't know, a tow truck
so familiar, intuitively listen, connected to their findings. What the Department of Justice argued today at their press conference is that Apple techniques, there are even legal ones, block in their customers and block at the opposition, and they can be untangled with any possible companies to create apps or create devices that go insane.
Yeah, they're mad about the green bubbles.
With they're not the problem, the problem belongs that the Department of Justice is arguing this is unlawful under federal law. Now, Apple has been arguing damages for one saying what the Department of Justice is doing is inappropriate, but also stifles their ability to create new innovations, new products for you. The Department of Justice is seeking over the next few years some type of settlement or victory in court that requires Apple to change its policies and potentially make things cheaper or more available for customers to the public. That's how you have to be careful with it. You need to go He says, when the United States of America takes over not in court, the United States of America has to win.
America. Nobody needs America, but we're suing American companies. All right, I will grant you this. It may seem presumptuous and arrogant of me to somehow indicate that iPhone users are in any way, shape, or form superior to Android users. And I understand how you Android users would feel it. And I will say from a number of Android users how their operating system is far superior to Apple's, and their technology is far ahead of Apple's technology, and Apple's constantly trying to keep up. Whatever. So is it safe to say that this is the 2024 version of Case Great Less Filling? Yeah. Just Android, Apple, Android, Apple. We're not disagreeing back and forth. It's just going to the ether, nothing else.
It's just that Apple's, everything's proprietary. You know what I mean? Like, you can't mix and match.
So that's one of the arguments that the Justice Department is making. So can I dive into a little deeper on that? What is it that you want to mix and match? You mean like different apps?
Yeah, or, accessories and stuff. Like, I don't know.
So that's one area that I actually tend to think that Apple does allow some things. If you have a Bluetooth device, oftentimes it doesn't have to be an Apple Bluetooth device. You can sync a watch to your Apple phone. It doesn't even have to be an Apple Watch. You can sync other Bluetooth devices to your Apple phone. Where you do run into some proprietary stuff, and Android does this too. Apple has CarPlay, and Android has, with the Android version, with the whatever the audio interface is, which is far more popular, incidentally, because the auto manufacturers don't have to license it from Apple to use it. Android Auto, I think they call it, right? So you've got Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. Android Auto doesn't have to be licensed. So a lot of car companies use that as a fundamental operating system, even on their dashboards. So I would say this, that Apple doesn't allow you to have different apps until it's signed off on with their App Store. Apple says that's for security purposes. And I will tell you, everything in my life, aside from my mobile device, is PC. I don't have any Apple. I have an Apple Watch. I have an Apple phone. That's it. I don't have a Mac. I don't have any other Apple products, okay? No. So I do understand that frustration of everything's proprietary. Apple's always done it. It's always been their thing. And it actually almost sunk the company back in the day. Remember? It was like that. Every PC was interchangeable. Everybody was selling PC products. Nobody wanted to buy it out because it was expensive. And it's hard to repair, and they couldn't upgrade it. So, similar situation. I think that's reasonable for consumers to be frustrated with it. However, Apple says we're safer because of that. You're going to get hacked as easily because of that. And I don't disagree with them. I've not personally experienced any issues with not being able to get the app that I want, right? I will say this. I was talking about the green bubbles versus the blue Here you go. Laird Garland just called you a lesser individual. Like that was almost a Supreme Court case. So you can thank your lucky Kentucky senator for that.
I mean, he's right.
He wants to talk politics as usual, including the fact that government employees are still going to get paid. You're welcome. That's next. KFI AM 640 live everywhere. Right here, Pretty Bad Baby Fairville live. The KFI High Tech 24-hour newsroom.
New York Attorney General Tisha James is prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he doesn't pay the $464 million he owes in a civil fraud case.
The massive fine comes after a judge found Trump overvalued his real estate and exaggerated his net worth.
BBC's Aaron Kadursky says James registered the court's judgment in Westchester County.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something to do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by the lab test. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get a piece of nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, involve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Southland weather for KFI. Lows are going to be dropping into the 30s and 40s tonight. Tomorrow, sunny and clear. Highs in the upper 60s at the beaches and inland for Metro LAOC. Also 60s for the valleys and the Inland Empire. And around 160 in the Antelope Valley. Seal Beach is now 59. We'll hover 60 degrees with a local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Carapella.
Hey, you. They know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard, keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Join us for the first bottleneck giveaway of the season. Be here Saturday, March 30th at 6:10 p.m. versus the Cardinals. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Freddie Freeman bottleneck presented by Bank. For tickets and information, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
Being convicted of a DUI is not glorified traffic ticket. It's a criminal conviction. Take it seriously and make them prove their case. I'm attorney Darren Cavanaugh, founder of 1-800-NO-CUFFS. What you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-CUFFS. 1-800-NO-CUFFS.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story. With Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the twin, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life was going to be part of a musical. However, they probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jim Cole of Cole Chevrolet Costa Mesa, and it's truck season at ColeChevrolet.com.
Can't find.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Stimulating talk. Hey there, welcome to the program. My first pair of PMI AM 640 will talk about the princess. Nobody else talking about the princess. Kelly, you got this for the princess? Yeah? The princess. Last week we thought she was dead. We thought they were using a body bubble. And now we find out, nope. So we'll give you an update on the princess. And how, frankly, frustrated I am with media coverage. No, it's newsworthy, don't get me wrong. There's some sycophancy that's making me crazy. So we'll talk about that. Big news, California this week. We've got a major announcement coming. It looks like Oakland is losing in an outbreak. So dating the vice presidential announcement. It's the best thing to happen overall. It's tough to bring those two things together. I know, it sounded awkward, it was clumsy. It was time to it wasn't right. So, they're losing in and out, but Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to go in or out with his vice presidential candidates. He says he's made up his mind, he's ready to go. We'll find out who that is in Oakland on the 26th, was that Tuesday? Why Tuesday? Why the 26th? The answer is, we don't know. I have not been able to figure out any reason for that at all. Is there something else going on Tuesday that I'm unaware of? Guys, serious question. This is a setup. This is sarcasm.
That's not how
I don't know.
Let us know and talk back first of all. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. I'm just imagining Robert Kennedy, you're right, Bo. Maybe he's going to, I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out here. It's a really important day. Very excited to run for president with my running mate. Former Minister of Governor Justin Ventura. Let's everybody can talk.
So, that voice, is that somebody good? Yeah. So the Kennedys are Catholic, I think, right?
So they don't do Taco Tuesday?
Well, that happens to be Holy Tuesday.
Oh!
But I think the Kennedys were like heavily like Catholic. So
that was the big issue because Uncle Pike said he was the first Catholic president.
Yeah, but I do find it kind of interesting that there's really no other Kennedys in York City, but it's a big family. You know what I mean? Like you don't see Maria Shriver out there being like, yeah, support him. Yeah. I'm just saying, just an observation.
It's funny you say that. It is funny you say that because I was literally mentioning this. Because I don't
stance on it one way or another. My brother is running for office. And he's running for office. If you guys want to look him up, it's Darrell on ballot in Utah. He lives in Cedar City. He's running for office. He wants to be state representative, right? And fortunately, nobody's put together. I never should have said this because now nobody's put together that it's my brother. And so nobody's asked me what I think about this. Because my brother and I are not close. We're not strange or anything. In fact, he called me to say, I want to let you know I'm running for office. I was like, well, good luck. What's going on? This sort of thing. We're very cordial, but my brother and I are close. So, if you were to ask me, Andrew, if I endorsed my brother, I don't know that I would endorse him, but I would never like steer people away from him. Does that make sense? Like I'm super neutral. I don't get any thought. It doesn't matter to me. I care about my brother. I think he has the best intentions in mind. I don't agree with him. I don't think he does politically. I don't disagree with him with everything he does politically. I'm just not involved in it.
I mean, the question though is Bobby the uncle that we try to avoid during Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Like, what reason? You know, every family has that uncle. Is he that one of the Kennedys? I don't know.
Yeah, so that's like, again, like my brother, he and I just get under each other's nerves, and he's kind of a know-it-all, which maybe that's exactly what they need in politics. I don't know, but he would be the one I would be avoiding that defending me. But does that make them a bad politician? Who wants to go to Thanksgiving dinner with Ted Cruz? Right? But Ted Cruz doesn't lose elections. Nobody. Ted Cruz was not going to be in Cancun with a bunch of people. He was going with it. These neighbors had to come over the house when stuff was going down. Ted Cruz doesn't have a lot of friends, but he could stay reelected. So I don't know. Maybe Bobby Kennedy being the crazy uncle, you know he is. I mean, the fact is that Aaron Rodgers and Jesse Ventura would indicate he's now going to remain and he's probably the guy at the dinner table who's going to bring up vaccines and masks, right? Which the state is. So yeah, you make a really good point. That's true. The names that are floated out is Aaron Rodgers and NFL quarterback. I think it'd be a terrible. There would be a distraction with his entire campaign would be the anti-vax movement. He doesn't want to lead into that. He said it, he's not shying away from it. He said that's what it is. It's fine. But he doesn't want that to be the centerpiece of his campaign. I've also heard that one of the potential candidates would be the person that was running the pack. Maybe a supremely qualified individual, but frankly, if you're picking somebody who's running your pack, it makes you look like everything's about money and about it's too conservative. Right? It's just too much.
I mean, it would be really fun to see Biden and Trump and Bobby on a debate stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is why if I'm him, my name is Jesse Ventura. And I heard somebody line in, I used to get the wrestler Jesse Ventura. And I go, wait a minute. Jesse Ventura shocked the country, but we all thought, what a goof. And now he's the governor of Minnesota. But then he got re-elected in Minnesota. Let's keep that in mind. Jesse Ventura didn't just win, he got re-elected.
Yeah, but that's a big wrestling state, you know? It really is.
Oh, you think that's what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Sausage Fest, a lot of beer gardens, and that was good to see.
There it is, right there. Yeah, you said it all.
I'd love to see those two guys on the campaign trail. I have to tell you, if they were on the campaign trail, my throat would hurt just listening. Bobby Kennedy,
Democrats next to the government. The president called it good news for the American people.
Good news for the American people. By the way, you know how they did that? Was that the House had to work with the Democrats. You remember what happened the last time we had a speaker that was working with the Democrats to get some things passed? Yeah, they got rid of him. California Representative Kevin McCarthy ousted his speaker for having the audacity to work across the aisle. And yet, Johnson, who finally replaced him after 2 weeks of not having a speaker in the House, had to work across the aisle. And that just Marjorie Taylor Greene, she is immediately begun the process of calling for a vote to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. Wouldn't that say? Because at this point, I believe that there is a 1 or 2 vote majority in the House, and all the Democrats would love it if the people would vote. They'd be like, yep, get him out of there. And the Republicans would have to have 1 or 2 vote with the Democrats, which ironically is exactly the reason that they want to kick him out in the first place. So Marjorie Taylor Greene might be the only Republican to side with the Democrats in order to get rid of the Republican Speaker of the House, whose other crime was siding with the Democrats. God bless America. We're going to get better than this. All right, Royal King of the Butt next. This girl gave a lot of 640. We are live everywhere. We're ready to go out with every girl that is live. Yeah, get back to the world.
Man has been arrested just north of Bakersfield for allegedly taking a severed body back from the scene of a train crash. Breaking video posted to social media shows men carrying what appears to be a severed lower-legged foot. Concern continues to grow over the spread of the measles in the country. At least 64 cases now reported in 17 states. That's so far this year, and that's more than in all of 2023. And 3 of 4 alleged shooters charged with a concert hall attack in Moscow this weekend that killed more than 130 people are taking credit for the attack in a court in Russia. We're going to take a break and then take a look at the 10 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The brilliant DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/speedball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. More at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give the instant nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose fruit syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This subseason, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 fabric with enhanced natural mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can have on temperature lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. It's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema. Not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how your Pixel can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been standing up for America's greatest heroes since 9/11. Heroes like retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Cardenas. He served for 20 years and received numerous commendations, including a Bronze Star. Overseas, he was exposed to toxic burn pits. Service-related cancer took his life. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on his family's home, enabling his widow and their 6 children to stay forever. Help heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org.
Every basket is better with the most advanced home cocktail maker for celebrations. Artesian, helping you master mixology madness during the tournament. Artesian is offering a $50 discount with a big game bundle. Artesian gives you the perfect home bar setup to freshly mix cocktails with the press of a button in under 30 seconds. The big game bundle includes the Artesian and 32 cocktail capsules, including the tropical margarita, vodka, whiskey, and gin lovers collections, plus a capsule drawer to organize your Artesian madness. Before your home erupts this spring, prepare for the party with Artesian. Order your Artesian Big Game Bundle and save $50 plus free shipping. Shop now at Artesian.com/game. That's BARTESIAN.com/game. Artesian, premium cocktails on demand.
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly skilled stylist at Great Clips that just makes life go brighter. The sun shines brighter, your style feels streamier, even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
As humans, we're naturally driven by the search for better. But when it comes to hiring, the best way to search for a candidate isn't to search alone. Don't search, match. With Indeed, when I was looking to hire someone, it was so slow and overwhelming. I wish I had used Indeed. If you need to hire, you need Indeed. Indeed is your matching and hiring platform with over 350 million global monthly visitors, according to Indeed data, and a matching engine that helps you find quality candidates fast. Reach the busy room. Use Indeed for scheduling, screening, and messaging so you can connect with candidates faster. And Indeed doesn't just help you hire faster. 93% of employers agree Indeed delivers the highest quality matches compared to other job sites, according to a recent Indeed survey. And listeners of this show will get a $75 sponsored job credit to get your jobs more visibility at Indeed.com/podcast. That's Indeed.com/podcast. Terms and conditions apply. Trust me, you're better off. And I've known the folks behind Zelman's for 30 years. They understand what they do. Go to Zelmans.com, ZELMINS.com. 15% off. Use the code KI, Zelmans, ZELMINS.com. 15% off when you use the code KI, Zelmans, ZELMINS.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. And we're really going on those. The back will be empty. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
That's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I'm talking about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KSI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
This round,
not Kate. That's a body count. So now she comes out, probably heard this, she announced that she's been missing because she has cancer of the midsection.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery.
Am I the only one that looks at Kate Middleton and thinks that she doesn't have an accent? And then she starts speaking. She just looks so American. All of a sudden she starts speaking. No, thank you for your support.
It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous.
So, we don't know what the condition was, you never really told us.
The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present.
Okay, that's no fun. I went through the same thing. My wife went through this last year. That's what happened. Same exact thing. Went in for surgery. They didn't believe it was cancerous. Then they found out it was. So, tough time.
My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment.
Alright, so they think they got the cancer, but she's on the preventative. Alright, I like the course. Alright. But she's also the princess, so they go, oh, listen, princess, we gotta keep you around, because if anything happens under our watch, it's not really good. We don't know what they do in London Tower anymore. We don't want to find out.
This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family.
He's taken on 3 or 4 mistresses just to try to cope.
As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte, and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body, and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support, and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both.
Oh, and this was added specifically because the murders have been having an affair.
Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance to you.
Yeah. 100% because of people are... Kate, people say I'm screaming around. You're killing them all.
We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space, and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always given me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. For now, I must focus on making a full recovery.
You must. Let's be honest. Meanwhile, how many other people are fighting cancer and still have good work?
At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. Facing this disease.
Think about me. It's all of us.
Please do not lose faith or hope.
Don't do it.
You are not alone.
We are doing this together. Alright, so that's great. I'm glad she's got the care of cancer. I'm very happy for all of it. What trips me out, though, is the sycophancy that happens. I want to dive into that a little bit because I'm so frustrated with the American news media covering the Kate Middleton drama. Because last week, they all sounded like Perez saying, she's gone. She's gone. Something's fishy. And this week it's, she's a saint. We'll continue because she's as celebrity as any of them. There's no business like show business. That's next. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. On the Heart Radio app.
Stimulating talk for independent thought. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Heart Radio app.
Smash and grabbers charged. I think they're live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 people from LA have been charged in connection with a series of smash and grab robberies all across California. And federal officials have continued their investigation into the crash of a single-engine airplane near Acton. A spokesman for the FAA says the pilot of the plane reported an engine issue about 6:30 Friday night. They say it flew around 30 to 35 miles before crash landing. 2 people were rescued and taken by helicopter to the hospital. Pope Francis has led the Palm Sunday celebrations at St. Peter's Square, but he skipped reading his homily at the last minute, which officials say is unusual, especially at a major event. The Pope has been suffering on and off with his health in the past few weeks and has delegated an aide to read for him. But today, his prepared text was not read at all. Vatican hasn't said why. At the end of the service, he was driven through the crowd where he granted blessings for thousands of people who gathered to start the Holy Week. Russia has entered a national day of mourning following the terrorist attack that killed at least 133 people in Moscow. Putin says he is vowing retribution. The U.S. says Ukraine played no role in the attack.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta.
¿Cómo se ve?
Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania. Every college basketball national tournament game that turned $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jeremy. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Well, you know, it's personal injury firm to choose, but there are millions of them out there. Hey, it's good news. Here's why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were disgusted by how the insurance companies were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they're assembled to take on big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They're consistently delivering some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to make it big. So if you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James 809-million. That's 809-million. 800-000-000. SweetJames.com.
Southland weather from Camp 5 currently cloudy with a slight chance of more rain throughout the evening in Metro LA and OC. Lows will be in the mid-40s. Highs will be in the upper 60s on Monday. Lows will be in the upper 40s at the beaches and the upper 30s in Riverside and the IE. And it'll be down in the low 30s in the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 59 in Costa Mesa, 58 in Anaheim, 59 in Compton, and 58 in Sherman Oaks. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Booker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
There's no business lying. You're talking about Kate Middleton. She's not. She says that she has cancer. She does a spot where she's talking to the camera. It's short and sweet, maybe relatively speaking. A little long for my radio taste. But, what was it? Like about 3 minutes long total. It wasn't very much. So that was good. Good job. Also, it did look like the woman from the photo earlier this week, so I think that she was upright and ambulatory when she was out with Chris William. And I think Chris William wanted to be seen with her because of all the rumors that he was having an affair. So when she said she was going in for abdominal surgery in January, a lot of speculation. What is this? What's going on? Perfectly reasonable. There's a certain amount of, there's a reason we call it palace injury, right? We're all, what's going on in the palace? What's going on in the boys? Okay. So I get that. She's 42. The idea that she's got some sort of abdominal surgery that needs to be handled, I get that. Could be anything. Could be all kinds of things. Could be ovarian cancer or something, right? Maybe she had an ovarian cyst, or she had something going on and they wanted to get rid of it. Maybe she had an endometrial issue and they wanted to take a look at that. When they got the surgery, there was a problem. Maybe it wasn't a lady issue. Maybe she had stomach pain. Maybe she had diverticulitis. I had to go on and have major abdominal surgery for diverticulitis. There's really no cancer there. Maybe she had something else. We don't know. We don't know. But whatever it was, when they got in, they found some cancer. And it sounds like they removed it. So she's been recovering since. I wish her the best. I wish her nothing but the best. And I know that she has the best team around her, but I also know that it's the strangest position, royalty, and that the whole world is watching them, and they feel alone. I can't imagine it as warm. So, again, don't make some unsympathetic with what I'm about to say. Can we just stop kissing royal ass in America? Can we stop doing that, please? Please. I'm so tired of it. Last week it was Kate Middleton's missing. Was she having an abortion? You heard that too, right? Yeah. You heard the whole, I don't think she's having an abortion. So that rumor's going. We don't need that nonsense. So now she says, I had cancer, we're treating it. Doctors think they got it. I think preventative chemotherapy. Good. I wish her the best. Why can't we be sympathetic as that? Instead, we don't go from, I would be happy with art to say why Americans. Princess Catherine has her Diana moment. What? Here's one. Kate Middleton's video was a royal revolution in frankness in the Los Angeles Times. It was just so wonderful that she came out and she was just honest with us. In that completely prepared remark on a nondescript park bench somewhere in Italy. It could not have been handled with more dignity and grace. What? If this were an American celebrity time, you'd be freaking out over how little she said. Oh, do we even know? Where's the proof that it was cancer? She didn't say what kind of cancer. And what are we supposed to believe her? If this were Britney Spears, or Miley Cyrus, or name another celebrity, Ariana Grande. You know, I mean, any more you guys want to throw in there?
Beyonce.
Yeah, oh my God. Can you imagine if Queen Bee disappeared for 6 weeks? And the rumors started, and she came back and said, you know what? No. Because they're sick of anything about her too. And you'd be like, Queen Bee is so rad.
Taylor, they would be Usher Taylor.
Yeah, they would too. They kind of reached that echelon, right? They are American royalty.
I love it. You didn't ask me, but I'm telling you. I love it. I've always been obsessed with the royal family in like a peripheral way. Like I don't wake up every day and think, I wonder what they're doing today. But I enjoy the spectacle of it, and it feels like a glimpse into a time gone by. Because I don't think it just doesn't feel like there's any more prince and princesses anymore, and they are definitely some of the most public. So I enjoy the storybookness of their lives. I do not think they are being honest with everything that's going on, and you're right, she didn't say very much. My issue, and what watched a few of the deep dives, and I saw there's a few things in the video people are pointing out that it seems like stop and start, but also there's some weird things around her eyes. She's also wearing the same sweater that she wore 7 years ago, and people are like, oh my god, I don't believe it. No, I do believe that it was her, but I think that there is.
I was going to have to debunk you right on here.
But I would like for you to.
You're about to become head of debunker. I don't want to know what's going to happen.
I would like for you to maybe debunk those people who think that it wasn't her. Well, I just feel like I don't understand how they could get away with it if it wasn't her. Like, what earth would they have? They would lose everything, all credibility, everything.
Let me tell you the easiest way. Although they could have done it with the AI what do they call it? What a layer on the face or whatever.
Filters.
Yeah, but the thing is, her hands. AI couldn't have created that from scratch because AI still can't figure out how to do hands.
Yeah, I wondered that too. She's wringing her hands,
Yes.
like she's nervous a little bit.
I saw that. She's reading it. She's trying to be frank, but she definitely wants to speak with her hands. I washed her hands while that was going on. I guess I can understand. I've seen that the AI world. You have someone else delivering the speech with her head overlaid on it. AI can kind of do that replacement, but it's not perfect. This was just plain video. I don't believe that AI is advanced enough to be able to fool us that easily. I do think anything under her eyes, she's going through chemotherapy, she's been dealing with right? Things of her past, because remember, she is a mom, and I know she's supposed to be really proper and everything's supposed to be perfect, but look, she's been dealing with recovery from surgery. I don't know where she is as far as cancer treatments, but I know that emotionally, even if she doesn't have physically any effects of dealing with cancer or cancer treatments, emotionally it is draining. Just this thought of facing your existence. And then you got 3 kids you're dealing with. And I know they have all the nannies and everything else. Well, she was wearing a sweater from 7 years ago. Big whoopie friggin' dude. Are you kidding me? When I got out of the hospital 6 weeks later, I was barely ambulatory, and I was barely putting on more than my pajamas. Showering was still a challenge. She looked spectacular. If she found a sweater that she thought was comfortable, wear it. You can. And I know that she's right. She's not supposed to wear the same thing twice. Live. If I had any criticism of the sweater, then it'll bring in. That would be the only thing. So all this other stuff is not enough. I'm so bothered by the fact that we're willing to punch away at the British rug. But as soon as we find out that it's cancer, that's like a get out of jail free card. Oh, wait a minute. We love her. Oh, wait a minute. Did we say some horrible things? Oh, wait a minute. Was there speculation that we didn't debunk long ago that she was having an affair and had to have an abortion with her boyfriend's baby? That one was tossed around there. That believe is going on in her. That somebody else, that she's having a mommy makeover. And everyone's printing that crap. But now it's like, she's just wonderful. This is her Diana moment. Stop it. It's just disingenuous. Just be consistent. I had a conversation with a guy this week because he was making Kate Middleton jokes. The morning she announced. And he was on a radio station. His jokes, by the way, weren't very off color. It wasn't bad at all. It was like, he said something about his mother's long like Kate Middleton. Like, he hasn't seen her in 6 years or something like that. You know, whatever. It was right. But then later on in the day, the guys comes out and he goes, oh man, I feel really bad about this. And I said, listen, bud, this is a teaching moment. Look, don't say things that you're going to regret in the future. And believe you me, I've said plenty that I regret saying. Yeah, lots of times I put my foot in my mouth and felt like a real fool for you. And you got to learn from those mistakes. There's an opportunity to learn. But my God, we do not learn in media. We just turn it up. We just pretend it never happened. Just bugs the hell out of me. We just pretend I was never a Delta Bravo about this stuff. Then would it be okay? Oh, listen, was I a total dirtbag and dealing with somebody not knowing what was going on in their life? Of course I was. But now that I found out it was cancer, let me be the first to say thoughts and prayers. Stop it. Oh, you can look. It's fine. At least you're consistent. But you weren't out here last week telling me about how she's having an abortion with her boyfriend's devastating day. Well, she has Alzheimer's. I always liked her. Oh, baloney. From 1990 until yesterday, you hated Camilla Parker Bowles because she ruined the prince and princess's perfect marriage, Camilla Parker Bowles, and all the jokes about her appearance for decades. And then all of a sudden they'll be like, she has Alzheimer's. They'll go, oh, she's such a kind woman. Oh, she's been through so much. Like, just be consistent. Speaking of consistent, sometimes we get Hollywood celebrities that are right. Sometimes you get Hollywood celebrities that are consistently surprisingly funny. I'll tell you about another one as we continue. There's no business line.
Show business!
Who's next? It's Chris Merrill, DMI, AM 640. They're live everywhere. iHeartRadio, Heather, Dick Brooker, Heather, live,
Police are trying to figure out what happened when a man was shot and crashed his car into a building in the Fashion District in downtown LA. Tomorrow, Dodger star Shohei Ohtani is expected to publicly address theft and gambling allegations against his former interpreter for the first time. And El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills has won the California Academic Decathlon for the third time in 5 years. It will represent the state in next month's national competition in Pittsburgh. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy with a slight chance of rain throughout the evening in Metro, LA, and OC. And the lows will be in the mid-40s. The weather is brought to you by Allstate. We are going to check on the 101 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jody. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by the lab test. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get a piece of nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them comfort for the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new model means an all-new.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. That's promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Jay. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to let them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened high fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Your car running or not can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today. Accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The free iHeart Radio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 24/7 comedy.
We surrender.
Women can never express the emotions or actually feel it, right? I'm finding I'm gonna stab you in the neck.
Clips from today's top comedians and the greatest of all time.
If you want the donut, what are you eating a hole?
When you need a laugh, just open the free iHeart Radio app and search comedy.
You actually changed the station.
iHeart Radio. Free never sounded so good.
Staying safe, thunderstorms today, been going on all night, so it's been a heck of a day. We talked to celebrities, and we were talking about Kate Middleton. I threw her into this celebrity conversation because she falls in the international celebrity. Might not have been a Hollywood celebrity, but she's certainly a celebrity, so she gets into the show business rundown today. But jumping back to actual American loyalty, I was excited to see another celebrity living up to my image of them. You run at least, and you go, man, I would hate to find out that Tom Hanks is not one of the greatest human beings to ever live. Am I right? There's certain celebrities you go, I bet that person is incredible in real life. I see the great roles, even though they're the bad guy, you still think I bet they're great. Then you see them do the talk shows, and that show, you see one, and you go, they are wonderful.
Do you want to know what Tom Hanks is really like?
He's
lovely.
good.
He's lovely.
Well, you've run into that, right? Personally, he's not what you thought they were going to be. And it sucks. I hate that. But it sounds like we've got another 100 years. Although, maybe other workers going to break my heart with this one. We'll find out. Here's ABC 7 telling us what he's up to.
Bacon is going back to high school to go to the prom. But it's not just any prom. It'll be the last one at the school where he shot Footloose. The film is celebrating its 40th anniversary this year, and the school where he shot is being relocated at the end of this school year. So students in Baytown, Utah, took to social media recreating scenes from the movie, including how to do the Footloose dance. They also hosted an event to raise money for Bacon's 6degrees.org foundation. But Bacon took notice. Today, this morning, he told the kids he was impressed by their efforts, called them inspirational, and then told them he'd see them for the prom.
So Kevin Bacon is going to prom. So, Heather,
Sophie Bacon. And she was a sweetheart. She was so nice and didn't act like what you would think,
Spoiled.
Yeah, exactly. She talked to everybody. She was, friendly, and we went out, we had beers, and she was lovely. So I have to think that for me is pretty telling of how the parents are.
I can co-sign.
You can co-sign?
Yeah,
On Sophie Bacon?
I met both Kevin and Kira, and they were really nice, super nice. And so does that make this? No. I was standing there, and then somebody just taps me on the shoulder and is like, "Hey, how's it going? How do I get out of here?" And it was both of them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and I was like,
I'm officially 1 degree now.
So that's my question. What degree does that make us all here now?
I think, didn't IMDb used to post, what degrees away people were?
Yeah.
Remember? I feel like IMDb did that for a while.
There used to be a website with 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. Was it 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon?
Yeah, I feel like mine was 2 or 3. It was pretty close.
Well, if you interview them, then it counts.
Well, I've also been in TV shows with people who have been in movies and TV shows with me. So that, I think, is mine.
But since you know me now, and then I was right there talking to both of them.
In real life.
In real life.
Well, I know Heather Brooker. She's been a TV show.
And we all look at them. There used to be a website
There's some public access. Okay.
There used to be a website where you could get your bacon number.
Yeah. The closest I've ever come back to anything on camera. There's a good reason that cameras don't like. So there's, but I used to love theater. I majored in movie theater. So I'd done a couple of shows with guest actors that had done some film, and so I was able to kind of connect it. And then what I found out was when you tell people how many degrees you are from Kevin Bacon, they hate you. Because nobody cares. Sadly, it's one of those things that we all want to know what our number is. We just don't care about anybody else's number. It's fun for us to go, "Oh, what are you? Oh, Heather, what are you? That's great. Okay, well, this is cool." But honest to God, am I wrong?
No, it sounds braggadocious. From somebody else, but from you, it sounds cool.
Be particularly Let me remind you that Heather is the celebrity here. You're filling time between now and then. Let's get to more Heather than if I am explain. Everyone in here, I'm really glad Heather Brooker's life. We can't find any parties.
LA County has approved new short-term rental rules for unincorporated areas.
The rules now include an annual fee of $114 and the requirement that owners only rent out their primary residence. That means no accessory dwelling units or vacation rentals. County leaders say this action is to preserve the long-term housing stock and quality of life, while also leaving some room for owners to rent out their spaces on a short-term basis. The rules are only for unincorporated areas in LA County, not cities, but don't yet impact places like Del Rey or California Island, where the California Coastal Commission is expected to enact its own regulations. Michael Monks, KFI News.
El Camino Real Charter High School in Woodland Hills has won the California Academic Decathlon. The team now will represent the state at the national competition in Pennsylvania next month. New York Attorney General Letitia James is prepared to start seizing some of former President Trump's assets if he doesn't pay the $464 million he owes in his civil fraud case. BBC's Aaron Katursky says James registered the court's judgment in Westchester County.
The sign she may be lying is Briarcliff Manor Golf Club in Bedford Estate known as Seven Springs, in addition to properties in Manhattan.
Katursky says James declared a month ago she'd seized Trump's assets to make sure he pays. Trump's attorneys have argued it's impossible for them to come up with the money. X, formerly known as Twitter, has seen a steady decrease in users since Elon Musk bought the company. Data shows the number of daily active users on the app was down 18% compared to the same time last year. The U.S. user base has fallen 23%, and the number of users worldwide has dropped 15%. Other social media apps, including Instagram and TikTok, experienced increases in users during that same same time period. This evening, how's that rush going on the 10?
The 10 for Guadalajara. Eastbound 10 was seen together for it's back up from Oakland on the Brown Station. We have you out past the 400 eastbound 10. In Casino, coming to 101 northbound and 80 hours direction to left hand there. And then you back into Duncan back toward BS Boulevard. Station and heavy out Lake Oak. Downtown Los Angeles, the 101 northbound and Los Angeles Street. That crash has been cleared from the roadway. It's really slow for downtown, though, in the northbound 101. Southbound 101 is Campbell from Western into downtown LA. KFI, the sky helps keep you there faster than Randy Foot.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joe. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get easy nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit. No sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Born on America's darkest day, 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Join me in donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
This is a radio ad for Dixon. Coconut, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixon. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may be serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Handle on the news. Weekday mornings at 6.
Up here in 7 o'clock, what she has coming up for her program, chances are she's in a fixed relationship if she doesn't break. First, looking forward to that. I was nervous about talking about he's growing up without a normal childhood kind of stuff. He starts telling me about this, and then he knew all the names, like he was really invested in this. I don't think I've seen him get so invested in a documentary like this before.
Well, if you grew up around that time, it definitely was just foreign and jarring information that was blatantly in our faces, and just seeing things like what was actually going on behind the scenes, the thought processes behind some of these scenes, and how inappropriate they were. Drake wasn't the only victim. They went through Amanda Bynes, just a bunch of people that were super impacted by this, and how it really wasn't handled properly at all.
At all? Well, you know about Amanda Bynes, Amanda Bynes had a tough go over here too. She promising it looked like she had some struggles.
Yeah, we let her down.
We kind of did. And you know, it's almost hiding in plain sight. Does that make sense? Because they are celebrities.
Yeah.
And so they're childhood celebrities. And we've seen so many childhood celebrities grow up and just go through it. Where whatever reason, maladjust, they burn out, you end up in drugs, all this. I mean, that story is as old as Hollywood itself. Child celebrities being, celebrities don't go there. But this is a situation where, Amanda Bynes, what a dream, right? And we love to do this. This is what I was talking about earlier with the Catholic. We love to rip out people when they're down. And then when you find out that behind the scenes, there was something horrible happening. Society let people down. So the deal is, and this is what the Max documentary was about, really exposed it, is the killers playing Amanda Bynes and others. One of the girls on was it the iCarly?
Yes.
Okay.
Victoria's, I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but
iCarly, well, one of them ended up like part of that family, and then they end up doing some not so morally questionable things later on. And you find out they were treated like sex objects when they were 14 years old. Not necessarily what it was, literally treated like a sex doll, but not necessarily like.
Is it Ariana that you're thinking of? Because she was the one that laid on the bed and poured water herself and squeezing a potato like it was bells.
Well, no, one of them I know and there was a leak. I think it was a vomit leak that I'm thinking of from the iCarly. I've got a picture of her in front of me. I don't know what the name is.
I don't know if it was Jeanette McCurdy or.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So she wrote that book.
She wrote the book, right? No, who was the blonde? Jeanette McCurdy was the star. She was
Victoria just was the star.
Okay.
iCarly had Miranda Cosgrove and McCurdy.
Okay, McCurdy was the blonde girl.
She was the blonde girl.
Okay, that's the one I'm thinking. She wrote the book, right?
Yeah.
But she had some stuff that leaked out too, and we thought, okay, this is childhood celebrity. And it makes me wonder, it makes me look back at Dana Perino. Remember her? No, not Dana Perino. This spokesperson. Dana, what's the girl from,
I know you're talking about. You're talking about Willis?
Yeah.
Different strokes.
Yeah. Was it Different Strokes? Okay, Different Strokes, yeah. So she ended up getting into the film industry for a while, and then she ended up committing suicide, which is a horrible tragedy. But this dude, this Drake Bell, I guess, had been raped. His first sexual experience.
Like foreign objects, not any kind of rape, like torture type things. Like
yeah, and then people are like, well, how were you sexually assaulted? It's like, what is the worst thing you can think of? Because that was it.
And then they started knocking up the legal transcripts of what happened and what the guy was convicted of, right? And it was just monstrous, like awful things that you're a monster.
I think you made the best point, Billy. You said we let them down. We as a society let them down. Yeah.
I think we need to start also looking at the people who are calling crazy now, like Orlando Brown, who also was a child star, who was in the media saying crazy things now. And I think we should really start listening to them for it's too late. We need a documentary 20 years later.
And that's a good point. Full investigations into all of it. If you find out that as a child who's you got an imagination to make things up in the Soviet, those kids, weird things happen with kids. My God, always err on the side of caution, and nobody can. So, anyway, I just thought it was an uncomfortable topic. Thanks for working on talking to me. We'll talk with the great Dr. Whitney Ball. She is next. Hooked up with the rest of the stories, I've got some relationship questions, and you can ask her. That is so straight in. KFI News is We're live everywhere and you find her anyway. Workers Live, KFI, 24-hour newsroom.
Holy Week began today with Palm Sunday that commemorates Jesus' entry into Jerusalem before his death. Animal rescue groups across Southern California are reminding people not to buy live bunnies as Easter gifts for kids. And Ghostbusters Frozen Empire opened in first place this weekend at the box office with a little over $45 million. Sound like weather from Cape Cod, partly cloudy with a slight chance of more rain throughout the evening in Metro LA and OC. Lows will be in the mid-40s tonight. Weather is brought to you by Lowe's. We're going to check on the 134 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience. It smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Count the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months ago with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation's Let Us Do Good Village in Land O'Lakes, Florida is a community of about 100 homes being built for the foundation's program participants. 3 families have already moved in. The Gold Star family and the family of 2 severely injured veterans have moved into new smart homes. It's a special place where together families can live. Make the Let Us Do Good Village the first of many communities like that. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers, NT2T.org.
There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly sales stylist at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter. Your scalp feels springier.
always playing. I was on a flight the other day, playing one of my favorite social spin slot games on ChumbaCasino.com. I looked over the person sitting next to me, and you know what they were doing? They were also playing Chumba Casino. Coincidence? I think not. Everybody's loving having fun with it. Chumba Casino is home to hundreds of casino-style games that you can play for free anytime, anywhere, even at 30,000 feet. So sign up now at ChumbaCasino.com to claim your free welcome bonus. That's ChumbaCasino.com and live in Chumba. Listen to KFI. Clearly you're interested in what's going on around the world and you want the whole story, right? You're not alone. The KFI audience is influential, affluent, and very well educated. I know. Every time I screw up, they tell me. If you're a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing, KFI AM 640 can help you reach your goals and connect you with brand new customers. As the most listened to radio station on the entire iHeartRadio app, KFI reaches more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And not just anyone. You know what I mean? People exactly like you, homeowners, business owners, CEOs, etc., etc. Top-end people. KFI listeners know they can trust us, and most of them have purchased a product or service that we've recommended. KFI has helped thousands of great Southern California businesses to grow, and we'd also like to help you out as well. Just let us show you how KFI AM 640 can work for you and your business. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say, grow my business. That's pound 250 and say, grow my business. And then you sit back while we grow your business. Happens to work. Keep going with the station.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract, delete, keep, and make, expel, and ignore, hedge your over their demands. That's what science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The great Dr. Wendy Walsh joins us on Chris Barrow's KFI on AM 640. And I just wanted to make this announcement. I don't mean to steal your thunder here, Dr. Wendy, but he's being replaced by an AI chatbot. So I was reading this.
Honestly, it's gonna come.
Listen, I've talked with a number of people that are really worried about losing their jobs when AI starts taking over. That's one of the things that the unions are really trying to make sure that it doesn't become an issue.
I'm more worried about killer drones.
That's reasonable. I was seeing about the AI chatbots. In fact, this is from the Rio is the website. AI chatbots are here to help with your mental health despite limited evidence that they even work. In other words, people are basically revealing all of their secrets about the chatbots as though it's not therapy. I almost feel like this is a way for them to sort of journal out loud. I talk to people in journal, and I'm so impressed that I just hate writing. I hate writing things down.
Isn't that funny? I'm working on a book right now, and I was writing all afternoon.
Yeah, the idea of journaling, especially with paper and pencil, to me, physically writing is for taking notes. That's it.
Oh, I just computer books, but
yeah, okay. Yeah.
So here's the thing that bothers me about even Zoom therapy, and there are a lot of licensed therapists out there who are going to say that I shouldn't say this, but you know what heals? Yes, it is this amazing education that the therapist has, and yes, it is some kind of interpretation that they lay in there. But at the end of the day, it is the relationship that heals. So the further you separate yourself from the potential for intimacy and closeness with your therapist, the more you're not getting the benefit of the relationship. And yeah, so I can honestly say that even like the brain learns, let's say your appointment is every Friday at 10 a.m. The brain learns to contain itself, that good mommy will be there next week, and all that they call the therapeutic frame, right? It helps heal. Now, Zoom is not as good. I did phone therapy during COVID, not as a therapist, as a patient. And I actually really liked phone therapy because there's something quite intimate of having somebody in the headset right in your ear.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I like it better than Zoom. Zoom's distracting.
Now, that's interesting because I had the Zoom therapy to get this patient. And I only knew the therapist through Zoom. And I thought it would be quite beneficial. I really enjoyed that. And I thought
imagine if you'd been in the room with the therapist.
I don't
behavior.
That's me. That's what I want. What is that?
Cognitive behavior.
Okay, good. I'm going to
Yeah. Change your thoughts.
some psychobabble in your speech.
Here's the cycle. Everything, the cognitive behavioral therapists believe everything begins with a thought. So if you change your thoughts, that changes your mood. Then your mood is different when you head out into the world, and the world responds back to you. So if you start out with a negative thought, you have a negative mood, you go out into the world, you treat people negatively, they give you negativity back. It reconfirms your negative thought.
What's the stuff you do then? What's the basis of what you're doing?
Tell me about your mother.
Oh, I like that word. Yeah, I think that gets a bad rap too, because everybody's like, oh, it's all about the parents. It is. You're not liking the parents, you're just using that as
no, in fact, I've been sharing situations. You know, 2 red flags for somebody who either love their mother and thought they had a perfect mother, or hates their mother and they're all wrong, right? So you're looking for something in between. I actually wrote this in my book, The Boyfriend Test, is like you're looking for a guy who's in a relationship with his mother where he says, you know, she did the best with the tools she had. We get along, and I love her. But there were a few areas where she could have done better. That's a healthy way to look at her parents.
good people.
Yeah. Good people.
All right, I take it back. I like your women.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I do think there's something to say about having thoughts and the thoughts can kind of permeate and things like that. But I just get inside my own head.
Here's the thing.
That mother is my mother.
Cognitive behavioral therapists say it's easier to behave your way to new feelings.
Yeah.
Psychodynamic therapists say it's easier to feel your way to new behaviors.
I'm just sitting there all on that. Overanalyzing. I don't know if it's overanalyzing what my mother did to me or overanalyzing my feelings about my mother, whatever it is. Listen, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Dr. Buddy Walsh is next, and you can tell she's brilliant. Will help you feel your way to your mother. Have a good one. Appreciate it. Next week, Monday, have a great show. This Merrill Day by AM 640 live everywhere. iHeartRadio. Untangling the mess until it makes sense. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's hailing in SoCal. I'm Heather Booker. I'm from the KFM 24-hour newsroom. Parts of LA County are being hit with quarter-size hail right now. The National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central LA County, and hail is being reported in Alhambra and near West Covina. It was also reported in Chatsworth, Azusa, and San Dimas. The Weather Service said total rainfall today will be about a quarter of an inch, and wind advisories are also in effect until around 8 o'clock this evening. Hollywood Boulevard, as you know it, is moving away.
Changes are coming to the iconic street, including protected bike lanes, wider sidewalks, and dedicated bus lanes.
This project is about making Hollywood safer, transforming how residents, workers, and visitors use this iconic street.
LA City Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez says the more than 3.5 miles of changes will cost around $8 million for the metro, footing most of the bill. Construction is set to begin in the fall. On Hollywood Boulevard, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A multi-million-dollar winning lottery ticket has been sold in Southern California for the second time this week. The ticket was sold at 7-Eleven in Sun Valley and matched 5 of Sleep's numbers, missing only the Powerball number. The lucky winner scored $2.4 million. Because no lottery ticket was sold that got all 6 numbers, that means that Powerball jackpot for the draw tomorrow will be an estimated $800 billion. The search is underway in Northern California for a mountain lion that attacked 2 brothers, and one died. ABC's Mark Remillard says the young men were hunting for shed antlers in El Dorado County when it happened.
Deputies arrived to find the younger brother with serious injuries to his face. Minutes later, they say they found the mountain lion crouched next to the body of the older brother.
Officers fired their guns, which scared it away. Mountain lions are known to attack people, but the last fatal encounter was in 2004 in Orange County. Former Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel says she disagrees with Trump's promise to free individuals involved in the January 6th riot.
If you attacked our Capitol and you've been convicted, then that should stay.
McDaniel told NBC's Meet the Press that the violence was unacceptable and prison sentences should not be cut short. She also emphasized she doesn't hold the former president responsible for what happened. McDaniel stepped down as chairwoman of the RNC earlier this month and will join NBC as a political analyst. The interview reportedly took place before she was hired. Republican Senator Marco Rubio has warned that the U.S. needs to take border security seriously following the ISIS attack in Russia that killed more than 133 people.
Their aspirations go beyond Russia. They would love to do what they did in Moscow here inside the United States. And it's something we have to be very vigilant about when we have a border in which 9 million people have come across in the last 3 years.
Rubio, who's also the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, says he's not claiming there's an imminent Star Wars movies are returning to theaters and will be shown in chronological order on the unofficial Star Wars holiday, May the 4th. Lucasfilm says screenings of the Skywalker saga will be released to celebrate the 25th anniversary of The Phantom Menace. Right now, we're going to check on your drive this evening. We've got a stall on the 5 in Boyle Heights.
The southbound 2 is very heavy from San Diego Road to join up with Fairstow 5 southbound. KFI and Sky helps get you there faster than you're ready for it.
Ready for a beach day? Yeah. Great. I brought sunscreen, sunglasses, and my phone.
6 times better protection can make a big difference.
Make sure water ice it can't be.
Suit yourself. I'm getting some raised today. Jasper GT exclusive medical oil provides 6 times better quick protection on your allergy clots to help protect the life of your region. Jasper GT exclusive medical oil for maximum protection.
How you feeling?
Ladies to discuss every John's medical oil protection provided in shop for Jasper GT exclusive medical on Amazon. College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/meatball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
South End weather from KFI. Partly cloudy with a chance of rain throughout the evening in Metro LA and OC. Lows will be in the mid-40s. Highs will be in the upper 60s on Monday. Lows will be in the upper 40s at the beaches tonight, and lows will be in the upper 30s in Riverside and the IE. And then we'll get down to about 30 in the Antelope Valley. Right now, it's 59 in Northridge, 60 in San Dimas, 62 in Brea, and 61 in Orange. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Sunday. Happy Sunday. Oh my goodness. I know last week I went down the Princess Kate Middleton rabbit hole. You know, I had some time during the week, and TikTok was just so entertaining with all their theories. So, sorry to say that all the theories were wrong. About the affair, the fake girl. There's only one theory that still hasn't been completely disproven with her, I'm sorry to say, cancer diagnosis. And that is that she is partly a big distraction so that people aren't talking about the just as big story, which is the king made when I with problems, mistakes. Now I was here in Los Angeles. I think I was at KCP. I became UPN by then. I was UPN News and I was anchoring, and they just hid it from me all the like. Let's not worry Mindy. She's busy in California. Let's not worry her. Part of that was set up by my mom herself because she was such a fighter. Now, it is important if you do have cancer to have hope, right? Doctors don't say, oh, we've got 3 weeks to live, we've got 8 weeks to live, we've got 4 months to live, because that's exactly how long you'll live if somebody says that. Life is a self-fulfilling prophecy. So having hope, even if it's a tiny hope. I saw this very touching video online that was going around with is it America's Got Talent and The Voice with the Howie Mandel and Simon and is it American Idol? No. America's Got Talent. Sorry, pick it up. Her singing voice was just really I cried. I wound up with her singing. And apparently she died soon after this performance. But when they interviewed afterwards in the video, she goes, I have a 2% chance of living. Isn't that great? What if I had a 0% chance of living? Like, this is a chance. So being in love with that hope is important. So my mom did that. And I think there's a difference between hope and complete denial. The day she died, she demanded a chemotherapy treatment. When the breast cancer had advanced to the point that it was lung cancer, her lungs were filling up with fluid, she could barely breathe, that she had an oxygen mask on, etc. I got there 30 minutes before she passed away, and I didn't even have clothes with me for the funeral, folks. I thought I was just coming to cheer her up. Nobody told me how advanced her cancer was. So in my case, I wasn't really happy about that. So what if you do, if your kids are young? What kind of information do you give them? So the most important thing that mom and dad and aunts and uncles and grandma and grandpa can do is prepare in advance. Don't try to wing it. This is a conversation you want to maybe write out ahead of time, take some notes, have some keywords, and find a time and place where everybody's calm and it makes sense to have the conversation, right? Not just when you're running around in the middle of your day. Have a place where you can be with them, hug them, look them in the eyes. When you talk about cancer, you want to be clear and direct. See, here's the thing. Kids are little sponges, and they pick up on everything. So your words can be saying, now mama's going to be just fine. Don't you worry, we're just going to go through this little chemotherapy. And they can sense the fear in your stomach. Instead, you might say something like, we don't know what the outcome's going to be. We're definitely hoping for the best, and being optimistic is really important for all of us, right? So be clear and direct, and talk about your feelings. I'm scared. It's scary to go through this because I don't want it to end up in a bad way, and I don't want to lose you. Also, ask questions, because kids might have all kinds of myths about cancer. What do they know about cancer? And that way you can clear up the stuff that's wrong. And say, well, that's not true. I don't know why the kid said that. No. On the other hand, well, I want you to be overload them with information. It's too much information. And obviously it's dependent on how old the child is, right? Young children, simple to the facts. Mommy's sick, they're going to, or daddy's sick, whatever, grandma's sick, whatever. They're going to put a chemical in my body to fight off the bad cells, and I'm going to get better, I hope, and, just very simple stuff, right? Also, don't just close that conversation. Wait. Give them time. Give them space to share their own feelings about what's going on. And when they do ask questions, answer as honestly as possible. Also, let them know that they can keep coming to you, and they can bring up their questions all the time. More than anything, comfort kids, reassure them, remind them of all the people in their lives who love them. Indeed, spend time with all those other people as well. Right? And just be patient, because they might act out their feelings. Kids are different than adults. They might start regressing, bedwetting, and taking tantrums and doing all kinds of things. You're like, where did this come from? And that's just the way that their feelings are working their way out. Right? It's a hard thing to go through with a family, but I'm not a big believer in lying to children. Let children sense what's going on. I personally didn't like to be lied to at the age of 30. And I know my mom put him up to it. I'm sure she said, don't tell him, And she was her own kind of denier. Speaking of, I don't know if you've been following me online lately. I didn't post very often or more infrequently over the last few months, and in the last couple weeks I started posting more frequently. Back onto the old TikTok. I guess, when I feel something might go away, I might as well just use it till it gets big.
You have to know how to take on J-Lo. I watched that video from beginning to end. Like, I don't agree. I wasn't going to go with that. That's almost good.
I just don't like any human being ganged up on. Yeah. And J-Lo right now, they are beating up on her. And myself, having been attacked by trolls and the general public who don't agree with me so many times, I know what an impact is on mental health. And it doesn't make people nicer. It doesn't make told you're bad. It doesn't make you better. It makes you worse. Generally. But yeah, you can go along with some of it. But I've been talking about my identity transformation that I feel that I've been going through for a couple of years. And I'm not even to the other side yet. So I started to document it. When we come back, let's talk about identity. What is it? Is it stable? What are the things that change you across the lifespan? You are listening to the Dr. Minnie Bell Show on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
I'm Heather Brooker, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Russia has entered a national day of mourning following the terrorist attack that killed at least 133 people. Federal officials have continued their investigation into the crash of a single-engine airplane near Acton. And a shirt Britney Spears wore on the X Factor in 2012 is up for auction through charity. Satellite weather from KFI, partly cloudy with a slight chance of rain throughout the evening in Metro LA and OC. The lows will be in the mid-40s. Weather is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan Entry Law Firm. We're going to check on the 134 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 365 with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control coverage you can handle. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, get your pillow, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat
Towers never forget about the families left behind, who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11. The Toronto Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Toronto Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Toronto Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
We all need help understanding God's Word sometimes. The In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio provides biblical teaching you can trust, featuring daily devotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station in Kentucky. The In Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's Word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Your life wants to outlive them, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Baby Tall is the very best food. Designed for those who will retire with flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying without balance. Gaining wages money with a better financial future for you. Retirement income you can't buy. Start saving now at GainRich.com. Visit GainRich.com/retirement. Rates, full quality slippers and disclaimers, and other important information.
KFI has helped thousands of great Southern California businesses grow, and we'd like to help you.
Let us show you how KFI AM 640 can work for you.
Just dial pound 250 on your cell and say, grow my business.
Pound 250 and say, grow my business.
Boulevardy may have been lifted, but that doesn't mean there's no football to talk about. It's the off-season, and there's no better way to stay up to date with the latest from our league than with the Around the NFL podcast for news and fresh content all off-season long. From the start of free agency, where we'll break down familiar faces headed to new places, to the next generation of superstars walking across that stage of the NFL draft. Listen to the Around the NFL podcast on the iHeartRadio.
By T-Mobile for Business. Now's the time for 5G business.
The city and the state are in this fight for this. County law, supersedes city law, state law, county law, and federal law supersedes state law. Bill Handel.
Scissors means paper, and paper means rock.
That's part of the supremacy clause and his project. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Stay still, release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you, only you can let it. No one else can speak the words on your lips. Put yourself in what's spoken.
KFI AM 640, you have Dr. Wendy Walsh with you. Kayla, what a great song. That put me in a good mood right there. Got me broke my identity crisis right there. You know, I am a professor of psychology, and one of the things I teach is developmental psychology. And as a part of that program, we talk about identity. What is identity, you ask? Well, identity is who we feel, what we feel like. I remember when I took my very first psychology class, we had to go around and introduce ourselves, and there was a girl in the back, and she said her name, and we had to say something about ourselves and why we're here or something. And she said, well, I lost my job, and it has been my career for years, so I lost my identity. So I'm trying to figure out who I am. And at the time, I was like, wait, the job is something you do. It's not who you are. But for many people, it is who they are. Right? So identity can be this mosaic picture of all kinds of pieces of you and your values. You might self-identify based on your gender, your politics, your religion, your sexual orientation, your age, your marital status, whether you're a parent or not, maybe your health. I'm always concerned with people who identify with their disease, like I'm a diabetic instead of I have diabetes. It's a big difference, This, of course, jobs, careers, moves, where you're from. People identify, people say, well, I'm from the Midwest, right, or I'm this way. Somehow, we find a way to create a composite picture of ourselves. This is who we believe we are. But here's the thing. Identity isn't stable. It's shifting ever so slightly across the lifespan. As we age, as we get more education, as we get married, as we get divorced, right? This changes our sense of self, our identity. We have a baby, all of a sudden we're parents, right? It's a big
transformation, folks, is it starts out clothing. Everything I try on doesn't feel right or look right. Then I go shopping and I can't figure out what I want. And that's a great example of I don't know who I am. I don't know what. And for many women, for instance, women get criticized for being, they call it a sheep in lamb's clothing or whatever, mutton in lamb's clothing, meaning they're dressing too young for their age. Now, there are no rules. There should not be any rules, and we should not judge women for whatever they want to do. But when I do see an older woman, plastic surgery up and wearing stuff and trying to, it's like she's fighting the fact that, your identity is changing.
Well, he really was a huge advocate of that. In her 60s, 50s, just wearing the Daisy Duke shorts and the sexy tops. She thought it looked amazing.
They could look amazing, but what are they clinging to? Are they denying their wisdom and their new status in life?
I mean, they're just clinging on to being sexy and being sexy beings.
And if they lose their idea of their value as a sex object, what value are they adopting? Right? That's the main thing. So I would say the biggest identity crisis that I went through in my life was definitely the transition from hot TV babe to mother. Because the hormonal changes in my brain, which I don't listen and no one could seem to see it, I had friends say, you need to come out with us. I don't want you to get that mom look. You need to still be hot. You need to get a babysitter. You can do it. And I just didn't want to. I didn't have my first baby until I was 36, so I had seen everything. There was nothing going on outside my doors that I had not seen, right? And I think I have a funny story when I had the full premonition. I think a year or two, maybe just a few months before that New Year's Eve, I drove with a young TV host who I've been hosting a few shows with, and he and I drove to Vegas to do, he had like a big suite because he knew these football players, this college, I don't know what it was, but anyway, so we were on New Year's Eve in Vegas. I was 35 years old. We were up in this VIP section. We were looking down on the whole crowd. Now remember, I was modeling when I was a teenager. I was a cocktail waitress by the time I was 17. You just needed to show fake ID. No one even asked for ID. What am I saying? You just said you were 18. Anyway, so I had been in nightclubs with fake ID since I was 15. And I remember looking down on this scene and saying to myself, I've seen this for 20 years now. There's nothing new here. And I said to my friend, I'll go back to the room. We'll drive back to normal together. I said, what? And I remember the look on his face, like, what are you doing? Because he was younger than I, and he was just so excited that this all was happening. All the celebrities were hanging out with him. Like, I'm done. By the way, that guy was Ryan Seacrest. So funny. He doesn't know he was my premonition, or my not premonition, what's the word? Transformation, like that just moment, my epiphany, that moment. So that was my first, when I settled down with my babies, and I always was known for my long blonde hair, which I have it back now, but I cut my hair short and dyed it brown, because you probably know my kids are biracial, and I wanted my kids to be like, I wanted people to know this is my baby. And everyone kept saying everywhere I go, oh, what country did you adopt your baby from? And I just kept hearing it over and over again. So once I got my hair short and dark, it was a little less off, And, or they'd try to find funny ways to say it. Like, Carlos, and I'd go, well, actually, I have a flat iron, but yeah, it's a weird feeling. I want your kids to be like you. But I do remember doing that I don't know who I am stage, and it affected my work because a lot of the producers wanted to have that hot TV thing or whatever. So anyway, I'm going through another one. I don't know what's prompted it. It might be age. I'm not sure. It's like the last thing is the message. So, and also my age. And so I'm impressionable with myself. I see many here women with the TV business world. Don't imagine them saying it to you if you're just over there. Looking like on social media. Do not pressure look young and sexy. The plastic surgery, the makeup, the Botox, the fake eyelashes, the filters, the girdles, the spanks, everything. I'm just like, ladies, you're in your 50s. I know you look beautiful. But what is the value of trying to look 20? What is the value? We need you as the wise voice and the supreme mind in the village, not someone who's trying to compete with the 20-year-olds.
those things, so it's not their fault. They're a victim of their society and their culture. And I say, that's not me. It's just not me. So I've been starting to do more social media with less makeup or no makeup. Gone are the days that eyelashes will ever go on me again. Why bother? I do feel some weird feelings of where am I going? What's next? What's my next act, etc. And it's fun. It's fun to experiment, but there are moments where I'm just like, what is it all for? So the reason I'm sharing this with you, by the way, is because think about your life. Think about the identity transformations you might have gone through before. Oh, also when I got my doctorate, that was a big identity transformation. And it was really a Now I'm not just a TV host girl. Now I'm a mother and a PhD. And that was really self-confidence boosting one. But now I'm kind of I'm about to be a married woman. And maybe that's what's causing this. The wedding this summer. I haven't been married for decades and decades. 4 decades. Oh, so excited. One of the things I say about relationships, like my relationship with you, is that it is an exchange of care. But love relationships shouldn't be really, really transactional. While there are other relationships that I think is perfectly okay if you guys are transactional. I'll explain what I mean. There's certain relationships it's okay to do quid pro quo, but not in love relationships. You're listening to the Dr. Benny Wells Show on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Right now, let's go to Hillary for the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The state grant to help the Balboa Island ferry with clean air mandates that almost shut the boats down.
We got an approved grant for $7.9 million.
Balboa Island ferry owner Seymour Beach says he'll need just a few million more to comply with clean air mandates.
From the get-go, it's even got increased.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. And you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Joe. Today, Black folks and women are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something you can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit, no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Born on America's darkest day, 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now.
It's a radio ad for your eczema. Prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin KFITeam.com or call 1-844-PROCEED.
Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy with a slight chance of rain throughout the evening in Metro LA and OC. Lows will be in the mid-40s tonight. Right now, it's 52 in Simi Valley, 50 in La Habra. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Today, Kim Coleman, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, tells us about the advantages the speed of audio production affords their growing tech company.
At Moderna, we have a mindset saying that we pivot fearlessly. And I think that audio needs to pivot fearlessly. Go where the news is and bring in content that perhaps we don't have. Okay, we premiere 8 months in advance, or 3 months in advance when we do a TVC. You're able to create really nimble content, which I think in this day and age, and particularly in Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy.
Audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Embark on a journey through the most absurd moments of the human story. With Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical. However, the Keller didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Regrow your natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
This is Jacob Emma. If you've been to the truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Hey, follow us on all the things at KFI AM 640.
AM 640. We have Dr. Wendy Walsh with you. This is the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. It sounds negative, but when you say to somebody, "Ooh, their relationship's so transactional," it sounds critical, right? You know what I'm talking about. The kind of relationship where people do something for another person, they're keeping score, they expect something in return. It's a real give and take, a bit of a quid pro quo. Each person's there to help each other out. Like, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine. You know, there are some relationships, actually, that a transactional relationship works. So let's talk about which ones work. For sure in business, think about it. You keep a bunch of business contacts because you send your friend clients, and then you know your friend's going to send you clients in your business later. Right? We're there for a transaction. When people go to work, I know you love your coworkers, and I know you have good friends there. But if you were not paid, you probably would not go to work. Right? It's a transaction. You give your hours, your talent, your time, but they give you money. And so there are many workplace relationships that are friendly, but I call it friends with benefits. Because if you stopped providing to that workplace person, it might not even be in the workplace, it might be like another friend that you're giving business contacts to. If you stop that, then that relationship is only based on that. It might just go away, and that's okay. Another place where transactional relationships happen all the time, we're seeing it all over the news, is in politics. Of course. When lobbyists give money to a politician, they expect that that politician is going to vote for the things they care about, right? So in politics, it is very common, even between heads of states in different countries internationally, very transactional relationships. They have agreements with each other, there's give and takes, right? Now let's talk about friendships for a minute. A close, intimate friendship.
which kinds of friendships and so they compared close, intimate friends, sort of distant, casual friends, and then how many friends, etc. Guess what they found out? The people who had the most intimate friends, but sort of a wide social network, tended to live the longest. You know why? Because they had a built-in referral system. You need a doctor, you need a lawyer, you need a specialist, call your friend. Your friend knows somebody. You need a contractor for your house, call your friend. Your friend's got somebody, right? So people who are able to maintain wide social networks, they don't have to be intimate friends. They don't have to be really relationships. And those are kinds of transactional relationships. Well, you know, there are some positive things about having a transactional relationship. First of all, everybody knows the rules. You're not assuming. I mean, well, it sounds weird if you think that it's a real friendship. They're all real. You think it's an intimate friendship that's based on emotional needs and emotional commitment to each other, when actually it's transactional. So as long as both people know it's transactional, then the rules are clear. There's mutual give and take. The expectations are very clear. These kinds of relationships are productive. They're efficient. Everybody knows what's expected of them. And also, they're obviously very helpful in supporting the rules. But there's a downside. Intimacy and closeness. So, we have a lot of friendships, business